Chapter 61 Qian dalu. You cannot do this. Qian xunji, even if you obtain my body, you will never obtain my heart. After Bo Saxi's injuries had mostly healed, she spoke with a furious expression and a resolute tone. Qian xunji replied indifferently, what would I want with your heart and body? The only thing of value in my eyes is your sea god martial soul. If it weren't for the sea god martial soul, the moment you launched a sneak attack while I was fighting Tang Chen at the Clear Sky sect, it would have been your death date. To Qian xunji, if there was no sea god high priest, creating another one would be enough. After trampling the Clear Sky sect, he could ease up a bit and guide Tang Hao and Tang Xiao to flee to Sea God Island. With Tang Hao's talent, a top tier 7 trials was guaranteed. Wouldn't that provide the sacrifice needed to open the gates to the Sea God's 9th trial for the new Sea God Island High Priest? In Spirit Hall, Qian xunji brought the heartbroken Bo Saishi, who was like a puppet, back to the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Qian dalu was standing in the main hall, as if he had been waiting for Qian xunji here since early morning. Qian dalu's expression was extremely grave, and he sternly questioned, what are you trying to do? Qian xunji's expression remained calm, and he replied lightly, Father, haven't you already guessed it? You cannot do this kind of thing again. Have you forgotten the lesson of Bibi Dong? Qian dalu shouted sternly. A single Bibi Dong had been enough to keep Spirit Hall in turmoil and had played a huge part in its eventual destruction. Bibi Dong had relied on devouring Qian xunji to break through to the 90-level quasi-titled Douluo realm, and afterwards, she slowly increased her cultivation and continuously expanded her destructive power. Her final explosive strength was not much stronger than Gold Crocodile Douluo at level 98. Bo Saishi was currently at the level 99 limit Douluo realm, already standing at the peak of the Spirit Master's world. By then, wouldn't Spirit Hall be finished in a matter of minutes? After giving birth to our Qian family's 3rd-generation child, just let Bo Saishi go back to where she came from. Father, have you forgotten? The reason I was able to be taken advantage of by Bibi Dong was mainly because I was heavily injured by Tang Hao. Now, who else on the continent has the ability to heavily injure me? Even if there are risks, to create a descendant with dual divine rank martial souls, the Seraphim and the Sea God, and to inherit the God position of our divine ancestor, these risks are worth it. Since ancient times, righteousness and evil have been incompatible. If I do not enter hell, who will? Qian dalu was completely dumbfounded. Is that how this phrase is used? Qian xunji was about to do such despicable things to Bo Saishi, yet he was asking who was righteous and who was evil. Father, everything is for the inheritance of the angel god position. By then, our Spirit Hall will be able to possess 2 divinities. If you are truly worried, then I can leave it to you. Compared to younger siblings, Qian xunji naturally wanted a son or daughter more, they would be easier to manage. However, if Qian dalu was willing, he could perform his filial duties, find a companion for this lonely old man, and ensure he wouldn't be so lonely in the future. What do you take me for? How could I possibly do such a despicable thing? Qian dalu's face flushed red. As the high priest of the angel god and a servant of the angel god, how could he commit such a despicable and sinful act? This was the greatest disrespect to the faith of the angel god. The angel god ancestor would surely send down divine punishment to strike him dead. After a pause, Qian dalu advised again, have you forgotten what I told you about why Xiaoshui's talent was wasted? If you really do such a thing, can Bo Saishi fulfill the duties of a mother properly? After the grandchild is born without maternal love, do you want him to repeat Xiaoshui's mistakes? Just let Yin raise the child. In terms of status, Bo Saishi is Yin's grandmother, so to speak. With this identity, once the child is born, Yin will certainly have to take good care of the child as they grow up. After raising the child and spending so much time together, wouldn't Yin naturally treat the child as her own? Both Bo Saishi and I have extremely profound cultivation, so it will certainly take quite some time to conceive a child. By then, Yin will have grown up too. With maternal love added to the mix, won't that solve the problem? Qian xunji explained the plan he had long arranged, his tone flat, as if it were only natural. Qian dalu was completely stunned, looking at Qian xunji in disbelief. He couldn't imagine that Qian xunji would be able to say such things. Wait, why wasn't it some other female spirit master from Spirit Hall, but that 100,000-year blue-silver emperor? Qian Dalu suddenly realized that after Qian Xunji captured the blue-silver emperor, he didn't treat her like that soft-bones rabbit by locking her in the Spirit Hall prison, but instead gave her very high-quality treatment. Her living conditions were no different from when Bibi Dong was the holy maiden of Spirit Hall. A shocking thought appeared in his mind. Jer, could it be that you intend to do the same to that blue-silver emperor? Seeing Qian Xunji's non-committal expression, Qian Daoliu turned completely red with rage and couldn't help but curse. Seeing Qian Daoliu's naive appearance, Qian Xunji sighed lightly. Father, everything is for the god position. You are well aware that the union of Tang Hao and the blue-silver emperor gave birth to Tang San, who is gifted and has the potential to become a god. To achieve an extraordinary cause, one must use extraordinary means. Why did Tang Chen take in Bibi Dong and snatch her from the blue lightning? Tyrant Dragon sect to the Clear Sky sect. Isn't the purpose obvious? We must follow the moral standards of this continent so that Spirit Hall will not repeat the same mistakes and can develop even more powerfully, without any possibility of being shaken. Regarding Qian Xunji's words, Qian Daoliu was still completely unable to accept them. He laughed out of extreme anger. You want to combine with that 100,000-year blue-silver emperor to give birth to another child with the potential to become a god, so what about that 100,000-year soft-bones rabbit? Do you want to do the same to her too? Not really. That 100,000-year soft-bones rabbit might have a problem with her brain. If an offspring is born, there is a high possibility that the offspring's brain will also have problems. Qian Xunji really suspected that in this world, offspring not only inherited their parents' talents but were also very likely to inherit their parents' personalities, especially if the child was a girl, as the probability of inheriting the mother's personality multiplied exponentially. Like Tang Wudong, she was completely a copy of Xiao Wu. According to the original work's performance of Qian Runshui, it should be that the spirit can influence the spirit master. The angel martial soul had some bottom-line protection for the spirit master's conduct and morals. If Qian Runshui's spirit was a spider, she would be a complete copy of Bibi Dong. And this influence of the angel martial soul, for the general readers, might seem a bit better than Bibi Dong, but for Spirit Hall, it was a complete negative buff, maxing out the level of idiocy. If Tang Wudong, who was carved from the same mold as Xiao Wu, was combined with the influence of the angel martial soul that added a negative buff to one's own faction, wouldn't such an offspring be even more explosive, more useless, and more heaven-defying than Tang Wudong? If such a creature became his own offspring, wouldn't it be disastrous? As for the so-called education, Qian Xunji could only express that it was of little use. The world and era he lived in before his transmigration were in the era when the internet was slowly rising, and communication was not very developed. In that era, what accompanied children's childhoods were one of the masterpieces of the Ultra series, works with almost irreproducible stage plays, the old Diga, during the peak period, Blue Arc works that had educational and satirical significance, various masterpieces emerged one after another, which could be called a chaotic war of gods. And in school, primary school, middle school, and high school education, he had written who knows how many positive energy essays, and so on. In the most golden age, at the most wild age, tasting the most refined chaff, what was the result? Heaven-defying people emerged one after another, and the whole thing was moving towards the advanced server of the little days and little sticks. Therefore, finding a relatively normal person to reproduce offspring is more useful than doing anything else. Chapter 62. Qian Daoliu. Jie, you will regret this. As for Bo Saishi, looking at the female characters in Douluo continent who receive more description, is there anyone more normal than her? She admires strength and prefers someone whose appearance leaves Qian Daoliu in the dust, someone who cultivate alone to level 99, possesses freedom, and is even more powerful than Qian Daoliu, Tang Chen. As for whether Tang Chen could cultivate to become a god, she actually didn't care at all. She simply fell for Tang Chen. The so-called, I will accept the heart of whoever can become a god, was just a polite refusal to Qian Daoliu while accepting Tang Chen's feelings. She devoted herself single-mindedly, waiting for Tang Chen for over 30 years. In order to wait for Tang Chen's return, she even developed murderous intent toward Tang San, Tang Chen's great-grandson and the sea god legacy holder. Without a strong background and foundation to support one, marrying a wife who lacks virtue ruins 3 generations. The ending of the original Spirit Hall clearly demonstrated the meaning of this saying. As for Tang Wutong, it really was her old father, Tang San, who was capable. With family assets that could withstand such squandering and extraordinary methods, he spoon-fed her to help her grow. He single-handedly cemented the image of a feudal patriarch, a monster father, and Xiao Wu as a breeding tool rabbit used as a scabbard in the minds of numerous readers. The methods were cruel, but looking at the results, the most suitable parent for a good-for-nothing like Tang Wutong is someone like Tang San. Qian Xunji waved his hand and said, "Father, since you are unwilling to act, then step aside. I do not wish to fight you. You cannot stop me, and you currently do not have the ability to stop me." Qian Dalu said in a heavy, angry voice, "Jie, you will regret this." Then I look forward to that day. Seeing that Qian Dalu did not intend to act, Qian Xunji carried Bo Saishi and walked toward his private room for cultivation. The private room is an intangible cultural heritage of the Douluo world and is Qian Xunji's signature move. As a character in a novel, using his own strength to influence reality and transforming the noun, private room, into a verb is something that must be passed down well. Sigh tilde tilde. Qian Daoliu's sigh rang out, his expression becoming extremely painful, his heart weary to the extreme. If his future grandchild were to truly repeat Qian Runshui's mistakes, then he would tell his grandchild the truth of the matter in advance. Inside the private room, for the sake of strengthening the angel family, the project of creating descendants with seraphim and sea god twin spirits was underway. Qian Xunji was slightly surprised. He had not expected that in this lifetime, Bo Saishi had not yet managed to become husband and wife with Tang Chen in the physical sense. However, he quickly put this matter out of his mind. Regardless of whether Bo Saishi was pure or not, it would be enough to create a gifted descendant with seraphim and sea god twin spirits for the angel family. Bo Saishi buried her head in the pillow, her brows tightly knitted, gritting her teeth fiercely, not making a sound, her eyes tightly shut. 3 hours later, Qian Xunji tidied his clothes while reminiscing. This kind of pleasure between a man and a woman seemed just so-so. It was nothing special. It wasn't even as intense as the pleasure brought to the body by smoking a few cigarettes or making a breakthrough in levels. No wonder the tastes of those nobles were becoming increasingly twisted. At the Heaven Do auction house, they didn't have much reaction to a girl with an excellent figure, fair skin, and an exquisite face who was naked and only covered her private parts with seashells. But upon learning that she was a cat girl with animal traits due to a spirit mutation, the green light in their eyes was almost overflowing. Qian Xunji glanced at Bo Saishi, who was wrapped in a sheet on the bed, and said, "Bo Saishi, I will warn you one more time. Do not have any other ideas, otherwise, Sea God Island, the Clear Sky Sect, and Tang Chen will meet with misfortune." Bo Saishi poked her head out from the pillow, the hatred in her eyes nearly overflowing. Suppressing the world-destroying killing intent in her heart, she said, "Qian Xunji, I have already promised you. Spare Sea God Island. That is only natural. I will go and recall 1,000 Jun Douluo and Demon Douluo from Vast Sea City right now. I will not restrict your freedom, but only within Spirit City." After saying this, Qian Xunji walked out of the private room filled with the smell of fish and photinia flowers to breathe some fresh air outside. Sob, sob, sob. After she could no longer sense Qian Xunji's presence, Bo Saishi buried herself in the pillow and began to sob. She only slightly moved her hips and felt excruciating pain throughout her body, a tearing sensation surging from her lower body. "Tang Chen, I have failed you. Qian Xunji, you beast, you are worse than an animal. Sooner or later, I will kill you, slice you into 1,000 pieces, and wipe out your entire spirit hall." After this, every day for 3 hours, without fail, was the time for Qian Xunji and Bo Saishi to create a child. At first, Bo Saishi was terrified and filled with hatred, but gradually, her expression calmed down as if she had resigned herself to her fate, and she even began to actively cooperate with Qian Xunji. It is said that the more one experiences, the more accurate the truths they see become. One has to admit that a certain person's words were very reasonable. Pleasure is the pathway to a woman's heart. No wonder black charcoal creatures are so popular in toilets. The higher the cultivation of an existence, the more difficult it is to reproduce. 1 day in the god realm is 1 year in the mortal world. Tang San and Xiao Wu have one child every 10,000 years. Subtracting the 10 months of pregnancy, that is equivalent to 20 years to create one. Based on the human pile drivers Dai Mubai and Zuqing, as well as Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who have not had any offspring after 20,000 years, this should also be influenced by the fact that Xiao Wu is a transformed soft bones rabbit, and rabbits have reproduction capabilities unknown times stronger than humans. In order to increase the possibility of reproducing descendants with seraphim and sea god twin spirits, Qian Xunji temporarily delayed the Shira 8th trial's god trial process. In any case, the Shira 8th trial has no time limit. The Supreme Pontiff's affairs are extremely busy. All important matters of the entire Spirit Hall are handled by the Supreme Pontiff alone, handling a myriad of tasks daily. According to what Qian Runshui said in the original work, every time she saw Qian Xunji, he always looked exhausted and did not have much time to accompany her. Qian Xunji also needed to set aside some time to create children with Bo Saishi, so the time he could control was even less. However, wanting to slack off is simple: imitate Ning Fengji. As the wealthiest sect, the 7 treasure glazed tile school's affairs should be even busier than Spirit Hall's, yet Ning Fengji has so much time to slack off and can often run to the Heaven Do auction house to buy some cat girls, so naturally, he must learn from him well. Qian Xunji gathered some collateral branches of the Qian family to form a secretariat, handing over some minor matters for them to handle, which greatly reduced his workload. Every now and then, Qian Xunji would randomly pick some matters handled by the secretariat to check, confirming whether some people were engaging in corruption or breaking the law. But Qian Xunji was clearly overthinking it. Those whose spirit is an angel, influenced by their spirit, no matter how bad their character is, it won't be that bad. Plus, they believe in the angel god, and are influenced by that pedantic old guy, Qian Dalu. Chapter 63. The Challenge of Sword Lord Chen. A month and a half had passed since the great battle outside the Clear Sky Sect Mountains, and the Spirit Master's world had gradually calmed down. Those families and sects that confirmed Spirit Hall had indeed taken a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast from the Clear Sky Sect. All envied Spirit Hall for picking up a 100,000-year spirit ring and a 100,000-year spirit bone for nothing. They secretly cursed the Clear Sky Sect, wondering if they had lost their minds. How could they not properly keep a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast penned up, instead letting her run around the sect? What were they trying to do? Treat a transformed spirit beast as one of their own? Had they grown tired of human beauties and wanted to seek something more exciting, like engaging in beast-human romance? After confirming that Spirit Hall had obtained the 100,000-year transformed spirit beast, the vast majority of Spirit Masters and many Spirit Master families and sects that had been in a wait-and-see state chose to join Spirit Hall, including the lower 4 sects. However, without exception, they were all rejected by Spirit Hall. Only a few commoner Spirit Masters with good talent were absorbed by Spirit Hall's various branch halls. At the foot of Pope Mountain in Spirit City, an old man arrived. He wore a white robe, and his long silver hair was draped behind him, groomed meticulously. This old man was none other than Sword Lord Chen, who, having settled his affairs and feeling the time was right, had told his child, Chen Xin, how to achieve a breakthrough to level 95 titled Douluo, before impatiently coming to Spirit Hall to challenge Qian Xunji. Why level 95? Because after a Spirit Master breaks through to level 95, their spirit evolves every time their cultivation increases thereafter. Before reaching level 95, a Spirit Master's increase in strength is equivalent to accumulating spirit power. But after reaching level 95, the accumulation of spirit power is no longer the most important thing. What matters is comprehension of the spirit. Otherwise, even if the spirit power accumulation is sufficient, one will be unable to continue advancing. Sword Lord Chen could have told Chen Xin the method to break through to level 97, but that would mean Chen Xin would be following his father's path, casting his father's shadow over his future path of the sword, making it difficult for him to surpass his father. He did not want to see that happen. In terms of pure talent, Chen Xin was even more exceptional than his father. Only by Chen Xin embarking on his own path of the sword could he become a qualified swordsman and eventually reach a higher realm on the path of the sword, perhaps even surpassing his father. Sword Lord Chen's father, Chen Xuan, was a super Douluo who had reached level 98. He had taught him the same way, telling him how to reach the realm of a level 95 titled Douluo, leaving the rest of the path for him to explore on his own, before going into seclusion to retire. He was able to reach level 97 from level 95 over the course of more than 30 years, traveling across the continent, sparring with various experts to hone his sword path, carving out his own path of the sword, and successfully breaking through to his current realm. Sword Lord Chen stepped onto Pope Mountain step by step. His footsteps were steady. His soles landed on the stairs of Pope Mountain without making a sound or leaving a speck of dust. Flying is prohibited in Spirit City, and this regulation is no exception even for elders of Spirit Hall. The only person who did not take this regulation seriously was Tang Chen, who had been friends with Qian Dalu 5 years ago. Sword Lord Chen was here to challenge Qian Xunji, not to cause trouble, so naturally, he would not violate the regulations. In front of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Halt! 2 palace guard knights wearing silver armor blocked Sword Lord Chen's path, and a total of 100 palace guard knights simultaneously raised the knight swords in their hands. This is a forbidden land. Take one more step closer, and you will be killed without mercy. Facing over 100 palace guard knights, Sword Lord Chen's expression remained calm. He raised his hand and revealed his token, the Elder Token. Apart from the Clear Sky title exclusively held by the Clear Sky sect, all spirit masters who reach the level of titled Douluo come to Douluo Hall to hold a title ceremony, receive their own title, and place a plaque inscribed with their title on the walls of Douluo Hall. Sword Lord Chen was no exception. And this titled Douluo, regardless of whether they join Spirit Hall, is an honorary elder of Spirit Hall and can receive the Elder Token issued by Spirit Hall. The leading palace guard knight stepped forward quickly. When he saw the 6 patterns on the token clearly, he couldn't help but shiver. With a thump, he knelt on one knee. Greetings, Elder. The 100 palace guard knights made the same movement in unison. Sword Lord Chen said calmly, please report that 7 Kill Sword Lord Chen, has come to challenge the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. As you command. The leading palace guard knight invited Sword Lord Chen into the Spirit Hall to have tea, while the other went to report to Qian Xunji. Supreme Pontiff Palace. Qian Xunji, who was handling affairs, listened to the report from the cardinal below. He closed the small booklet in his hand, and a smile of expectation appeared at the corner of his mouth. So he has come. After Qian Xunji completed the 7th trial of Asura and took out the Asura demon sword, Sword Lord Chen and Chen Xin immediately left the mountains. He had guessed that it would not be long before Sword Lord Chen would come to Spirit Hall to challenge him or Qian Dalu. He would take this opportunity to recruit this world-renowned Sword Douluo into Spirit Hall, and in the future, have Sword Lord Chen serve as his child's teacher. It is rumored that a spirit master whose 9th spirit ring is not a 100,000-year spirit ring can only cultivate to the realm of a level 97 titled Douluo. He did not know Chen Xuan's spirit ring configuration, but Sword Lord Chen's spirit ring configuration was 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Yet, Sword Lord Chen had relied on this 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit ring configuration to reach level 98. Based on the gap in spirit power for spirit masters above level 95 that Sword Lord Chen knew, there is a 30% difference in spirit power between a level 97 and level 98 titled Douluo, while there is a 40% difference in spirit power between a level 98 and level 99 titled Douluo. It could be confirmed that Sword Lord Chen must have successfully broken through to level 98 during his exchange with Qian Dalu. Sword Lord Chen being able to break the limitations of a normal spirit master and reach a level 98 titled Douluo must be similar to Ji Juchen from Douluo Dalu 2, where his sword path realm had exceeded the mortal realm, that is, basic sword techniques. He had stepped into the level of concept, capable of communicating with his own sword. In terms of pure sword path realm, Qian Dalu and Qian Xunji were only at the peak of the mortal realm. Even though Qian Xunji possessed the Asura legacy, Asura and the Holy Seraphim were mutually restraining forces. The sword techniques of Asura already involved the power of the rules, so having him teach the child who would inherit the angel god position was clearly not a match. Sword Lord Chen was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Have Sword Douluo wait for me in the Supreme Pontiff Palace Square. In the Supreme Pontiff Palace Square, after receiving the notification, Sword Lord Chen put down the fragrant tea in his hand and immediately went to the Supreme Pontiff Palace Square. Not long after, Qian Xunji also arrived. Senior Chen, Seeing that Qian Xunji's strength was far above his own, yet he still addressed him in such a manner, Sword Lord Chen felt a bit of goodwill toward Qian Xunji and said, Supreme Pontiff, there is no need for such formalities. In the Spirit Master's world, strength is respected. Your strength is already above this old man's, so I cannot accept this title of senior. Chapter 64. Divine Skill A Bet. Qian Xunji smiled politely and said, It is true that the Spirit Master's world respects the strong, but in our interpersonal interactions, there is also the order of seniority. As an elder of the same generation as my father, Senior Chen has long enjoyed a prestigious reputation in the Spirit Master's world, and the title of Sword Douluo resounds across the continent. This title of senior is certainly well deserved. Sword Lord Chen did not want to dwell on this topic and got straight to the point. Supreme Pontiff, I observed your battle with Tang Chen, and your exquisite sword techniques amazed me. I have come today specifically to ask for pointers. In the battle between Qian Xunji and Tang Chen, he had only swung his sword twice, severing Tang Chen's arm and leg respectively. The other rounds were spent using spirit bone skills and relying on the speed advantage of his angel martial soul to restrain and toy with Tang Chen. But for a sword Dao master like Sword Lord Chen, a single sword strike, even a casual one, was enough for him to roughly discern Qian Xunji's sword technique. The natural reactions of muscles trained through grueling hardship cannot lie. Very well. Beneath Qian Xunji's feet, 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red, lit up. 3 pairs of blood-colored wings appeared behind him, and a massive blood-colored seraphim emerged. As blood-red light flickered and a cold, bloodthirsty killing intent surged, the temperature in this area dropped rapidly. Not far from here, the palace guard knights patrolling around the Supreme Pontiff Palace saw the sharp, bone-chilling killing intent invisibly released by the slaughtering angel. Feeling as if their eyes were being pierced by thousands of silver needles, they dared not linger in this place. With their strength, they were not even qualified to be bystanders. Among the 9 spirit rings, the 5th spirit ring lit up, and a 3-foot-long, blood-colored sword landed in Qian Xunji's hand. Seeing that Qian Xunji did not immediately use that massive blood-colored sword, Sword Lord Chen was not annoyed. After all, when Qian Xunji fought Tang Chen, even when facing the combined assault of Tang Chen and Bo Saishi, he had not used that massive blood-colored sword. A sharp glint suddenly flashed in Sword Douluo's eyes, and in the next moment, a sword appeared before him. It was a long sword that was clear blue throughout, as if carved from crystal. Most peculiarly, there were 9 stars on this long sword, colored yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black, respectively. This was the result of cultivating the spirit rings to the point where they detached from their original appearance and merged into the spirit. Only those with extremely profound cultivation could achieve this. The sword is 4 feet 3 inches long, 3 inches wide, with a hilt length of 1 foot 2 inches. It is named 7-Kill. The moment Sword Lord Chen grasped the 7-Kill sword, both Qian Xunji and Sword Lord Chen vanished from where they stood. From being dozens of meters apart, they were now face to face, and a continuous series of clashing blade sounds erupted before them. The sparks from the clashing blades and the flames formed by the collision of spirit power ignited together. In just the time of a single breath, the blades of Qian Xunji and Sword Lord Chen had collided dozens of times. Although this was merely the most basic clash of sword moves, in the eyes of an ordinary titled Douluo, they could only see the sparks of spirit power constantly exploding between Qian Xunji and Sword Lord Chen, like fireworks being set off. The blood-colored killing intent was filled with violence, bloodthirst, and a cold aura, while Sword Lord Chen's killing intent was vast and righteous, like bamboo, exuding a tough and upright integrity. Within these sparks of spirit power, even an ordinary titled Douluo going all out would have any limb that stepped even half a step inside instantly reduced to a pulp. An ordinary titled Douluo, facing a full power strike from either of them while not in their martial soul avatar state, would be terrified and have no choice but to flee. Yet, despite such terrifying sword chi, the ground of the Pope's Plaza beneath Qian Xunji and Sword Lord Chen, crafted from special materials, suffered no damage whatsoever, not even the slightest, tiniest sword mark. This was because both Qian Xunji and Sword Lord Chen had reached an extremely refined level of control over their spirit power, and furthermore, the two were currently only in the stage of a minor skirmish. A few rounds passed, and the blood-colored killing intent gradually overcame Sword Lord Chen's vast, white and blue killing intent. Qian Xunji did not want to serve as a whetstone for Sword Lord Chen, only for Sword Lord Chen to realize a new path in Sword Dao during their exchange, express his gratitude, develop a favorable impression of Spirit Hall, and then just leave to return home and break through. Generation after generation of 7-kill sword, generation after generation of sword Douluo. Over so many years, countless top families and sects in the Spirit Masters world had extended invitations to recruit the Chen family, including Spirit Hall, but without exception, they had all been rejected. If one wanted to truly recruit Sword Lord Chen into Spirit Hall, ordinary recruitment methods would not be effective. If one could not use the highest law of the Douluo universe, love, then there was only another divine skill. That divine skill was called a bet. Boom. Qian Xunji's spirit power erupted suddenly, forcing Sword Lord Chen back. He said, "Senior Chen, the warm-up is over. Let me witness the 7-kill sword technique created by your Chen family ancestors after generations of exploration." "Very well, as you wish." A sharp, blue-white light flickered, and Sword Lord Chen's figure actually vanished. Left in his place was a massive 7-kill sword, 4 meters long and half a meter wide. This sword was embedded in the ground, identical in appearance to the 7-kill sword that Sword Lord Chen had been holding earlier, only scaled up many times over. 7-kill avatar, merging body with spirit. For a tool spirit master to achieve the state of merging body with spirit, they must have a cultivation level of at least level 97. The giant sword rose horizontally in the air, and behind the giant sword, a massive phantom 5 meters tall appeared. The appearance of that phantom was identical to Sword Lord Chen. He was seen holding the sword with one hand, his figure moving slightly as if following the supreme principles of heaven and earth, and the massive 7-kill sword swung out as if it had come alive. At this moment, it was as if the 7-kill sword had drained all the power from the surrounding area. Swish, 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 swish. Sword Lord Chen slashed out 48 powerful sword beams at once, and every sword beam was black. That was not the color of Sword Lord Chen's own spirit power, but the different dimension revealed as the sword light tore through space. The 48 sword beams did not strike at Qian Xunji, but were distributed around him. Without giving anyone time to ponder why Sword Lord Chen had swung his sword in such a manner, Sword Lord Chen brandished the 7-kill sword again. With a flick of his wrist, 6 strikes were performed in one go, and a character for kill, roughly the same size as his martial soul avatar state, appeared in midair. At this moment, the entire sky turned dark. The pitch black kill character caused the entire Pope's Plaza to be shrouded in an aura of deathly silence. The palace guard knights in front of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, hundreds of meters away, felt the momentum of this killing intent, and their bodies trembled subconsciously, as if their souls had detached from their bodies. And there were 9 such kill characters. The 9 kill characters surrounded Qian Xunji. The other 8 kill characters were the 48 sword beams that Sword Lord Chen had slashed out earlier, which, as if by prior arrangement, converged as the kill characters formed. Chapter 65. Bo Saishi is dumbfounded. 9 characters of kill descended from all directions, completely sealing off all of Qian Xunji's retreat paths. This move not only utilized the spirit avatar and the 7-kill sword technique, but Sword Lord Chen had also used his 9th spirit ability. It could truly be called his strongest strike. Once such a move was fully formed, facing the siege of the 9 kill characters, any titled Douluo at level 97 like Sword Lord Chen would either die or be crippled. In the enshrinement hall, Qian Dalu gazed at Qian Xunji as he fought with Sword Lord Chen. Those 9 kill characters, weren't they the exact moves Sword Lord Chen used when he came to Spirit Hall to challenge him? Facing the siege of the 9 kill characters, Qian Xunji remained calm and unhurried. His 7th spirit ring lit up beneath his feet, and his body retreated towards the killing angel martial soul behind him. His 9 spirit rings also merged into his spirit. Just like Sword Lord Chen, he merged into one with his own spirit. Asura domain, Asura hell. Violent, bloody, and icy killing intent began to spin crazily, emitting a harsh, terrifying, shrill whistling sound as if it had come from hell. Infinite killing intent merged with the terrifying, spinning red light. The moment the kill characters touched the red light, they were easily shredded like bubbles. The red light collided with the 7-kill sword. The ground beneath the spirit power phantom of Sword Lord Chen was punctured by the splashing killing intent, creating hole after hole. These holes were the size of a finger, but reached depths of several dozen meters. The 7-kill sword trembled violently, the 7-kill avatar was dispelled, and Sword Lord Chen was separated from the 7-kill sword. His fragile body, having just been severely injured by the Asura Hell and with his spirit avatar dispelled, leaving him in a state of exhaustion and unable to defend with his spirit power in time, was blasted away by the burst of spirit power released by Qian Xunji's integration with his spirit and his domain ability. Most of his body was embedded into the wall of the Pope's Plaza, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems Sword Lord Chen's fate is the same as in the previous life. Qian Douluo, observing the Pope's Plaza from afar, muttered to himself. In his view, the process of the battle between Sword Lord Chen and Qian Xunji was not much different from when Sword Lord Chen challenged him in the previous life. He had also merged with his spirit, and the outburst of spirit power broke Sword Lord Chen's 9-kill characters. Sword Lord Chen's internal organs were also injured, and he died from the injuries not long after. And in the situation where his internal organs were injured and he could not live long, Sword Lord Chen would rather shorten his remaining lifespan to forcefully achieve a breakthrough to a level 98 titled Douluo to fight him again. This dedication to the Tao of the sword won his respect. Qian Xunji's cultivation was only at level 98, but the depth of his spirit power was no different from a level 99 limit Douluo. Furthermore, he had used the Asura Hell, so Sword Lord Chen's internal organs would only be injured more severely. Ah! Sword Lord Chen clutched his chest, and another wisp of scarlet blood dripped from his mouth. His face, which had been as rosy as a baby's, was now haggard and deathly pale, and the white hair neatly combed behind his head was also somewhat disheveled. He looked like an old man who had cultivated well and possessed the demeanor of an immortal, only to be suddenly robbed and ravaged by bandits one day. But just for a moment, Sword Lord Chen closed his eyes. Wave after wave of even more profound and massive spirit power burst forth from his body. His entire being radiated a sharp aura several times stronger than before. A sky-piercing, blue, white, and red killing intent, exuding a violent and icy aura, was released from his body. The light around Sword Lord Chen dimmed. A withered yellow leaf that had drifted from who knows where to his side instantly turned into fly ash, so fine that even an ordinary titled Douluo could not catch it. In his current state, even without using the 7-kill sword spirit, ordinary titled Douluo would have to retreat 3 times over upon feeling the indescribably terrifying sharp aura released by Sword Lord Chen. In a very luxurious room within the Supreme Pontiff Palace, this room was the residence of Bo Saishi and Yin. Qian Xunji did not restrict Bo Saixi's freedom, he allowed Bo Saishi to stay in the Supreme Pontiff Palace until she gave birth to the 3rd generation of the Qian family, at which point he would let her leave. Bo Saishi quickly chose to live with Yin. As for the others in Spirit Hall, she hated them to the bone and wished she could slaughter the entire Spirit Hall and destroy the entire Spirit City. Yin was a person of rebirth, the wife of Tang Hao in her previous life, and in this life, she was a core disciple of the Clear Sky sect. Yin was Tang Chen's granddaughter-in-law, which meant she was also her granddaughter-in-law. Only by being with Yin could Bo Saishi vent some of her loneliness and confide in Yin about the pain of those 3 hours every day, where she was exhausted and her body felt like it was about to fall apart, preventing her from going completely insane. Although Bo Saishi had some of her meridians sealed by Qian Xunji and could only use power at the level of a spirit Douluo, her mental force was unaffected. With her mental force at the level of a limit Douluo, the entire spirit city was under her nose. The battle between Qian Xunji and Sword Lord Chen naturally could not escape her eyes. As Bo Saishi observed Sword Lord Chen, her face was full of disbelief. With her discernment, she could naturally see that Sword Lord Chen had achieved a breakthrough to the realm of a level 98. Super Douluo. But how was this possible? How did Sword Lord Chen do it? According to Bo Saixi's knowledge, after a spirit master's spirit power exceeded level 95, in terms of normal cultivate, the time required to advance each level was based on centuries. Level 95 to 96 required 100 years, and level 96 to 97 required another 100 years. Unless there was a special opportunity, Otherwise, to want to advance to level 97, it would take at least 200 years. According to normal calculations, it was simply impossible for a human to cultivate to level 99. Because the level from 97 to 98 alone required a full 300 years, and the level from 98 to 99 required a full 600 years of sleepless, tireless hard work. Bo Saishi could tell that Sword Lord Chen should not be more than 30 years older than her, meaning he was around 110 years old. At this age, even if he had started to cultivate from the womb, it should not have been possible to reach level 98. Not to mention that Sword Lord Chen achieved level 98 in the process of fighting Qian Xunji while suffering from severe injuries. To Bo Saishi, this was even more impossible. A breakthrough to level 98 required one's spirit, energy, and spirit power to all be in their peak state to be accomplished. Yet, Sword Lord Chen had fought with Qian Xunji, his spirit power was consumed significantly, and his body had suffered severe injuries, making it even more impossible to achieve a breakthrough to level 98. How on earth was this done? Compared to Bo Saixi's disbelief, the corners of Qian Xunji's mouth curled up slightly. He could sense that the path of the Tao of the sword that Sword Lord Chen had comprehended in this life to achieve a breakthrough to level 98 should be different from the path of the Tao of the sword he had groped his way toward when fighting Qian Douluo. Because the killing intent that Sword Lord Chen was now releasing was actually somewhat similar to the killing intent permeating his own Asura domain. This showed that Sword Lord Chen must have found insights from him, and subsequently succeeded in his breakthrough. As such, the possibility of Qian Xunji recruiting Sword Lord Chen into Spirit Hall was even greater. Chapter 66. Sword Lord Chen enters Spirit Hall. Sword Lord Chen opened his eyes. Those sharp eyes seemed capable of piercing through everything, and his temperament returned to that of an immortal sage. With a stretch of his hand, he summoned his 7-kill sword spirit once more. The size of the 7-kill sword had not changed at all, and its color remained a clear, pure blue, as if carved from crystal. However, if one observed carefully, one could see a faint layer of blood red aura surging along the blade of the 7-kill sword. The 7-kill sword floated quietly in midair, as if the space around it were about to be pierced through. Sword Lord Chen grasped the 7-kill sword. The sharp sword chi bursting from his body seemed capable of piercing through the entire spirit hall, and an indescribable sword chi surged around him. Supreme Pontiff, thank you for allowing this old man to comprehend a deeper realm of the Tao of the sword and break through to the realm of a 98th rank title Douluo. Use that blood-colored greatsword of yours. You should be able to feel that this old man's current strength is at a completely different level than when I fought you before. From his appearance, other than the hair clasp that had fallen out when Qian Xunji blasted him into the wall earlier, Sword Lord Chen looked no different than when he first stepped onto Spirit Hall, his complexion ruddy. Only Sword Lord Chen himself, along with Qian Douluo and Bo Saishi, whose mental force had reached the limit Douluo realm, knew clearly that he had already suffered fatal internal injuries from that previous blow. He did not have long to live. This ruddy complexion was merely a flash in the pan, the desire of a swordsman wanting to explore the higher peak of the Tao of the sword. This must be the reason why Senior Chen stepped onto Spirit Hall to truly challenge this junior. Senior Chen's fervor for exploring the peak of the Tao of the sword is truly admirable to this junior. How about this, Senior Chen? Why not join my Spirit Hall? Besides this junior, Spirit Hall has my father, Elder Golden Crocodile, and a series of other experts. Senior Chen can spar with my father and Elder Golden Crocodile at any time to explore the path of cultivate. I believe my father and Elder Golden Crocodile would be extremely willing. Sword Lord Chen observed Qian Xunji, who seemed somewhat displeased to see him break through. If he refused, it was possible that his dying body would never see that blood-colored greatsword that made even his 7-kill sword tremble. Before he passed away, it would be difficult to witness the higher peak of the Tao of the sword, so he agreed. Joining a faction has its pros and cons. For any true swordsman, no matter how great the benefits, they would never choose to join, because it would bind them. However, for a swordsman, if the opportunity to explore the higher peak of the Tao of the sword was missed in vain, it would be more painful than death. In any case, he didn't have long to live. After colliding with that blood-colored greatsword, unless a holder of the 9-heart begonia spirit appeared in time to treat his injuries, he estimated he wouldn't have more than a few days of life left. This kind of getting something for nothing move was clearly a huge advantage for him. Naturally, Sword Lord Chen had to agree. Qian Xunji brought his hands together, and the violent, bloodthirsty killing intent surrounding him converged, the Asura demon's sword appearing in his hand. Are you afraid, yet also longing to collide with it? Old friend. Sword Lord Chen cast a fanatical gaze at the Asura demon's sword, then focused entirely on his own 7-kill sword. With a spirit ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, and without a full set of spirit bones in his 6 slots like Tang Xiao, he had broken through convention to enter the realm of a 98th rank super Douluo. His Tao of the sword had already transcended the mortal realm, and touched the realm of intent. He could truly feel the consciousness possessed by the 7-kill sword spirit, and vaguely sense some of the 7-kill sword spirit's thoughts. Come, let us walk this final stretch together, and let us observe the higher peak of the Tao of the sword together. With a flash of light, Sword Lord Chen merged with his spirit once more. Compared to before, the 7-kill true body had grown even larger. The blade was 5 meters long and over half a meter wide. The great sword hung in the air, just as before. All the surrounding power seemed to have been drained, and a layer of black light once again permeated the blade. However, this time, Sword Lord Chen's spirit power projection did not appear. This was because, for this strike, Sword Lord Chen had infused all of his spirit power into the sword. If he were willing, he could actually have infused his remaining life force into this strike as well, unleashing the absolute peak strike of his life. However, he still had to drag his broken body back to entrust his final arrangements to his son, Chen Xin, for instance, telling him not to seek revenge, as this was his own choice, and incidentally telling Chen Xin about the gap in spirit power for titled Douluo above rank 95. The 7-kill sword hacked toward Qian Xunji, or more accurately, toward the Asura demon sword in Qian Xunji's hand. Facing this strongest divine artifact of the god realm, the 7-kill sword, which couldn't even be called a semi-divine artifact, felt no fear. When the two swords collided, a massive, pitch-black sword mark appeared in space, and a bottomless gap was pierced through the ground below Pope's Plaza. There was no earth-shattering spirit power fluctuation, and the buildings around Pope's Plaza were not shattered by ripples of energy. All the energy fluctuations were condensed and concentrated within that single strike. The sword light gradually dissipated, and Sword Lord Chen's figure reappeared, crashing onto Pope's Plaza. The spirit sword that had accompanied him his entire life now had a crack running across half of its length. Sword Lord Chen's ruddy, baby-like face aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wrinkles covered it, liver spots appeared, and that soft, flowing silver hair turned stark white, strand by strand. The immortal sage temperament was completely gone, leaving him like a dying old man. In this state, a smile full of satisfaction appeared on the corner of Sword Lord Chen's mouth. As a swordsman, being able to die on the path of pursuing the Tao of the sword was, to him, the best ending. Qian Xunji, completely unharmed, came to Sword Lord Chen's side and looked at him quietly. Supreme Pontiff, I am sorry. I am afraid that with the injuries on my body, I will not be able to join Spirit Hall. Sword Lord Chen looked at Qian Xunji with a hint of guilt. Throughout his life, he had walked upright and sat straight, never having spoken a single lie. But this time, to some extent, he had indeed deceived Qian Xunji. Qian Xunji smiled faintly. Senior Chen, do you take me, Qian Xunji, for some naive youth? No one has ever been able to get such benefits from me for nothing. Qian Xunji took out the Bloody Mary he had extracted from Hell Road and released the spirit bone skill of the 9-headed Bloody Crimson Bat King, Blood Chi Return, to treat Sword Lord Chen's injuries. The healing type spirit ability produced by the 9-headed Bloody Crimson Bat King, provided there was enough fresh blood as support, completely overshadowed the wildfire cannot burn it away, spring breeze brings it back to life, produced by the Blue-Silver Emperor. It was in no way inferior to the 9-heart begonia, which, upon reaching the titled Douluo realm, was hailed as being able to bring the dead back to life and regrow bones, capable of saving a person even if they had only been dead for a few seconds. Chapter 67. Marriage. Enshrinement Hall. Having fully recovered from his injuries, Sword Lord Chen, now a member of Spirit Hall, stepped inside. He was a swordsman who kept his word. To go back on what he had said would tarnish his sword heart, potentially causing his path of the Tao of the sword to hit a bottleneck, leaving him unable to make any further breakthrough in the future. Although his cultivation had already reached level 98, Sword Lord Chen was not satisfied with this. He was pursuing the higher peaks of the Tao of the Sword. The Enshrinement Hall, also known as the Douluo Hall, was a place that a spirit master could only enter upon being granted their title after reaching the titled Douluo realm. Beyond that, a spirit master could only enter it again if their title reached level 95 or higher. Titled Douluo below level 96 were titled Douluo elders in Spirit Hall and resided in the Elder Palace. However, upon reaching level 96, one became a Spirit Hall enshrined, whose power was not only far superior to that of an elder but also held a certain degree of authority to check the Supreme Pontiff. There were currently 4 enshrined in the Enshrinement Hall: Qian Dalu, Gold Crocodile Douluo, Green Phoenix Douluo, and Lion Douluo. Green Phoenix Douluo and Lion Douluo had only recently reached the level 96 realm, entered the Enshrinement Hall, and become members of the Enshrined. All 4 were inside the hall, welcoming the arrival of Sword Lord Chen. All 4 were wearing robes exclusive to the Enshrined for leisure time, made of fine silk, white gold with gold trim. On the back of the robes were the spirits possessed by each of the 4 enshrined, embroidered with threads of specific colors. Qian Dalu, as the High Priest, was the first to speak. Since your cultivation has reached level 98 and you have joined the Enshrinement Hall, then according to the rules of Spirit Hall, from this day forward, you are the 5th enshrined of Spirit Hall, ranked 3rd. This is the 4th enshrined, Green Phoenix, and the 5th enshrined, Lion. As for myself and Gold Crocodile, there should be no need for introductions. Greetings, 3rd brother. Green Phoenix Douluo and Lion Douluo stated. 3rd brother, Sword Lord Chen was somewhat confused. He had assumed that since he had just joined the Enshrinement Hall and had not made any contributions, he would be the last, the 5th enshrined. He had not expected to be the 3rd enshrined, nor to be addressed as 3rd brother. Qian Daoliu smiled faintly. Hehe, the ranking of Spirit Halls enshrined has never been based on seniority, but rather on strength. The stronger one's power, the higher one's ranking among the enshrined. And the enshrined all address each other as brothers. Gold Crocodile Douluo is older than me, but perhaps because I am the High Priest, he calls me Big Brother. Sword Douluo, would you like to spar a few rounds with me? Our cultivation is both at the level 98 titled Douluo, whoever is stronger will be the 2nd enshrined. Gold Crocodile Douluo said, his eyes filled with battle intent. His generation was the same as Sword Lord Chen's father, Chen Xuan. 70 years ago in the Spirit Master's world, he was as famous as Chen Xuan, similar to the 2 peaks of the Spirit Master's world, Tang Chen and Qian Daoliu. However, Chen Xuan had already passed away of old age, and his son had grown up and achieved the same accomplishments as Chen Xuan. This really made this old man, who was an old rival of Chen Xuan and still alive, feel an itch to fight. No need, I will just remain as the 3rd enshrined of Spirit Hall. Sword Lord Chen refused for the time being. He had just joined the Enshrinement Hall and had just entered the Enshrinement Hall. It would not be good to be too sharp. After staying in the Enshrinement Hall for a while and building good relationships, he would then spar a few rounds to hone his Tao of the Sword. 3rd, your enshrined robe will be given to you once your 7-kill sword spirit is embroidered on it. In a few days, we will hold a coronation ceremony for you. Qian Daoliu prepared to publicize this well. It was not just Sword Lord Chen joining Spirit Hall. His son, Chen Xin, would of course also have to join Spirit Hall and become a member of the Spirit Hall Enshrinement Hall in the future. In the Supreme Pontiff Palace, in the bedchamber where Bo Saishi and Yin resided, Qian Xunji arrived. Upon seeing Qian Xunji's arrival, Yin gritted her teeth and glared at Qian Xunji with eyes filled with anger. Bo Saixi's delicate body trembled, her face revealing fear. Her heart pounded, and her legs instinctively clamped together as a reflex, feeling as if a certain part of her body was about to be stuffed full again. Qian Xunji only came to find her when it was time to make children. Did this mean that today's session was about to begin? Qian Xunji, grandmother is not feeling well today. Yin, whose small stature only reached Bo Saixi's chest, blocked Bo Saishi, shielding her behind herself, and shouted. Not feeling well, then forget it, Qian Xunji said indifferently. No matter how much one suffered, one must not let the child suffer. Bo Saishi breathed a sigh of relief, her face showing joy. She was not actually feeling unwell, After all, she had the physique of a limit Douluo and possessed the strength of a spirit Douluo that she could use. The recovery ability of the sea god martial soul was quite good, and Yin's blue-silver emperor spirit also had powerful healing capabilities. How could she be feeling unwell? These words were merely to deceive Qian Xunji. However, why was it that today, not suffering Qian Xunji's poisonous hands, she should have been extremely happy? In fact, she was indeed happy and breathed a sigh of relief, but she felt that her body felt somewhat empty for some reason. What was wrong with her body? The spirit tool in Qian Xunji's hand flashed with light, and a seemingly ordinary white flower appeared. The flower was the size of a palm, shaped like a peony, with no leaves. Below the root stem was connected to a large stone, and that stone was pitch black all over. This flower was extremely heavy. Qian Xunji casually threw it in front of Yin. With a clanging sound, the floor, which was made of special materials and was quite hard, cracked. Yin was startled and took a step back. She hadn't expected this strange, unremarkable-looking flower to have such weight. She also sensed that this strange, unremarkable-looking flower contained extremely vast energy. Yin was a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. She knew many precious medicinal herbs in this world, but these were, after all, only herbs below the immortal herb level. After all, even in the Stardow Great Forest, in the Lake of Life region, the probability of an immortal herb being born was infinitely close to zero. This is the yearning heartbroken red, a divine grade treasure among immortal herbs. The flower is not an ordinary item, it chooses its master. When picking it, you must have your beloved lover in your heart, with sincere and earnest intentions, and spit a mouthful of blood onto the petals. If there is even the slightest bit of half-heartedness, even if you vomit blood and die, you will never be able to pick the flower. After the flower is picked, as long as it is by the side of its master, it will never wither. The stone under the flower is named Wuju. If it is forcibly destroyed, this yearning heartbroken red will also lose all its medicinal power. Consuming this herb has the merit of being immortal with heaven and earth. It can increase spirit power by at least 10 levels and will also comprehensively transform the body. Yin was shocked. During her time as a spirit beast, she did not know about immortal herbs. With the experience of her previous life, her son had told her some things about immortal herbs. Why was Qian Xunji giving her such a precious item? This flower is for you. After it recognizes you as its master, regardless of whether you eat it or not, it can conceal the spirit beast aura on your body. Qian Xunji glanced at Yin, then cast his gaze back onto Bo Saishi and said, Bo Saishi, 10 days from now, you will marry me. Chapter 68. Failure of Yearning Heartbroken Red's Master Recognition. Upon hearing this, Bo Saixi's expression froze slightly, and she immediately roared, No, I will not marry you. I only love Tang Chen. You do not have the power of choice. Whether you refuse or not, nothing will change. Qian Xunji had no interest in wasting words with Bo Saishi. This so-called marriage was merely a way for him to utilize Bo Saishi to continue disciplining the Clear Sky sect, bring himself a little amusement, and strike a warning to those families and sects on the continent that had seen instances of rebirth. During that duel, Bo Saishi had revealed her 9 spirit rings, 8 black and 1 red, along with her strength at the limit Douluo level and that sea god martial soul. Anyone who had seen the sea god Tang San and thought about it carefully could guess Bo Saixi's origin. Bang! Bo Saishi collapsed to the ground, as if she had lost all her strength, tears flowing down her cheeks once more. Being locked in a secret room by Qian Xunji and forced to bear offspring, she could still claim she was helpless and coerced, but if she truly held a wedding with Qian Xunji and the news spread across the entire continent, how could she face Tang Chen? Chen, grandmother. Yin hurried to Bo Saixi's side, her face full of heartache. She did not know how to console Bo Saishi and mentally heaped every curse word she knew onto Qian Xunji. How could such a beastly, subhuman creature exist among humans? Bo Saishi wiped the tears from her face and quickly pulled herself together. She had been tormented by Qian Xunji for nearly a month, her body was completely defiled, and she was no longer worthy of being with Tang Chen. If she married Qian Xunji, having the status of a spouse would allow her to better guarantee the safety of the Clear Sky sect and Sea God Island. Yin, I am fine. Quickly, recognize the master of this yearning heartbroken red and consume it. You are a spirit beast in human form, And you can condense your first 6 spirit rings with your own power. You need to improve your strength as quickly as possible, perhaps then you will have a hope of escaping Spirit Hall. As a spirit beast in human form, Yin possessed a spirit beast core condensed from 100,000 years of cultivation within her body, and her cultivation speed could be said to be extraordinary. Even for a genius with innate full spirit power of level 20, their cultivation speed before reaching level 70 might not match hers, and she had absolutely no bottlenecks to speak of. Therefore, in just over a year and a few months, her cultivation had already approached the level of a spirit grandmaster, and she could barely lift the yearning heartbroken red. Circulating her spirit power and driving her qian blood, Yin parted her cherry lips slightly and sprayed a mouthful of fresh blood onto the petals. The moment she spat the blood, her mind was filled with the image of Tang Hao and the intimate times she had shared with him, but for some reason, her mind conjured thoughts of Tang Hao abandoning her to pursue Bibi Dong, bestowing all the tenderness and devotion he once gave her upon Bibi Dong. Her heart wavered, and her thoughts inevitably drifted. As the blood landed on the petals, the yearning heartbroken red swayed violently, looking as if it were about to fall from the Wuju stone, but it lacked that final bit of strength, swaying back to its original position as the blood on it gradually vanished. Grandmother, my heart was distracted, and I failed to pick the flower. Bo Saishi sighed softly. After spending so much time together, she was well aware that Yin had returned through rebirth and was Tang Hao's wife in her previous life. Who would have known that in this life, Tang Hao had not experienced rebirth, and due to Bibi Dong's intentional acting, he had mistakenly fallen in love with Bibi Dong. It was truly a cruel twist of fate. Grandmother, why don't you try to gain its recognition? Bo Saishi was about to say what use it would be for her to recognize it as master. Even if consuming this flower could unlock Qian Xunji's spirit power seal and allow her to recover her limit Douluo strength, she still could not escape back to Sea God Island. Because Spirit Hall could once again blockade the port of Vast Sea City and cut off the supply lines to Sea God Island, and Qian Xunji could also take action against the Clear Sky sect. However, thinking that perhaps after she gained its recognition, she could give the yearning heartbroken red to Yin to consume, she picked up the yearning heartbroken red. Without circulating her spirit power, she simply raised her hand and struck her own chest. Amidst Yin's gasp, a mouthful of blood surged from her throat and sprayed directly onto the petals. The moment she spat the blood, Bo Saixi's spirit was similarly shaken, and her mind recalled the lashes she had received from Qian Xunji. The yearning heartbroken red only swayed gently before stopping, the intensity of it swaying far less than when Yin had tried. Grandmother, why is your recognition so? Yin was puzzled. Logically speaking, the deeper the love and the smaller the blemish of the lover in one's heart, the more violently the yearning heartbroken red should vibrate, making it more likely to recognize its master, just as it had with her earlier. But could the reaction of Bo Saixi's yearning heartbroken red really be considered a bone-deep, unforgettable love? Of course, it could not be counted. In the previous life, as soon as Bo Saishi secretly expressed her feelings, Tang Chen took it as truth and went to seek the path to godhood, causing Bo Saishi to live in solitude for over 30 years. After returning, his body constantly collapsed, and he passed away after speaking with Bo Saishi for only 7 days. In the divine burial grounds, the two of them were at the very bottom level of god officials, existing as mere laborers. There was no need to speak of this life. The love between Tang Chen and Bo Saishi was entirely a cycle of separation and reunion. They hadn't had a few good days together, and it was even more painful than a long-distance relationship. No matter how passionate a relationship is, under the blows of reality, it will gradually become tattered and broken. Tang Chen and Bo Saishi didn't even have the uninhibited, passionate dating and adjustment period that one might find in an academy before they were subjected to all kinds of pressures from life. Clear Sky Sect, have you still not found the Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud? With a head of white hair and an expression of extreme fury, Tang Chen sat beside the main seat and angrily questioned those below. Tang Chen's current status was Grand Elder of the Clear Sky Sect. After his hands and feet were severed by Qian Xunji, the position of Sect Master was passed to his child, Tang Zhen. The Grand Elder of the Clear Sky Sect was the most powerful and high-ranking existence within the Clear Sky Sect. He could command the Elder Hall of the Clear Sky Sect and had the authority to dismiss the Sect Master, equivalent to the difference in power between the High Priest and the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. Although one of Tang Chen's hands and feet had been severed by Qian Xunji and his cultivation had dropped by 20 levels, Tang Chen's prestige within the Clear Sky sect had not diminished in the slightest. And his strength, within the Clear Sky sect, was still currently the greatest. With level 79 cultivation, the Slaughter God domain, and although he could not use his first 2 yellow spirit rings, he still had 4 spirit bones bolstering him, along with limit Douluo level mental force. Even without needing to use ring explosion, after using killing intent to condense his severed arm and leg, titled Douluo below level 96 could not gain any advantage against Tang Chen. Because Tang Chen had failed in his early years while learning the Great Sumeru Hammer, he had suffered a backlash, leaving behind very serious internal injuries in his body. His talent was originally not much different from Tang Xiao's, but because of the internal injuries, his cultivation reached its limit at level 95 titled Douluo. As for the 7 elders of the Clear Sky sect, their talent was not as good as Tang Zhen's, level 95 titled Douluo was their limit. The second elder said, "No, Grand Uncle. The Clear Sky sect and the Heaven Do imperial family are both searching with all their might for the vast sea cosmic shroud, but it seems to have evaporated into thin air, we simply cannot find it." Chapter 69. Tang Chen wears a green hat. Trash, you are all a bunch of trash. Tang Chen kicked the second elder, sending him flying over 10 meters, as he roared and ranted. Having had an arm and a leg severed by Qian Xunji, and his reproductive organs destroyed, the once high-spirited, world-dominating, and fiercely protective Tang Chen had become extremely irritable, as if possessed by Tang Lai, resorting to violence and insults at the slightest provocation. After Bo Saishi brought Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Bibi Dong to Sea God Island, Tang Chen ordered the Clear Sky sect to mobilize all its resources to locate the vast sea cosmic shroud. They soon learned that the vast sea cosmic shroud was the national treasure of the Heaven Do Empire, and they sought to trade with the Heaven Do imperial family to acquire it. The Clear Sky sect vaguely supported the Star Luo Empire, the 7 treasure glazed tile school supported the Heaven Do Empire, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect maintained neutrality. Over the past 10,000 years, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire had become mortal enemies. Both empires sought an opportunity to destroy the other and unify the entire continent, but because Spirit Hall constantly intervened in the wars between the 2 empires, balancing their strengths, the conflicts remained mere skirmishes. The Heaven Do Empire was willing to hand over the vast sea cosmic shroud to the Clear Sky sect, but on the condition that the Clear Sky sect would support the Heaven Do Empire in the future. The Clear Sky sect, of course, agreed verbally. The vast sea cosmic shroud was the key to opening the door to the Sea God 9 trials. As long as Tang Hao could gain the recognition of the vast sea cosmic shroud, he could inherit the Sea God's God position. With the blessing of the ocean's power, the Sea God had sufficient strength to go toe-to-toe with the Asura God. With the Sea God as their backing, the crisis facing the Clear Sky sect could be successfully resolved. As it turned out, the vast sea cosmic shroud had vanished from the Heaven Do Empire's treasury, and no one knew who had stolen it. Despite the Heaven Do imperial family and the Clear Sky sect searching with all their might, they gained nothing. Sect Master Tang Zhen asked, "Father, we and the Heaven Do imperial family have been searching for so long without any leads. Do you think the vast sea cosmic shroud was stolen by Spirit Hall?" Regarding Tang Zhen's inquiry, Tang Chen's temper softened slightly. "That shouldn't be possible," he said. "The Sea God's heart disappeared from Sea God Island many years ago. The information that the vast sea cosmic shroud is the Sea God's heart was obtained by Shishi in her previous life through observing Little Sand's memories via the Sea God's heart. Currently, only Shishi knows this information. It is impossible for Shishi to have leaked such important information. Greetings, Grand Elder, Sect Master." At this moment, a disciple of the Speed Clan entered the Clear Sky Hall. Disciples of the Speed Clan, who specialized in speed, could rival agility attack system spirit masters whose strength was 2 realms higher than their own. Therefore, there were usually 2 Speed Clan spirit masters stationed at the Clear Sky sect's gate to relay messages promptly. Tang Zhen asked, "What has happened?" The Speed Clan disciple said, "Sect Master, Spirit Hall has sent an invitation." Tang Chen and Tang Zhen looked at each other. In the past, for the birthdays of the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall or the Sect Masters of the upper 3 sects, all major top forces would send representatives to offer congratulations and gifts, even without an invitation, out of respect for the upper 3 sects. But that was in the past. Now, the Clear Sky sect and Spirit Hall had torn off their masks. Spirit Hall sending an invitation was certainly not to repair their relationship. Excluding that, only one possibility remained. Spirit Hall was preparing to humiliate the Clear Sky sect. Bring the invitation here. Tang Zhen sighed. Even knowing it was a humiliation, the Clear Sky sect had to attend, and they had to do so with the status and foundation befitting the world's #1 sect. Qian Xunji had obtained the Asura god's legacy and severed his father's arm and leg, causing all the plans his father had initially made to collapse. The Clear Sky sect could not give Spirit Hall any opportunity to strike against them. Tang Zhen took the invitation and opened it. Upon seeing the two names written in gold, his pupils widened, and his hands trembled slightly. Junner, what is it? Which of those two birdmen, Qian Dalu or Qian Xunji, is getting married? Tang Chen asked, his face full of confusion upon seeing Tang Zhen's expression. Father, see for yourself. Tang Zhen handed the invitation to Tang Chen, his face displaying a complexity that defied description. Tang Chen took the invitation, internally guessing if it was Yin. Because they had snatched Bibi Dong from the Clear Sky sect, perhaps Qian Xunji wanted to use Yin's body to breed a child with the potential to become a god, aiming to secure more god positions for the Qian family. Qian Xunji, what a shameless beast. Yin was not even 8 years old yet, she was still a little child. When Tang Chen's eyes fell upon the two golden names on the invitation, they nearly popped out of their sockets. He rubbed his eyes, completely unable to believe it. The two names were Qian Xunji and Bo Saishi. How is this possible? This is impossible. Shishi, that is my Shishi. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shishi cannot marry Qian Xunji. Tang Chen's fingers tightened, nearly crushing the corner of the invitation. His entire body trembled. His heart rate soared past 200 beats per minute in just a few breaths, and his expression grew frantic. Tang Zhen hurriedly said, Father, please calm down. Mother must have been coerced by Spirit Hall. Think about it, when you had just experienced your rebirth, Qian Dalu went to Sea God Island to pursue Mother. That's right, Junner, that's right. It must be that beastly dog Qian Xunji who forced Shishi, wanting to use Shishi's body to breed descendants with twin spirits, the Sea God and the Seraphim, aiming to seize the Sea God's god position. We must go and stop it, and expose Spirit Hall's shameless, hypocritical disguise. Thief Qian! Thief Qian! Tang Chen's eyes were bloodshot, his hair bristling with rage. He decided to go to Spirit Hall to rescue his Bo Saishi. Shishi was his lover, Shishi was his wife. Shishi was marrying someone else, and he was being cuckolded. What was the point of living? 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Spirit Hall has such ruthless means. Not only did they recruit Senior Sword Lord Chen into Spirit Hall to become the third pontiff, but they didn't even spare Tang Chen's lover, Bo Saishi. This is an attempt to annex Sea God Island as well, and pocket the Sea God's god position. Ning Fengji's face was filled with helplessness. When the gap between two sides was so vast that no method could bridge it, any jealousy or anger was merely impotent rage. Uncle Bone, let's take generous gifts and set off for Spirit Hall. Senior Sword Lord Chen has already joined Spirit Hall, so Uncle Sword will definitely appear at this wedding. We must tell Uncle Sword about what happened in the previous life immediately. We must not let Uncle Sword join Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall was already unstoppable, and in the future, it would have at least 2 divinities. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had no choice but to submit to preserve itself. By telling Chen Xin about the previous life and having Chen Xin rejoin the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, with the father of the third pontiff in Spirit Hall, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would be safer if they behaved more obediently. Chapter 70 Tang Xiao confesses to Tang Hao. Thousands of kilometers away from Douluo continent lies an island divided into 8 sections, which, together with the sea within the sea on the island, has a total area comparable to the footprint of a major city in the 2 great empires. Warmth envelops this island. Looking around, Sea God Island is unexpectedly covered in greenery, stretching as far as the eye can see. The island is filled with various types of plants, most of which are rarely seen on the mainland. The air carries the refreshing, moist, and invigorating scent of the sea, with the faint cries and whispers of the ocean hidden in the breeze. Under the sunlight, the white, fine-grained sand glitters like tiny crystals, reflecting silver light. Upon arriving, the first thing one feels is serenity. The sea and sky merge into one, with seagulls soaring in competition. The sky is a deep, endless azure, so high, so pure, so transparent, and indescribably moving. This is Sea God Island, named for the birth of the sea god, and it is the holy land in the hearts of all sea spirit masters. It has already been a month, and grandmother has yet to return to Sea God Island. What on earth could have happened? On Sea God Island, Tang Xiao gazed toward the direction of the mainland, muttering to himself. A month ago, Spirit Hall blockaded the port of Vast Sea City, cutting off trade between the mainland and Sea God Island. After learning of this, Bo Saishi went to Spirit Hall to negotiate. Although the Spirit Hall Spirit Master Army in Vast Sea City did indeed withdraw shortly after, Bo Saishi has not returned for a long time, which gives Tang Xiao a very bad premonition. With his grandfather crippled, Sea God Island, where Bo Saishi holds a terrain advantage, possesses endless power, and has strength infinitely approaching a divinity, has become the retreat for the Clear Sky sect. He and Brother Hao were sent here as the last embers of hope. Logically, Bo Saishi should have returned long ago after resolving the issue in Vast Sea City. Even if Bo Saishi used some unknown method to briefly prevent Spirit Hall from attacking the Clear Sky sect and Sea God Island, she should still have returned to accompany the dying Tang Chen, or at least sent by he with a letter to reassure him and Tang Hao so they wouldn't let their imaginations run wild. But so far, there has been nothing. Tang Xiao can only think of two possibilities. Either Spirit Hall is preparing to attack the Clear Sky sect and Bo Saishi has remained at the Clear Sky sect to help them resist the Spirit Hall Spirit Master Legion, meaning they are still in the midst of battle and Spirit Hall cannot spare extra forces to target Sea God Island. The worst possibility is that Bo Saishi was killed while negotiating at Spirit Hall, and Spirit Hall deems Sea God Island no longer a threat, not wanting to waste significant manpower and resources targeting it. Either way, these are both terrible outcomes. Tang Xiao sighed deeply and walked toward where Tang Hao was. The current situation is extremely critical. It is no longer the time for slow development like it was a few months ago. Taking care of Tang Hao's physical and mental health and avoiding putting too much pressure on him is no longer the priority. It is time to tell Tang Hao about his previous life. Brother Hao. In an open space on Sea God Island, Tang Hao was sparring with a spirit master from Sea God Island. Even without Tang Xiao telling him about his previous life, with Tang Chen crippled, Tang Hao, as the Clear Sky sect's once-in-a-century genius, knew exactly what heavy responsibility he bore, to cultivate as quickly as possible to the realm of a level 99 limit Douluo, and one day storm Spirit Hall, hammer qian xunji to death, avenge his grandfather, and settle the score for the humiliation the Clear Sky sect had suffered. Tang Hao kept his entire day packed, sparring with Sea God Island spirit masters, practicing the disorder. Splitting wind hammer method and the Clear Sky 9 absolutes, meditating to improve his cultivation, and spending some time with Bibi Dong. Big brother, what is it? Tang Xiao said, Brother Hao, there is something that grandfather, father, the sect elders, and I have been keeping from you. I believe you must have been confused as to why grandfather would adopt Yin as his granddaughter when she is clearly a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast, and also about grandmother Bo Saishi. When exactly did grandfather meet her, and how did he know about Sea God Island? Tang Hao nodded vigorously. He was indeed bewildered. With so many things that big brother, the elder uncles, and father all knew, yet he alone was in the dark, was he really the Clear Sky sect's once-in-a-century genius? He almost developed the absurd thought that he had been picked up off the street. Big brother, why did you all keep these things from me? Brother Hao, I am actually a rebirth. Not only me, but grandfather is also a rebirth. The order not to tell you these things was given by grandfather. At the moment grandfather and I were reborn, you were only 14 years old, just entering puberty. Grandfather did not want you to have too much pressure, preferring to let you grow up healthily. Rebirth. Tang Hao had never heard this term. Tang Xiao first explained the meaning of rebirth, then recounted the events of the previous life. Tang Chen entered Slaughter City and obtained the Asura God's legacy, but was ambushed by the Rakshasa God during the Asura God trials, causing him to become completely lost, while Spirit Hall was stirring restlessly against the Clear Sky sect. When Tang Hao was 30, the brothers went to the mainland to gain experience and prepare for inheriting the sect. During their travels, they met Yin, and Tang Hao and Yin fell in love. Yin's identity was discovered by Spirit Hall, forcing Tang Hao to flee with her. The birth of Little San, Yin's sacrifice, Tang Hao breaking through to become a titled Douluo, and hammering Qian Xunji to death. Finally, Tang San inherited the dual god positions of the Sea God and Asura God, and together with the Clear Sky Sect, the Shrek Six Devils, and the two great empires, they wiped out the evil Spirit Empire in one fell swoop. Tang Hao was naturally not stupid. He could distinguish the truth of the story, and besides, his big brother had no reason to make up a story to deceive him. Tang Hao clenched his fists tightly, gnashing his teeth. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji. Brother Hao, grandfather's original plan was for you to enter Slaughter City and obtain the Slaughter God domain. With your Slaughter God domain as a safeguard, grandfather would then proceed with the Asura God trials. If grandfather were to be ambushed by the Rakshasa God again, father, myself, and the sect elders would enter Slaughter City together. By utilizing the power of your domain, our strength would not be restricted by Slaughter City, and we would work together to awaken grandfather and help him achieve the Asura divinity. But the result, thinking of Tang Chen with his severed arm and leg, and his aged appearance, Tang Xiao could not continue and closed his eyes in pain. Flames burned in Tang Hao's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Big brother, our Clear Sky Sect still has hope, you and I are still alive. I will definitely cultivate hard, gain the recognition of the Sea God's heart, complete the Sea God trials, and inherit the Sea God position." Good, good, Big brother believes in you. Brother Hao, your talent is not inferior to grandfather's, and Big brother believes you have the ability to inherit the Sea God position. Tang Xiao patted Tang Hao on the shoulder, his excited expression slowly turning complex. Brother Hao, regarding Yin and Bibi Dong, Big brother hopes you will be with Yin. Do you know that after Yin learned you had fallen in love with Bibi Dong, she cried until her eyes were swollen. A woman like Bibi Dong, who is deranged and has a rebellious heart, is not worth your affection, she is not worthy of being your wife. Chapter 71 Tang Hao, I will surely be able to move Bibi Dong. A complex expression appeared on Tang Hao's face. He paused before saying, Big brother, I will surely be able to move Donger. Tang Xiao said in a somewhat hoarse voice, Brother Hao, how can you be so foolish? Look at Bibi Dong's actions across 2 lifetimes. In the previous life, she was a traitor who bit the hand of the Spirit Hall that fed her. In this life, she used the power of our Clear Sky Sect to betray the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. She is a woman born with a traitorous bone. Even Qian Xunji didn't want her anymore. Have you still not seen what kind of person she is? Big brother, although I already know what happened in the previous life, I am ultimately not a reincarnator like you. I haven't personally experienced everything that happened in the past life, so I cannot truly empathize. For a normal person, if they have an insignificant dream, they might remember what happened when they wake up the next morning, but after a short while, they will forget it completely. How much more so for words and text, which are even paler than a dreamscape. Tang Hao could empathize with the Clear Sky Sect's hatred for the Spirit Hall that Tang Xiao spoke of because he was a member of the Clear Sky Sect and currently harbored his own resentment toward the Spirit Hall, making it easy for him to project himself into that role. As for the story of him falling in love with Yin, he currently only saw Yin as a sister. The person he loved in his heart was Bibi Dong. The truly heart-wrenching story, how Tang Hao and Yin fled for 9 years while being pursued by the Spirit Hall, and how Yin sacrificed herself to protect Tang Hao and Tang San, was something Tang Xiao had not experienced himself. The verbal and written descriptions were even paler, and Tang Hao simply couldn't project himself into those events at all. Tang Hao spoke with some agitation, defending Bibi Dong. Donger's nature must be kind. She was just too naive and was deceived by that trash Yu Xiaogang, and then she encountered those other events, which caused her personality to change drastically. I think you've seen how devoted Donger can be, Big brother. In the previous life, for that trash Yu Xiaogang, she was willing to give up everything she had gained in the Spirit Hall. Now, Donger has seen through that trash Yu Xiaogang. With my talent, strength, and dedication, I believe I will surely be able to warm Donger's heart and make her open it once more. Seeing his brother so stubborn, Tang Xiao felt extremely weary. However, he had to admit that this was his brother Hao's character. once he set his mind on something, not even 10 bulls could pull him back. Since your mind is made up, I won't try to persuade you anymore. Cultivate well. Tang Xiao left and arrived before the sea spear sacred pillar. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Sea Spear, this junior has come to accept the sea god's trials. As a reincarnator, Tang Xiao knew exactly what kind of immense benefits the rewards from the sea god trials could provide for a spirit master's progress, based on the speed at which the Shrek 7 Devils cultivation rose in just 4 short years. Tang Xiao didn't believe he was qualified to become a god, so he didn't mind having the sea god's brand placed upon him. The current situation of the Clear Sky sect in Bo Saishi was unknown. All he could do now was increase his strength as quickly as possible. Even if he couldn't return to the continent to protect the Clear Sky sect, he at least had to protect his brother and ensure Bibi Dong would obediently marry his brother Hao without daring to pull any tricks. Ensuring brother Hao's happiness for a lifetime was the vow he had made in his heart the moment he saw his brother again after his rebirth. From the way Bibi Dong used the Clear Sky sect's power to break away from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, it was clear that as long as there was enough deterrent strength, that woman born with a traitorous bone would not be able to act up. Are you mentally prepared? Let me advise you. For a spirit master from outside the island to accept the Sea God Island's trials, the difficulty will be increased tenfold. Furthermore, if you cannot complete the trials, you will die. Finally, even if you do complete the trials, you will no longer be able to leave Sea God Island. The shapes of the Sea God Island's sacred pillars were basically similar to the spirits of the sacred pillar guardians. The Sea Spear sacred pillar was at least 1/3 taller than the other sacred pillars and was brilliant gold in color. Just looking at the form of this sacred pillar, one could feel a piercing, sharp aura. The entire pillar stood there like a giant spear, with the golden light shooting out from the spear tip, and fine magic patterns appearing miraculously under the cover of the golden light. Sea Spear Douluo sat right next to the Sea Spear sacred pillar. He opened his blue eyes, which looked devoid of any emotion, like those of a living dead man. I am certain. Tang Xiao nodded. There would eventually be a way to leave Sea God Island. The rule of Sea God Island was that one couldn't stay without undergoing the Sea God trials, yet hadn't he, Tang Hao, and Bibi Dong already stayed for a month? Upon receiving the answer, Sea Spear Douluo stood up and slowly raised both hands, his face full of piety. He brought his hands to his chest, palms facing each other about half a foot apart, and a faint blue light slowly appeared in the center of his palms. When the blue light filled Sea Spear Douluo's palms, the light suddenly erupted, causing a clear blue glow to mist over the entire Sea Spear sacred pillar platform. Immediately after, a flash of light appeared at the base of the Sea Spear sacred pillar, and a blue light spread upward along the fine patterns on the pillar. It climbed to the top in almost the blink of an eye. A pillar of blue light descended from the sky, enveloping Tang Xiao's body. The color of the light pillar began to change, turning from blue to white. Then, it quickly shifted from white to yellow, and without almost any pause, it transformed into purple. The purple gradually deepened. The speed of the transformation was a bit slower this time, but it continued to change steadily. Before long, the purple light had turned completely black, almost entirely obscuring Tang Xiao's tall body within the light pillar. On the Sea Spear sacred pillar behind Sea Spear Douluo, the lowest patterns also began to turn black, gradually climbing upward. The black light soared into the sky, and a total of 6 black lights shot out, appearing simultaneously in front of Tang Xiao. They transformed into 6 square light screens, each shimmering with special golden characters. Among them, the characters on the first screen shone brightly, while the characters on the other 5 screens were relatively dim. It's actually a black level 6 trial, one more trial than I had back then. The corner of Sea Spear Douluo's mouth twitched slightly. He knew Tang Xiao was someone brought by the High Priestess, and anyone brought by the High Priestess was naturally extraordinary. However, he hadn't expected Tang Xiao's talent to be so exceptional that it could rival that freak sea dragon Douluo. I didn't expect that I would receive a black level 6 trial. Tang Xiao murmured to himself. Above the black level 6 trial was the top trial, which meant succeeding as the next High Priestess of Sea God Island and becoming a guaranteed level 99 limit Douluo. The black level trials were granted to geniuses with the potential to become a titled Douluo, and the black level 6 trial was a quite top-tier existence among such geniuses. Bibi Dong, I advise you to cherish Brother Hao's feelings and dedication. Otherwise, I, Tang Xiao, will surely leave you without a place to be buried. Chapter 72. Wedding. In Spirit City, every household hung red lanterns and red ribbons, creating a very festive atmosphere. The path to the Supreme Pontiff Palace was covered in a red carpet, and every few meters, red lanterns and ribbons hung in the air. As a gentle breeze blew, the ribbons fluttered in the air, as if proclaiming this festive atmosphere to the heavens. Even the maid-servants in the Supreme Pontiff Palace and the enshrinement hall had changed into red dresses, walking on the red carpet while carrying various pastries, fruits, and delicacies, preparing with smiles on their faces. In the Elder Palace and the enshrinement hall, tables and chairs were set up, and one elder after another awoke from their seclusion. Qian Xunji's face had to be given. Not to mention that Qian Xunji was the Supreme Pontiff and the son of the High Priest. He was currently the strongest expert on the continent. Even two limit Douluo working together could do nothing against him, and the High Priest's old rival, Tang Chen, had been crippled by him directly. However, they were all the backbone of Spirit Hall, and except for a few, they would not appear before the second in command of the major top-tier forces. Otherwise, let alone the upper three sects standing together, the entire continent would likely unite to be on guard against Spirit Hall, which was not something Qian Xunji wanted to see. Spirit Hall belonged to a religious force. To be precise, the angel god position was a divinity born from collecting faith. A divinity born from faith must possess sufficient power of faith to maintain its strength. In this world, every cause has an effect, and everything is in a state of balance. It cannot function without any one side. If there were no misfortune, no demon gods, and no disasters, why would people go to burn incense? From gods and Buddhas down to illnesses and pains, if everyone were healthy and free of sickness or pain, the profession of doctor and hospitals would lose their meaning. Deducting from this perspective, only in war, turmoil, and sinful environments can the soil for faith grow. The more difficult and desperate life is, the more one seeks spiritual sustenance. For example, the angel god became a god while quelling the chaos of spirit beasts and fallen spirit masters. The sea god became a god while quelling the endless wars and chaos among the various sea tribes. Unifying the continent, for a genius with the potential to become a god, and who could ascend to the higher order god realm after becoming a god, was an act of extreme short-sightedness. The sky gradually darkened. The huge palace, which usually grew dim, was now flashing with red light everywhere, and red candles were lit inside the lanterns of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. In a square of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, the sides of the red carpet were filled with guests from various families who had come to attend Qian Xunji's wedding. Two tables were placed at the very front. On the left sat Gold Crocodile Douluo and Sword Lord Chen, and on the right were several titled Douluo elders of Spirit Hall. Qian Dalu sat in the main seat at the very top. His expression was somewhat unpleasant, and his heart ached faintly, as Bo Saishi had been threatened and coerced by Qian Xunji. The relationship between Bo Saishi and Tang Chen was unusual, which had already been known by many in the Spirit Master's world during the battle before the Clear Sky Sect Mountains. Qian Xunji's act of purely snatching another man's wife, and considering that Bo Saishi was a generation older than Qian Xunji, how would the outside world view Spirit Hall after the news spread? Moreover, Bo Saishi was his own beloved. As a result, his beloved became his daughter-in-law. Qian Dalu felt helpless and somewhat sad. What could he do? What could he possibly do? He was no longer a match for Qian Xunji, and he could never be as shameless as Qian Xunji to do such base things to Bo Saishi in a secret room. Qian Dalu sighed deeply. He thought that although Bo Saishi had become his daughter-in-law, at least she had not been snatched away by Tang Chen and had become a part of his Qian family. In the future, she could give birth to a genius for the Qian family with twin divine rank spirits, possessing talent even superior to his granddaughter from his previous life. Although Qian Xunji's actions made them lose face, there were gains and losses. After this wedding was held, Bo Saishi would completely be considered Qian Xunji's wife, unlike his previous life where Bibi Dong was still considered Qian Xunji's disciple in the eyes of the outside world. With this status, if a descendant of the Qian family with twin spirits of the Seraphim and the Sea God were truly born in the future, the possibility of the child receiving maternal care would be greater. At the entrance of the square, two platinum bishops were collecting gifts, holding paper and pens, responsible for recording the congratulatory gifts that were sent. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect presents 300-year Thunder Roar Vines. The guests present were astonished. The 100-year Thunder Roar Vine was a supreme treasure that could only grow in places with extremely dense lightning. Consuming it could greatly increase the cultivate speed of spirit masters with the lightning attribute. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect brought 3 of them, and they were 100-year-old ones at that. As expected of the upper 3 sects, their generosity was immense. The 7 treasure glazed tile school presents 1 piece of 7 colored crystal and 1 chest each of gold, silver, and jewelry. The sects present gulped. A single piece of 5 colored crystal was equivalent to 5 million gold coins. Adding the chests of gold, silver, and jewelry, and the chests themselves seemed to be made entirely of silver, this added up to nearly 10 million gold coins. As expected of the wealthiest sect in the world, they were truly rich. The items sent by the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire were also very precious, on the same level as the upper 3 sects, leaving the second-tier lower 4 sects far behind. As top-tier forces, they naturally had to have the generosity of top-tier forces. Even if they had to puff themselves up to appear larger than they were, they had to do it. There was no help for it. In this world, there was comparison everywhere. As the time drew closer, Qian Dalu listened to the gift announcements but did not hear the name of the Clear Sky sect. He was somewhat looking forward to that old thing Tang Chen appearing quickly. The wedding invitations had been sent to the Clear Sky sect. Based on his understanding of that old brute Tang Chen, upon learning that Bo Saishi had been snatched by his son Qian Xunji, he would certainly come to cause trouble at any cost. At that time, he would be able to show off properly and vent some of his pent-up anger. He no longer had the ability to stop anything Qian Xunji did. As for what kind of disaster this wedding would lead to, that could be dealt with later. Now that there was an opportunity to mock Tang Chen, he had to enjoy it while he could. Tang Chen had snatched Bibi Dong, wanting Tang Hao to cuckold his son, so his son had snatched Bo Saishi, giving Tang Chen a big green hat. The auspicious hour has arrived, please invite the newlyweds to enter. With a loud voice, the previously somewhat noisy Supreme Pontiff Palace instantly became quiet. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the 2 of them at this moment, making them the focus of the entire scene. Qian Xunji was dressed in red, his white hair combed neatly behind him, a polite smile hooked at the corners of his mouth, and he was holding a beauty with an extremely tall figure and beautiful appearance. The beauty had a gentle smile on her face, but if one observed carefully, they would find that the smile was very forced. The muscles on her face were not relaxed but slightly frozen, and her steps carried a hint of puppet-like stiffness. Chapter 73. Tang Chen disrupts the wedding. Upon seeing such a beauty, the guests were all slightly dazed. After recovering, some spirit masters who had traveled to the Haoshan mountain range and witnessed the battle between Qian Xunji and Tang Chen looked closely at Bo Saishi, feeling suspicious. Was this white-haired woman not the mysterious female limit Douluo who had an extremely ambiguous relationship with Tang Chen, suddenly appeared to ambush Qian Xunji, possessed a spirit ring configuration of 8 black and 1 red that defied the imagination of the spirit master's world, and wanted to kill Qian Xunji? What was going on? How could this female limit Douluo be getting married to Qian Xunji? Did they mistake her for someone else? Or did she just look like her? Just as Qian Xunji and Bo Saishi were about to bow to each other as husband and wife, a BGM suddenly resounded in the ears of everyone in the Pope's Plaza. Look up, chaos and war never cease, look back, you are by my side, defeat, the curse of fate, let the story go on. Hiss. An incomparably massive aura suddenly surged in the sky. The crowd in the Pope's Plaza looked toward the direction where the aura erupted. A blood-colored meteor streaked across the starry, pitch-black night sky, flying rapidly toward the Pope's Plaza. That blood-colored meteor radiated an aura of violence, bloodlust, and killing intent. Those with profound cultivation present extended their mental force to investigate. Inside the bloodlight was a clear sky hammer, the size of a small water vat, surrounded by 7 spirit rings, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. Standing above the clear sky hammer was a tall, thin old man dressed in all black, with snow-white long hair, a face full of wrinkles, and blood-red eyes. A hoarse roar erupted from the old man's mouth. This old man does not agree. Qian Xunji turned around, his expression unchanged. Standing where he was, he waved his sleeve, and a terrifying blood-colored spirit power surged out, finally striking heavily upon that blood-colored meteor. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted. The killing intent of the slaughter god domain that was wrapped around the clear sky hammer, upon touching the blood-colored spirit power, shrank back into the bat pattern on the clear sky hammer like a mouse seeing a cat. The clear sky hammer was sent flying, turning into a stream of light that returned to the body of the old man dressed in black, who had leapt off the clear sky hammer at the very moment the blood-colored spirit power collided with it. The old man descended from the sky, landing heavily on the path in the Pope's Plaza that Qian Xunji and Bo Saishi had walked along previously. Just as he steadied himself, he roared again, "This old man does not agree." Tang Chen. Many spirit masters at the scene were startled. They had been somewhat uncertain before, but after seeing the old man's face, they completely confirmed that the old man was indeed Tang Chen. A limit Douluo is truly worthy of being a limit Douluo. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. He could actually use spirit power to manifest his severed hands and feet, and after putting on clothes and gloves, he looked as sound as if he were whole. Although his cultivation had already fallen to the realm of a level 79 spirit saint, and he was already half buried in the grave, the aura he erupted with was in no way inferior to any titled Douluo present with a cultivation level below 96. Chen, why did you come? Bo Saixi's delicate body trembled slightly. She did not turn around, not daring to look at Tang Chen. She knew that if she did that, Tang Chen would likely not be able to leave this place, and even the Clear Sky sect would be wiped out. Tang Chen, today is my son's big day. If you came as a guest, I would welcome you, but you came to Spirit Hall to cause trouble. Do you have a death wish? Qian Dalu's thick voice, supported by spirit power, rang out, his cold eyes staring straight at Tang Chen. Pa! Tang Chen spat and cursed angrily, Qian Dalu. Qian Xunji, you despicable, shameless, beastly father and son. The person Shishi loves is me, Shishi is my lover. You actually forced Shishi to marry. You are so shameless. Before Qian Xunji could speak, Yu Luomian, who had come to attend the wedding as a guest, stood up and roared, "You old bastard Tang Chen, it was clearly you who took a fancy to the talent of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect disciple, Bibi Dong. Not only did you rely on your strength to snatch Bibi Dong away, but you also turned the tables and threatened the safety of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. You falsely accused my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect of forcing Bibi Dong to be Xiao Gang's child bride. You old bastard, you still have the face to stand here and spout nonsense righteously today." After Tang Chen was crippled by Qian Xunji, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had prepared to attack the Clear Sky sect to repay the humiliation suffered by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and wash away the stain on their name, but they had to give up due to the strength of that mysterious female limit Douluo. Unexpectedly, the Bo Saishi on the wedding invitation was that same mysterious female limit Douluo. Judging by Bo Saixi's strange behavior, it should be as Tang Chen said, she was snatched by Qian Xunji. Now that Tang Chen was crippled and Bo Saishi had been snatched, taking advantage of this wedding, Yu Luomian immediately pretended to speak for Qian Xunji to gain favor with Spirit Hall, and more importantly, to wash away the stain on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. As soon as Yu Luomian finished speaking, a series of surprised whispers arose in the plaza. They had not expected that by attending a wedding, there would be so much gossip to consume. Since when did the trend of snatching women arise in the Spirit Master's world? And snatching them so openly, the Clear Sky sect snatched the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's Bibi Dong, and Spirit Hall snatched the Clear Sky sect's Bo Saishi. Among the guests, the two rebirth individuals, Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo, remained silent, muttering inwardly, "Nonsense, of course they have to snatch them." 10,000 years have passed in the Spirit Master's world without a single divinity being born. A divinity is about to become a legend in the Spirit Master's world. And in later generations, excluding the Shrek 6 devils, the 6 people carried by Tang San, a single era could produce 3 divinities, the Sea God, the Rakshasa God, and the Angel God. Excluding Bibi Dong, this was all due to their parents having extremely outstanding talent. Whether Bo Saixi's talent was stronger than Bibi Dong's, it was unclear. But as a single spirit user possessing a divine rank spirit, and having reached the cultivation of a limit Douluo, Bo Saixi's talent was definitely more formidable than Yin's. As long as one snatched any one of the 3, Bibi Dong, Bo Saishi, or Yin, and the father was also a genius with the potential of a titled Douluo, the offspring they produced in the future would all have the potential to become a divinity. When one person attains the Tao, their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. If there is a divinity in the family, that means Douluo continent will have one more top-tier force, like Spirit Hall or Sea God Island, that will remain powerful for 10,000 generations. A 10,000-year spirit bone appearing is enough to cause rivers of blood to flow, so a chance to become a divinity. That would make rivers of blood flow into oceans. Tang Chen's expression was very ugly. He really wanted to hammer Yu Luomian to death with one strike. It was truly a case of a tiger fallen on flat land being bullied by a dog. A mere spirit Douluo dared to call him an old bastard. However, the most important thing right now was his Bo Saishi. Shishi, look at me. Shishi, I know you were forced. Speak out. Everyone here is a person of status in the Spirit Master's world. Make it clear and let everyone see exactly how despicable, shameless, and filthy this group of people from Spirit Hall really is. Tang Chen's eyes were blood red, his eye sockets burning hot, as he gazed at Bo Saishi, his lover, whose back was turned to him. Tang Chen, stop making a scene, go back quickly. Bo Saishi turned around, her lips trembling, her tone carrying a rebuke, as she revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Chapter 74 Bo Saishi. Do not kill Tang Chen, I will do anything you want. Shishi, have you forgotten our vows of eternal love? Have you forgotten that we once swore that if we couldn't be together in this life, we would be together in the next, no matter what difficulties we faced? Seeing Bo Saishi reveal a smile that looked worse than crying, and hearing his own words, Tang Chen could no longer maintain his own smile. His expression was on the verge of tears, his blood pressure soared, and he became convinced that Bo Saishi must have been forced by Spirit Hall to marry Qian Xunji. Shishi, all the prominent figures of the Spirit Master's world and the high-ranking officials of the two empires are present. If you tell everyone about the atrocities of Spirit Hall and their despicable, shameless, and filthy deeds, this continent will no longer be under the sole control of Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji sighed softly. When one has strength, might makes right. When one lacks strength, one tries to utilize rules and stand on the moral high ground to criticize others. It turns out that even the entire Clear Sky sect, including Tang Chen, could not avoid such common tactics. When Tang Chen pressured the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to snatch Bibi Dong, why didn't he think that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect could unite various forces to judge the Clear Sky sect? Because it would be completely useless, unless Tang Chen, in a fit of madness, trampled the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, caused trouble everywhere and made everyone feel endangered. Snatching one person was just a small matter. The weak follow rules, the strong utilize rules, and the truly strong create rules. How could Tang Chen hope for rules to constrain the unstoppable Spirit Hall? It was just a joke. Forgotten, I have forgotten everything. Tang Chen, I am not as perfect as you imagine in your heart. I am a snobbish woman, a woman who admires strength. I like stronger men. You lost to Qian Xunji, so I have taken a liking to Qian Xunji. This wedding was not forced upon me by Spirit Hall, rather, I am willing, and I proposed it myself. Bo Saishi seemed to have exhausted all her strength to say these words. After speaking, she took a deep breath, wrapped her arms around one of Qian Xunji's arms, acted in an extremely intimate manner, stood on her tiptoes, and pressed her thin, red lips against Qian Xunji's cheek. No, no, no. Tang Chen opened his bloodshot eyes, breathing like an ox. Watching Bo Saixi's charming red lips peck at Qian Xunji's face, his heart wailed in agony, and his expression turned ferocious, as if he had gone mad. Ah! Tang Chen let out a roar, as if he had lost his mind. 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, 7 spirit rings rose beneath his feet. He was about to manifest the Clear Sky hammer to smash it towards Qian Xunji and fight him to the death. You are not allowed to hurt Qian Xunji. Seeing that Tang Chen still had the courage to attack Qian Xunji even though he was half crippled, Bo Saishi admired him in her heart for being a man of stature who did not fear power. However, she still had to strike to push Tang Chen back, otherwise, Tang Chen would truly die here, and it would be because of her. Bo Saishi could currently only exert 89th level cultivation, while Tang Chen could only exert 79th level. With a 10 level gap, Tang Chen was completely no match for Bo Saishi. Moreover, when Tang Chen saw Bo Saishi strike at him, the focus and spirit he had gathered immediately dissipated by more than half. Bang! Tang Chen was knocked back dozens of meters, retreating all the way to the entrance of the Pope's Plaza. The clear sky hammer in his hand also flew away, once again turning into a stream of light and returning to his body. Shishi. Tang Chen's tiger-like eyes were bloodshot. He never imagined that Bo Saishi would actually strike him for the sake of Qian Xunji. He felt as if his heart had been pierced by 10,000 arrows. You big idiot, hurry up and leave. Bo Saishi roared inwardly. She was desperately offering him an out, creating steps to protect Tang Chen, but Tang Chen insisted on tearing them down one by one and walking towards a dead end. Father. Sect Master Tang Zhen finally arrived at the Pope's Plaza at this moment. He had come to Spirit City thinking of the Clear Sky Sect, not wanting to give Spirit Hall any excuse to target the Clear Sky Sect, so he was prepared to abide by the rules and regulations of Spirit City and walk in without flying. As a result, his father, Tang Chen, completely disregarded everything. Not taking him along to fly, he summoned the Clear Sky Hammer, threw it with all his might, leapt directly onto the Clear Sky Hammer, and rushed towards the Pope's Plaza. Bo Saishi, you attacked my father. Sect Master Tang Zhen's mental force perceived that it was Bo Saishi who had attacked Tang Chen. A tiny suspicion arose in his heart. This suspicion was that the Sea God's heart had been leaked to Spirit Hall by Bo Saishi, leading Spirit Hall to seize the vast sea cosmic shroud from the Heaven Do treasury. According to Tang Chen, only Bo Saishi knew the location of the vast sea cosmic shroud. Even a 95th level titled Douluo could not break into the Heaven Do Empire's treasury without being discovered. The only ones qualified to enter the Heaven Do Empire's treasury silently and take away the vast sea cosmic shroud without being discovered by the Heaven Do Empire were Spirit Hall, Bo Saishi, or Tang Chen in his prime. It wasn't Tang Chen, and it wasn't Bo Saishi, so that only left Spirit Hall. And where did Spirit Hall learn the information about the vast sea cosmic shroud? Wasn't it from Bo Saishi? With Bo Saishi marrying Qian Xunji, the information loop was closed. Sect Master Tang Zhen, take your father and get out of here immediately. Bo Saixi's face remained cold. Her limit Douluo level mental force fused with her spirit power, and she struck out with another wave of spirit power like an ocean wave, wanting to blast Tang Chen and Sect Master Tang Zhen out of the Pope's Plaza. Tang Chen had lost an arm and a leg and was missing 2 spirit bones, with his cultivation having fallen to the 79th level. Even when unleashing his full power, anyone below a 96th level titled Douluo could not gain any advantage against him. Bo Saishi, however, only had some of her spirit power sealed and was not missing any limbs. The combat power she could exert was above that of Sect Master Tang Zhen, a 93rd level titled Douluo. A blood-red light suddenly appeared, neutralizing Bo Saixi's wave of spirit power. The one who made the move was, of course, Qian Xunji. Qian Xunji strode forward and glanced at Bo Saishi. How could he fail to see through Bo Saixi's tactic of advancing by retreating, taking the initiative to strike at Tang Chen and Sect Master Tang Zhen in order to save Tang Chen's life? Today is a joyous day for this Supreme Pontiff. Do you really think you can just walk away after disrupting this Supreme Pontiff's wedding and slandering the reputation of Spirit Hall? Tang Chen, you attempted to kill this Supreme Pontiff in the Clear Sky Sect Mountains. Originally, out of consideration for the friendship between you and my father, I showed mercy by severing one of your arms and legs as a lesson. Now, you have not only insulted this Supreme Pontiff but also my father. It seems this Supreme Pontiff can no longer hold back this time. This old man takes responsibility for his own actions. With the remaining lifespan I have, if my cultivation were to drop by another 10 levels, I would likely perish completely. Qian Xunji, just take this old man's life. Because Bo Saishi had struck him, Tang Chen no longer wanted to live. He might as well use this old life to protect the Clear Sky Sect. Father, Sect Master Tang Zhen said sorrowfully. He had said they shouldn't have gone to Spirit Hall. Going there wouldn't change anything. Qian Xunji, do not kill Tang Chen. I beg you, do not kill Tang Chen. As long as you do not kill Tang Chen, I will do anything you want. Bo Saixi's voice was hoarse, tears in the corners of her eyes, as her tearful voice transmission rang in Qian Xunji's ears. Chapter 75. Great Sumeru Hammer. Qian Xunji said, hand over your Clear Sky Sect's secret technique, the Great Sumeru Hammer, and this matter will be considered settled. The Clear Sky sect's unique skill, the Great Sumeru Hammer, can condense all spirit rings into one, fuse them into the spirit, transform them into the purest power, and forcibly break through limits. To use Ultraman as an example, it is equivalent to Dinah's transformation, shifting from Flash type to Strong type. Unlike Tiga's way of patching things up, this is tearing down the wall entirely and rebuilding it. This unique skill is not very helpful for the all-around balanced Seraphim in ordinary battles, aside from being good at using the Angel Martial Soul, but the effect it can have for Qian Dalu is quite good. But if it is that kind of spirit power beam struggle or a collision of spirit power shockwaves, it can be of significant help. For example, when Tang San activated Sea God's Twilight to collide with Qian Runshui's Sun Angel, he detonated all 10 of his spirit rings, 9 red and 1 gold, fusing all the spirit ring energy into Sea God's Twilight. For the Golden Crocodile King spirit possessed by Gold Crocodile Douluo, it could act like adding wings to a tiger. Gold Crocodile Douluo has cultivated until now, reaching level 98. He is no longer so dependent on spirit abilities, unless they are augmentation spirit abilities. Attack type spirit abilities under 10,000 years are not as effective as his own physical body attacks. The Golden Crocodile King's fighting style is very similar to the Clear Sky Hammer. Both are open and bold, fierce and domineering, hard-hitting, and focused on frontal combat. Giving this unique skill to Gold Crocodile Douluo might give him hope of exploring the path to a breakthrough to level 99 limit Douluo, allowing him to challenge the cultivation bottleneck that has held him back for so long. Impossible. Tang Chen immediately refused. The Great Sumeru Hammer is the highest profound truth of the Clear Sky sect's unique skills, the crystallization of knowledge, and the symbol of every generation of Clear Sky Douluo in the Clear Sky sect. It was precisely by relying on the Great Sumeru Hammer to condense all spirit rings into one and fuse them into the Clear Sky Hammer spirit that he escaped the limitation of needing to use spirit abilities for bursts. With the Clear Sky 9 Absolutes and the Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique, he was able to exert such powerful combat strength, allowing him to go toe-to-toe with Qian Dalu and Bo Saishi. If the Great Sumeru Hammer is handed over and learned by Spirit Hall, this advantage will be gone. Even if Qian Dalu doesn't use that cowardly fighting style, he won't be able to win against Qian Dalu. Is that so? Qian Xunji revealed a gentle smile. He raised his hand and exerted a suction force, his abundant spirit power erupting. Sect Master Tang Zhen, who was on the side, was pulled over, grabbed by the neck, and lifted up. If you are unwilling to hand over the Great Sumeru Hammer, then your son will lose his life. After you finish eating the wedding candy, I will send you back to the Clear Sky sect. Right in front of you, I will kill the Clear Sky sect disciples one by one until you are willing to hand over the Great Sumeru Hammer. Sect Master Tang Zhen was grabbed by the neck by Qian Xunji, his feet off the ground. Under the pressure of Qian Xunji's massive spirit power, he couldn't even lift a finger, and a feeling of suffocation surged in his mind. This statement made everyone present feel a chill down their spines, but no one spoke up to intervene. After all, this was Spirit Hall's home turf, and it was Tang Chen who took the initiative to come and provoke trouble, and at someone else's wedding, no less. Not only did he insult Qian Dalu, Qian Xunji, and Spirit Hall as a bunch of despicable, shameless, and dirty people in front of everyone, but he also crazily wanted to swing the Clear Sky Hammer at Qian Xunji. Spirit Hall using this as a reason to take action against the Clear Sky sect was completely reasonable and justifiable. Watching Sect Master Tang Zhen being held in Qian Xunji's hand like a little chick, completely unable to resist, made the experts in the Spirit Master's world present open their eyes once again to the realm of titled Douluo. Titled Douluo are known as the peak experts of the Spirit Master's world. There is an insurmountable chasm between Spirit Douluo and titled Douluo. Now it seems that the gap between each level of titled Douluo is even more unimaginable. Sect Master Tang Zhen is at least a level 93 titled Douluo, yet under Qian Xunji's pressure, he had no ability to resist at all. No wonder Tang Chen in his prime could beat up the full-force Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun with 3 hammer strikes and 2 kicks without even using his spirit. Seeing Sect Master Tang Zhen's complexion turn from red to purple, Tang Chen roared, "Let go of Junner. How can you be so cruel? I think compared to you, Senior Tang Chen, using everyone in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect as a threat, my way of dealing with them one by one and putting the choice in your hands, Senior Tang Chen, is already quite kind. Qian Xunji pondered the almost identical actions of the Tang family members and Bibi Dong, slaughtering cities, wiping out sects, leaving no living thing behind, at most sparing a few harmless strays, showing insignificant kindness. He was only killing them one by one, not directly throwing a ninth spirit ability at the Clear Sky sect to wipe out hundreds or thousands of people at once. This was clearly a kinder action, and he still needed to continue learning. Hurry up, your son is about to die. Seeing his son's complexion had completely turned the color of a pig's liver, and Sect Master Tang Zhen was gradually rolling his eyes and about to stop breathing, Tang Chen roared, I will tell you the cultivation method. For the great Sumeru hammer, let go of my son. It would have been better if you had been sensible earlier. Qian Xunji smiled faintly and let go. Sect Master Tang Zhen fell to the ground, panting heavily, and his pig liver-colored face quickly returned to its original color. Junner, I'm fine, Father. Supreme Pontiff, Father once taught me the cultivation method for the great Sumeru hammer, let me tell you. Sect Master Tang Zhen chose to replace Tang Chen in telling Qian Xunji the cultivation method for the great Sumeru hammer, taking the blame for leaking the sect's unique skill upon himself. Qian Xunji didn't care who told him, as long as he got the cultivation method for the great Sumeru hammer. He said, go ahead. Wind is formless, while leaves have form. If there is no wind, fallen leaves cannot fly. If there are no leaves, the wind also loses its support. The so-called Great Sumeru Hammer is to condense all of one's own spirit rings into one entity, inject them all into the Clear Sky Hammer, and transform them into the purest power. For the Great Sumeru Hammer, spirit rings are like a gale to fallen leaves. Sect Master Tang Zhen used spirit power sound transmission to prevent other spirit master families and sects from knowing, and told Qian Xunji the cultivation method for the Great Sumeru Hammer. I don't know if other spirits can learn this unique skill, but the cultivation method for the Great Sumeru Hammer is just like this. If the Clear Sky Hammer can use it, other top-tier spirits not inferior to the Clear Sky Hammer can certainly learn and use it too. If there are any problems, I will step onto the Clear Sky sect and come find you all. After Qian Xunji finished the sound transmission, his hearty voice rang out, since that is the case, this incident is wiped clean. Guests are guests. Since the Clear Sky sect has come to attend my wedding, then take your seats. Father, Sect Master Tang Zhen dared not disobey Qian Xunji at all. He pulled Tang Chen, who was already dull-eyed like a walking corpse, to a remote location, found 2 empty seats, and sat down. After all the procedures were completed, Qian Dalu smiled, his peripheral vision unconsciously glancing towards where Tang Chen was, and said, Today is my son Qian Xunji's happy wedding day. From now on, regardless of status, drink to your heart's content. Chapter 76. Bo Saishi, Qian Xunji actually doesn't touch her. A chorus of well-wishes erupted in the hall, a continuous stream of various blessings. The Pope's Plaza, which had fallen silent due to the disturbance caused by Tang Chen, instantly became boisterous again. Outside the Supreme Pontiff Palace, firecrackers exploded, adding to the festive and lively atmosphere. Tang Chen, why aren't you drinking such fine wedding wine? Don't you often brag about being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? Qian Dalu approached the spot where Tang Chen and Sect Master Tang Zhen were sitting with a beaming smile. He didn't even glance at Sect Master Tang Zhen, instead waving a wine jar emitting a rich aroma in front of Tang Chen. Tang Chen, whose gaze had been fixed on Bo Saishi, roared, Get lost. Qian Dalu, get lost. Get out of my sight. The smile on Qian Dalu's face grew even wider. What's this? Is your body too weak to drink? Come, let me treat you to some wedding candy. I'll have some premium tea served to you later to warm your body. Don't take it too hard, haha. As he spoke, Qian Dalu grabbed a handful of wedding candy and scattered it in front of Tang Chen. Tang Chen's eyes turned blood red as he gritted his teeth, a crunching sound emanating from them. It was hard to tell if it was the sound of grinding or cracking. Qian Dalu, Shishi is also someone you loved. Shishi is being forced to marry your son, doesn't your heart ache at all? Tang Chen refused to believe what Bo Saishi had just said. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his experience was vast. After carefully observing the posture of the bride and groom, Qian Xunji and Bo Saishi, he felt something was deeply off, just like with Tang Hao and Bibi Dong. Bo Saishi must have been forced into this, with her own hidden reasons, compelled to marry Qian Xunji. Qian Dalu's expression gradually shifted from the excitement and gratification of finally defeating his old rival, to silence. He slowly said, "So what if she is? She doesn't like me, the person she loves is you. But compared to you succeeding and her marrying you, it is naturally better that my son succeeds." Seeing his guess confirmed that Bo Saishi was forced to marry Qian Xunji, Tang Chen was about to lash out at Qian Dalu as a beast in human clothing and a hypocrite when he caught a glimpse of Qian Xunji and Bo Saishi leaving the Pope's Plaza, presumably to enter the bridal chamber. His heart felt as if it were being pierced by 10,000 arrows again, the pain so intense he could barely breathe. That sorrowful melody surfaced in his heart once more. Flowers bloom and fade, flowers fill the sky, it is you, appearing and disappearing. Morning and evening, evening and morning, you appear, yet it is hard to trace your face. My Shishi, my clear sky sect secret technique, the great Sumeru hammer. My Asura god position, my dear granddaughter-in-law. My great-grandson with the potential to become a god. Shishi, 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 Qian Xunji, be gentle with Shishi. Don't hurt Shishi. Since Qian Dalu arrived at their table, Sect Master Tang Zhen had been silently sipping his wine, acting like an invisible person who didn't exist. Although the members of the Clear Sky sect often bragged about Qian Dalu being a coward, when they actually saw him, they were naturally obedient and didn't dare to make a peep, speaking with extreme caution. Now that the Clear Sky sect's invincible old ancestor had been crippled, they didn't even have the guts to badmouth Qian Dalu as a coward behind his back anymore. Sect Master Tang Zhen just wanted to quickly drag Tang Chen back to the Clear Sky sect and bring back the last embers of the Clear Sky sect, Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and the others, who were left on Sea God Island. Although, judging from Qian Dalu's words, it was indeed possible that Bo Saishi was coerced by Spirit Hall, he still worried that Bo Saishi, like Bibi Dong, was a fickle woman who had truly fallen in love with Qian Xunji. If Bo Saishi told Qian Xunji the information about his two genius sons being on Sea God Island, and his two genius sons were wiped out, the Clear Sky sect would lose its next generation of successors and be completely finished. Inside the bridal chamber, the room was vast, the living room alone covered over 100 square meters. All the furniture in the hall was silver, carved with exquisite patterns. The bright red carpet was covered in embossed red rose motifs. What surprised them most was the giant red heart made of a large pile of roses in the center of the hall. The entire heart covered an area of nearly 2 square meters, which would require at least 1,000 roses to create. Hanging above it was a slender silk ribbon with a line of text written on it, 1001, you are my one and only. Besides these 1001 roses, elegant vases were placed all around the room, each filled with fiery red roses. The rich fragrance of roses permeated every corner of the room, intoxicating and dizzying. On various decorative tables, heart-shaped candles were lit, their flames bathing the room in an even deeper rosy glow, making one feel intoxicated. Bo Saishi sat on the edge of the large bed, which was big enough for 5 or 6 people. Her shoulders trembled as she sobbed incessantly, thinking of the cruel words she had said to Tang Chen in the Pope's Plaza earlier, and even having attacked him, she felt heart-wrenching pain that made it nearly impossible to breathe, her heart constantly whispering that she had let Tang Chen down. Hu tilde. A gentle breeze blew. Bo Saishi snapped out of her thoughts. It was the movement caused by Qian Xunji taking off his wedding attire and tossing it beside her. Seeing Qian Xunji's calm, expressionless face, her sobbing and trembling shoulders stopped instantly. Her legs subconsciously clamped together. A sense of fear, along with an anticipation, which her body reacted to even without her realizing it, rose in her heart. Had Qian Xunji seen through her performance at the wedding and her desire to protect Tang Chen? Was this expression on Qian Xunji's face anger? How many hours was he going to torment her tonight? Recalling how she had transmitted her voice to him at the time, asking only that Qian Xunji spare Tang Chen and that she would do anything, her delicate body couldn't stop trembling, her legs clamped tightly together. What Bo Saishi anticipated did not happen. Qian Xunji opened the wardrobe, changed into his usual attire, and then walked out of the bridal chamber, without any intention of touching her at all. What was going on? A look of confusion and dullness appeared on Bo Seixi's face, and her tense body instantly relaxed. On their wedding night, with such an environment, plus her bridal makeup and attire which enhanced her charm by several levels, surely no man in the entire continent could resist, right? Except for those few days when Yin lied about being unwell and Qian Xunji didn't touch her. For over a month, he had basically been working overtime without a break. Yet today, with various buffs active, her charm at its peak, and the atmosphere at its absolute best, Qian Xunji had absolutely no reaction to her. Bo Saishi didn't understand. She felt no joy at not being tormented by Qian Xunji. On the contrary, there was a faint dissatisfaction in her heart that her charm had been ignored. She was the dignified Bo Saishi, whom Tang Chen and Qian Dalu loved to death. Yet, here she was, having offered herself up in her most perfect appearance, and Qian Xunji had no reaction at all. Chapter 77 Qian Xunji, Take Me to the Blue Silver Forest. Enshrinement Hall. Uncle Gold Crocodile Douluo, this is the cultivation method for the Great Sumeru Hammer. This secret technique is extremely suitable for your Golden Crocodile King spirit. I believe your physique also has the capability to bear the burden of the Great Sumeru Hammer. After recording the Great Sumeru Hammer cultivation method he had obtained from Sect Master Tang Zhen, Qian Xunji handed it to Gold Crocodile Douluo. Compared to Bo Saishi and Gold Crocodile Douluo, he naturally valued Gold Crocodile Douluo more. What did Bo Saishi amount to? As for Limit Douluo, their cultivation was profound, and reproducing offspring was relatively difficult. One had to increase the frequency of attempts to improve the success rate. Qian Xunji guessed that Tang Chen would come to cause trouble during the wedding ceremony in the evening, so he had come for an hour of morning exercise. Supreme Pontiff, this is too precious. This old man is unworthy of it. Gold Crocodile Douluo waved his hand, wanting to refuse. As the highest profound truth of the Clear Sky sect, the Great Sumeru Hammer could only be learned by those with the most outstanding talent in the Clear Sky sect, with only one person taught per generation. In terms of value alone, it absolutely surpassed a 100,000-year spirit bone. Receiving it for nothing like this, he really felt he could not accept such a reward without merit. Since his rebirth, he was still the same as in his past life. Apart from spending his retirement in the enshrinement hall, he basically did nothing else. No matter how good a thing is, it can only exert its greatest power when found by a suitable person. Qian Xunji smiled faintly and said, Uncle Gold Crocodile Douluo, as the person with the most seniority in Spirit Hall, your loyalty to Spirit Hall goes without saying. You address my father as a brother and have long been a part of my Qian family. Regarding family, there is no such thing as being too precious or unworthy. Accept it. Gold Crocodile Douluo was extremely moved. The eyes of this old man of over 140 years were actually a bit hot. As the most loyal guardian and supporter of the angel god and the seraphim lineage, equivalent to the Pillar Douluo of Sea God Island, there was no grace more noble than being regarded as family by the direct descendant of a divinity. Supreme Pontiff, then this old man will accept it. Qian Xunji nodded with a faint smile. At this moment, Qian Dalu returned to the enshrinement hall with a glowing face, having ruthlessly mocked Tang Chen and made him so angry he was about to vomit blood, feeling extremely pleased. Seeing Qian Xunji here, he asked, Isn't today your big wedding day, you brat? Why have you changed your clothes and come to the enshrinement hall? A look of dissatisfaction appeared on Qian Dalu's face. Even today, Bo Saishi could still be said to be the person he loved most in both his lifetimes. Yet on such a grand wedding day, Qian Xunji was not properly spending time with Bo Saishi to create descendants of the seraphim, but had instead changed his clothes, abandoned Bo Saishi, and run to the enshrinement hall. This gave Qian Dalu a huge sense of disparity, as if the goddess he loved but could not have, the one he was careful with and cherished in 1,000 ways, was being casually kicked around by someone else, kicked however they wanted, whenever they wanted. Gold Crocodile Douluo said, Big brother, the Supreme Pontiff is giving me the Great Sumeru Hammer he obtained from Sect Master Tang Zhen. Is that so? Then second brother, you should study this secret technique well. This secret technique is very suitable for you. After you learn it, your strength should be able to receive a not insignificant boost. Seeing that Qian Xunji was thinking of the strength of Spirit Hall, the bitterness and dissatisfaction in Qian Dalu's heart reduced a little. Pope Mountain. After the banquet ended, the elders of the Spirit Master families and sects who had come as guests left Pope Mountain one after another and arrived at the hotels in Spirit City. The Supreme Pontiff Palace was not a hotel or inn to accommodate these people. In a remote and quiet area of Pope Mountain, Ning Fengji, Bone Douluo, and Sword Douluo Chen Xin gathered together. Chen Xin's expression was somewhat complex. He had already learned from Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo what had happened in his past life after his father died and he joined the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chen Xin had not yet joined Spirit Hall because he had not cultivated to level 95, and his path of swordsmanship had reached a bottleneck. He still planned to temper himself well in the outside world. If, after stepping into the sword path bottleneck, he really could not find the subsequent path of cultivation, he would do as his father did, join Spirit Hall and find experts in Spirit Hall to spar with. Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo quietly looked at Sword Douluo, waiting for Sword Douluo to make his choice. They both understood Sword Douluo's temperament. Using so-called emotional blackmail on Sword Douluo was inadvisable. Everything Sword Douluo did was based solely on his own heart. After a moment, Sword Douluo slowly said, "Schoolmaster Ning, old bone, you should know that this world is not the same as the one you spoke of." Ning Fengji nodded, a barely perceptible bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Sword Douluo addressed him as Schoolmaster Ning, not Fengji. He had already guessed what Sword Douluo was going to say next. "In the world you spoke of, my father challenged Senior Qian Dalu and died of his injuries. But in this world, my father challenged the Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji. Qian Xunji treated my father's injuries, and my father, according to the agreement, joined Spirit Hall and became an enshrined of Spirit Hall. Seeing my father, whose cultivation reached level 98, join Spirit Hall and live in Spirit Hall for a period of time without any dissatisfaction, I understood that after reaching my father's realm, being able to fight against opponents stronger than oneself is the greatest blessing. Schoolmaster Ning, this old man will not join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has shown me kindness. If Spirit Hall in the future, like in that world, prepares to take action against the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, this old man will definitely do his best to stop it, and my father will also help." "I understand." Ning Fengji breathed a sigh of relief. Shrewd as he was, he certainly understood that with Sword Lord Chen joining Spirit Hall and becoming the 3rd enshrined of Spirit Hall, even if Chen Xin knew of the past life's world, it was only told to him in words, and he had not experienced it personally. The hope of him joining the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was slim. However, just obtaining the promise that if Spirit Hall took action against the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chen Xin and Sword Lord Chen would help stop it was enough. With Qian Xunji's personality, not being as crazy, cruel, and vicious as Bibi Dong who wanted to take revenge on the world, with the promises of these two, as long as his 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School remained honest, it would be able to survive unscathed, without even needing to go into hiding. In another bedchamber of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Yin had originally wanted to take advantage of Qian Xunji's wedding to sneak out and see if Tang Hao would come here. However, she was guarded by Spirit Hall guards, and with her low strength, she had no choice but to cultivate and break through to the realm of Spirit Grand Master as soon as possible. "Greetings, Your Eminence the Supreme Pontiff." X2. Withdraw. Hearing the sound, Yin opened her azure blue eyes, a look of confusion appearing on her face. Qian Xunji, shouldn't he be getting married and entering the bridal chamber with Grandmother Bo Saishi, tormenting Grandmother Bo Saishi? Why did he come here? The door to the bedchamber opened, and Qian Xunji walked in. Seeing Qian Xunji, without Bo Saishi by his side, Yin, whose physical age was only 8 and whose cultivation had not yet reached Spirit Grand Master, immediately retreated into a corner, looking at Qian Xunji with a face full of fear and disgust. Qian Xunji ignored this and said faintly, "Blue-Silver Emperor, take me to the Blue-Silver Forest." Chapter 78. God-Making, 100,000-Year Spirit Ring Production Plan. "You wish." Yin refused sharply. Although she did not know what Qian Xunji wanted to do in the Blue-Silver Forest, she was certain it was definitely nothing good. How could she bring Qian Xunji to the Blue-Silver Forest, her hometown, the place of her birth? Is that so? After your rebirth, your cultivation has not even reached the level of a Spirit Grand Master, yet you had the ability to travel across a quarter of the continent to join the Clear Sky sect. It must have been the Clear Sky sect, Tang Chen, and Tang Xiao, who took the initiative to go to the blue-silver forest to pick up you, who had just undergone your incarnation, and bring you to the Clear Sky sect, right? Since you are unwilling to tell me, then I will go to the Clear Sky sect to ask for the location of the blue-silver forest. As for what happens to the Clear Sky sect, Tang Hao, and Tang Xiao, then, I cannot guarantee. After saying this, Qian Xunji turned and walked out of the sleeping quarters. Upon hearing that Qian Xunji was going to find the Clear Sky sect, fearing he might harm her, Hao Ji, her eldest brother, and the Clear Sky sect, Yin immediately moved her short legs and began to trot. She grabbed the hem of Qian Xunji's pants tightly with her small hands and shouted, "No, don't go. Qian Xunji, I beg you, don't go to the Clear Sky sect." The corners of Qian Xunji's mouth curled into a playful smile again. The saying that the eyes of the masses are sharp is truly correct. One must believe in the eyes of the masses. There is a reason why a meme can become popular. Then why don't you tell me where the blue-silver forest is quickly? That way I will not have to bother taking a detour. Yin bit her red lips lightly, her eyes lowered, and her red lips trembled. She looked like a little girl about to cry after being bullied by a creepy uncle, and asked, "What do you want to do in the blue-silver forest?" "I am the spirit beast with the highest cultivation in the blue-silver forest. There are many other spirit beasts in the Stardow Great Forest with even higher cultivation. To give your blue-silver forest a great opportunity. A great opportunity. You only need to know that I will not harm the blue-silver grass in the blue-silver forest, and I will even give them something." Yin used both hands to grab Qian Xunji's pant leg again with force. "Really, you aren't lying to me. Why would I lie to you? Do you think you, or the blue-silver forest, have any qualifications for me to deceive you?" Qian Xunji's goal was to transplant the blue-silver grass with relatively high cultivation from the blue-silver forest into the ice and fire yin-yang well, to batch-produce 100,000-year blue-silver emperors for the geniuses in Spirit Hall who had the potential to attain divinity in the future. In the original work, Tang San single-handedly carried the Shrek 6 devils, allowing all of them to attain divinity. Without Tang San, Xiao Wu would have stopped at a level 95 titled Douluo, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. Even if they had not been killed or crippled by Dai Wixi and Zhu Zuyun, one would be an ordinary titled Douluo at best, and the other an 89th rank spirit Douluo at best. Ma Hongjun would have been burned to death by his evil fire at the Spirit King or Spirit Emperor level. Ning Rongrong would have stopped at a 79th rank Spirit Saint, and for Oscar to break through to a titled Douluo around the age of 80, or to break through to a titled Douluo before 40 and receive the Food God's legacy, that would be dreaming. Do you really think that the continent's youngest titled Douluo, Tang Hao, who broke through to titled Douluo at 44, has poor gold content? You must know that Tang Hao had the full cultivation of the Clear Sky sect since he was young, and was blessed with 6 spirit bones. Absorbing 6 10,000-year top-grade spirit bones is enough to increase a spirit saint's cultivation by 8 or 9 ranks in minutes. The Blue-Silver Emperor also knew of many medicinal herbs that could strengthen the foundation and cultivate the essence, which could be collected to assist Tang Hao in his cultivation. What did Oscar have? Food system spirit masters are naturally slow to cultivate. For him to break through to titled Douluo at 70 or 80 is already overestimating him. Qian Xunji prepared to pour resources into the descendants of the 6 high priests, crafting them into divinities, similar to the Shrek 6 devils. Regarding the loyalty of the 6 high priests, there is no need to say more. Gold Crocodile Douluo sacrificed himself to catch Qian Runshui, who was knocked down by Tang San from a height of 10,000 meters and might have fallen to her death. The 3rd and 4th high priests sacrificed themselves to hinder Tang San's pursuit, buying time for the Spirit Hall spirit masters and Qian Runshui to evacuate. Faced with such a disadvantage for the Spirit Empire, where being wiped out was basically a foregone conclusion, none of the other high priests chose to defect to the Heaven Do Empire. With elders like this, is there any need to say more about the juniors influenced by them? As for whether anyone among them would be like Bibi Dong, with the highest law of this continent, suffering from love brain and simp episodes, then Qian Xunji would just have to teach them the secret room mental force. In summary, having big fists is the hard truth. First, snatch them back and make it a done deal. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. Simping. What kind of simping? Simp, you end up with nothing in the end. In this era, 100,000-year spirit beasts are relatively rare on the continent. There are only 7. The Blue Silver Emperor, the Death Spider Emperor, the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor, the Soft Bones Rabbit, the Titan Giant Ape, and the Sky Azure Bull Python. Among them, the Titan Giant Ape was slaughtered by Qian Xunji. The Blue Silver Emperor cannot be killed. They are too scarce in number and not enough to use. There is no other way. Qian Xunji can only manufacture them himself. The energy contained in the ice and fire yin-yang well can be said to be inexhaustible and endless, circulating for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. It not only created the Sunset Forest, a high-level spirit beast forest where the 3 great spirit beasts gathered, but also created a large group of vicious beasts at the level of immortal herbs in later generations. To create a 100,000-year spirit beast, the Blue-Silver King is obviously the best choice. After the blue-silver grass reaches 100,000 years and evolves into a blue-silver emperor, its bloodline quality is enough to rival top-tier beast spirits like the Death Spider Emperor. That is to say, it is a spirit beast with a top-tier bloodline among the spirit beast clan. The life attribute blue-silver grass is even more of a panacea. It is beneficial to all spirits except for those with purely poisonous attributes. The Blue-Silver Emperor spirit bone produced would be matched with a powerful 100,000-year healing spirit ability, comparable to a 9-heart begonia spirit master at the spirit Douluo level. According to the original work, if a Blue-Silver Emperor takes root in the ice and fire yin-yang well, it can recultivate back into a 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor and transform into a human again in just 20 years. In conclusion, there is no better choice for manufacturing 100,000-year spirit beasts than the Blue-Silver King. An ancient forest, where towering trees reaching the sky could be seen everywhere, and even the sunlight found it difficult to penetrate the dense vegetation to reach the ground. The blue-silver forest was hidden behind a crowd of plant-type spirit beasts that clung to the blue-silver forest, seeking protection. Just as Qian Xunji brought Yin into this ancient great forest, a voice filled with surprise and longing suddenly rang in Yin's heart. "Oh, my God, Emperor, Great Emperor, is it really you? You have finally returned." The high-level blue-silver grass talent ability allows its own mental force to connect and assimilate the relatively weaker blue-silver grass nearby, letting the mental force of the weak blue-silver grass be used for its own purposes, achieving the effect of gathering all rivers into the sea. If it can be said that the mental force of the million-year sky dream iceworm could cover a province, then Tang San, whose mental force was no less than the sky dream iceworms and had reached the titled Douluo realm, could assimilate the mental force of relatively weaker blue-silver grass, allowing his mental force coverage to reach more than half of the Heaven Do Empire, and passing a message to Yin across more than half of the Heaven Do Empire would be no problem at all. Chapter 79. Transplanting the Blue-Silver King and the Horde to the ice and fire yin-yang well. "Are you truly not going to harm my people?" Yin asked again, her voice trembling. Qian Xunji could not be bothered to answer. He grabbed the back of Yin's collar and walked towards the depths of the forest. As if following the orders of the Blue-Silver King, the plant-type spirit beasts that clung to the blue-silver forest, acting like a barrier to hide it, spontaneously parted to create a path. The world is truly a mirror in every aspect. For the affiliated families and sects attached to the upper 3 sects, their living quarters are all built around the residences of the sect's direct disciples. The less valued a sect or family is, the further out they are located. Once under attack, these outer sect and family settlements serve as excellent buffers, delaying tactics, and battlegrounds for the more valued families, sects, and areas where direct disciples live. The Spirit Beast clan is the same. The plant-type spirit beasts that cling to the blue-silver forest also grow around the blue-silver clan, those extremely vigorous 1,000-year blue-silver grass and 10,000-year blue-silver king. Passing through 2 ancient trees that required several people to embrace, they arrived at the location of the blue-silver king. What came into view was a special plant, over 10 meters tall, seemingly formed by countless vines coalescing together. It was entirely clear blue, with a crystalline luster shimmering on its surface. Countless blue-silver grass grew around it. This blue-silver king had a cultivation of 85,000 years and was the number 2 figure in the blue-silver forest, second only to the blue-silver emperor, Yin. Translating this into human concepts, if Yin was the empress, then it was the prime minister. The blue-silver king's vines swayed slightly, and in the center, a mark resembling a human face coalesced. At this moment, it stared fixedly at Qian Xunji, its expression full of wariness. It was clear that during the process of entering the blue-silver forest, Yin had used her mental force to inform the blue-silver grass of Qian Xunji's identity, repeatedly warning them not to act rashly and anger Qian Xunji. Human, put down the Empress immediately. Why have you come to the blue-silver forest? The blue-silver king shrieked. Its mental force enveloped the entire blue-silver forest, encompassing all the blue-silver grass within, ready at any moment to borrow the power of the entire forest, all the blue-silver grass and plant-type spirit beasts, to launch an attack on Qian Xunji. Qian Xunji said, Blue-silver king, this seed knows of a place that can increase the growth speed of plants 1,000-fold. It is of great benefit to the cultivation of you blue-silver grass. Within 5 years, this seed guarantees you can cultivate to become a new blue-silver emperor. Bring a few blue-silver kings and come with me. The blue-silver king sneered, ridiculous. Becoming a blue-silver emperor in 5 years. How could such a place exist in this world? Human, if you want to kill me, just do it. Don't use such low-class lies. Qian Xunji lifted his foot and gently kicked Yin's pert, elastic bottom, saying, explain to these blue-silver grass the catalytic effect the ice and fire yin-yang well has on plant-type spirit beasts. Yin subconsciously touched her bottom, feeling dazed. She remembered that Qian Xunji had been severely injured by her brother Hao's hammer and had died not long after. Where did he learn about the ice and fire yin-yang well, and its catalytic effect on plant-type spirit beasts? You want my people to break through to 100,000 years of cultivation at the ice and fire yin-yang well, and after they become blue-silver emperors, you will slaughter my people to obtain their spirit rings and spirit bones, right? Yin did not know the answer, but she quickly realized Qian Xunji's purpose in having the blue-silver grass move to the ice and fire yin-yang well, and asked angrily. That is about right. Qian Xunji nodded slightly. He would, of course, not tell Yin about the god-making plan at this stage. He was indeed preparing to transplant these blue-silver grass to the ice and fire yin-yang well, and after they each broke through to become 100,000-year blue-silver emperors, sacrifice them to become the 8th spirit ring for the genius spirit masters of Spirit Hall. As for the 9th spirit ring, as the guardian of the sea god's 9th trial, after the sea god descends, the guardian receives the baptism of the sea god's divine force. Not only can their cultivation be instantly increased by 10 levels, but they can also receive a god-bestowed spirit ring as a reward. It is equivalent to a 100,000-year 9th spirit ring. Compared to the angel god, Asura god, and Rakshasa god, the sea god is truly inhumanely wealthy. Yin shouted angrily, you lied to me. How could you do this? You clearly said you were giving my people a great opportunity. Qian Xunji smiled indifferently, looking at the heaven and earth spiritual chi of the blue-silver forest. This 85,000-year blue-silver king would not be able to reach 100,000 years even if it cultivated for another 10,000 years. After moving to the ice and fire yin-yang well, in just 5 years, it can become a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. The time is shortened to 1/200th of the original. How is that not a great opportunity? Little Blue, let's attack him together. A bright yellow spirit ring lit up beneath Yin's feet, and the blue-silver emperor spirit appeared in her hands. The blue-silver domain was released, her mental force assimilated, and she gradually connected with all the blue-silver grass in the blue-silver forest. The range of the blue-silver domain expanded continuously, covering a large area of the ancient forest, and stalks of blue-silver grass broke through the soil. Unlike the blue-silver grass commonly seen outside the forest and across the continent, these blue-silver grass were not simply blue, they had golden patterns on them. The surprise on the blue-silver king's vine-formed human face quickly turned to seriousness. Having listened to the conversation between Qian Xunji and Yin, it hadn't expected that there really was a treasure land in this world that could increase its cultivation by 15,000 years and make it a blue-silver emperor within 5 years. As the most loyal subject of the blue-silver emperor Yin, it immediately responded to her. Hundreds of blue-silver grass vines, as thick as water buckets, burst through the soil. Under the enhancement of the blue-silver domain, most of them attacked Qian Xunji, while a portion lunged toward Yin, preparing to protect the fragile empress, who had just recultivated to a spirit master and whose strength was not even 1/10 of her peak period. Boom! A bloody domain of violence, bloodlust, and slaughter expanded. The moment the bloody domain appeared, the blue-silver domain was torn to shreds. The warm blue-silver forest, filled with the aura of life, became like an ice cave. Massive killing intent surged and overflowed. The blue-silver grass of the entire forest, which had been connected by mental force and shared the same breath and branch, collapsed, and all the blue-silver grass began to tremble. Yin, who had been in a fighting stance, was blown away by the massive spirit power released by Qian Xunji. She rolled on the ground several times, hugged her chest with both hands, wrapped her azure dress tighter around herself, and curled into a ball, feeling as if she were about to freeze to death. Do you really think that by joining together you have the qualifications to oppose this seat? Since you refuse to appreciate kindness, then this seat will destroy all the blue-silver grass here. 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red, lit up beneath Qian Xunji's feet. He did not summon his spirit. Instead, he gathered his killing intent in his palm, shaped it into a blade of killing intent, and slashed down with one sword stroke. A deep gully, hundreds of meters long, immediately appeared in the blue-silver forest. Ancient, towering vegetation had large swaths of branches fall, and spirit rings of 10, 100, and 1,000-year levels appeared. The entire blue-silver forest, and all the plant-type spirit beasts, trembled in fear. Chapter 80. Tang Hao's Determination, Bibi Dong's Thoughts. Clear Sky Sect, Clear Sky Hall. After Tang Chen and Sect Master Tang Zhen finished attending the wedding, they did not stay overnight in Spirit City. Sect Master Tang Zhen quickly took Tang Chen back to Clear Sky Sect, then ordered the Spirit Masters of the Speed Clan to travel to Sea God Island at maximum speed to bring back Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Bibi Dong. Hour. Father. Bai He, where is Shower? Sect Master Tang Zhen asked Bai He. The only people the Speed Clan had brought back were Tang Hao and Bibi Dong. His eldest son, Tang Xiao, was nowhere to be seen. Bai He sighed and said, Sect Master, Shower has already begun the Sea God's trial. According to the rules of Sea God Island, once one participates in the Sea God's trial, they must remain on Sea God Island after completion to serve the Sea God. Sea God Island does not allow Shower to leave. Sect Master Tang Zhen said angrily, couldn't you have let Shower give up on the Sea God's trial? Bai He said helplessly, the Sea God's trial that Shower received is a black grade trial. Black grade trials carry immense risk and must be completed. If he fails or gives up halfway, the titled Douluo of Sea God Island will kill Shower. Hearing this, Sect Master Tang Zhen's heart turned cold, and he closed his eyes in pain. He could only hope that Bo Saishi had always loved his father and was only forced to marry Qian Xunji, that the Sea God's heart was something Qian Xunji used as leverage to force Bo Saishi to reveal his location, and that Qian Xunji was unaware that his eldest son was on Sea God Island. Otherwise, once Qian Xunji learned that Tang Xiao was on Sea God Island participating in the Sea God's trial, his son would inevitably be killed by Qian Xunji. After Bai He and the others left, Tang Hao asked with extreme concern, Father, how is grandfather? Having one's beloved stolen and being cuckolded is an absolutely unbearable feeling. Tang Hao thought to himself that if this had happened to him, if his Bibi Dong were snatched away by Qian Xunji, he would surely go mad. He would spare no cost to rush to Spirit Hall and fight Qian Xunji to the death. Even if he couldn't defeat Qian Xunji, he would self-destruct just to tear a piece of flesh off him. Sect Master Tang Zhen shook his head with a sigh. Since returning to Clear Sky Sect, Father has been sitting in a chair, his expression vacant, staring at one spot as if he has lost all his spirit and vitality. Even his 3 daily meals require a maid to attend to him. Yuehua and I go to see Father to chat and keep him company, but Father rarely responds. Tang Hao clenched his fists tightly. Hearing that his respected, peerless, indomitable, and invincible grandfather had been reduced to a vegetative state by Qian Xunji's schemes, the anger and killing intent in his heart completely consumed his mind. He didn't even feel the pain of his fingers digging into his own flesh. Father, I have already learned about the future from Big Brother, and I intend to go to Slaughter City. Sect Master Tang Zhen said loudly, No, Hower. Slaughter City is the place of the Asura God's legacy. Going to Slaughter City is equivalent to exposing yourself under Qian Xunji's nose, you would be walking right into a trap. Tang Hao replied, Father, Qian Xunji is merely the inheritor of the Asura God, but he is not yet the Asura God. He does not have the ability to monitor the entire Slaughter City. I suspect that Qian Xunji did not rush to inherit the Asura god status, but instead targeted Bo Saishi, because he feels that the possibility of bearing offspring becomes lower after achieving divinity. He wants Spirit Hall to have more geniuses with the potential to inherit divinity, so within a short time, he likely will not complete the Asura god's trial. Father, after you had Big Brother, it took 15 years before Mother gave birth to me, and another 10 years before she gave birth to Yuehua. Qian Xunji and Bo Saixi's cultivation levels are much deeper than yours and Mother's. Wanting to bear offspring will certainly take quite some time. This time is sufficient for me to emerge from Slaughter City. Although the Slaughter God domain gained through Slaughter City is no longer useful, I still lack the essence of real combat and pure killing intent. Only within Slaughter City can I make up for these and become stronger. Only battles where one truly fights for life and death can be called real combat. Although Tang Hao's combat experience was extremely rich, most of his battles were in the form of competitions and sparring, and he had not encountered much life-threatening danger. A person's potential is only completely unleashed when facing life and death trials. Constantly struggling on the edge of death is what it truly means to possess real combat capability. Very well, Sect Master Tang Zhen was persuaded. Currently, the Clear Sky Sect was walking a tightrope, with the possibility of being annihilated by Spirit Hall at any moment. To rise again, to destroy Spirit Hall as the world Tang Xiao spoke of described, and to repay the humiliation suffered by the Clear Sky Sect, sometimes one must take a gamble. A light shone from the spirit tool in Sect Master Tang Zhen's hand. The somewhat dim Clear Sky Hall brightened up as two translucent bones, emitting astonishing fluctuations of spirit power, appeared. One was a right arm bone, and the other was a left leg bone. These two spirit bones were two of the three great legacy spirit bones of the Clear Sky Sect. The right arm bone was 75,000 years old, and the left leg bone was 85,000 years old. However, since you already know about the past life, you should absorb these two legacy spirit bones. They were originally yours. After absorbing these two spirit bones, your cultivation should be able to reach a breakthrough to Spirit King before you go to Slaughter City. Seeing these top-tier, 10,000-year spirit bones, Bibi Dong, who had been pondering whether Qian Xunji would harm her again if she returned to Spirit Hall, chose loyalty to Spirit Hall, and was allowed to continue serving as the Holy Maiden, snapped back to reality. Bibi Dong's thoughts were not without reason. As a person of rebirth, she had experienced the incident in the secret chamber. After she became pregnant and gave birth to Qian Runshui, Qian Xunji had never touched her again, keeping her as the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall. In the 10 years since then, even during the process where she was beaten into critical condition by Tang Hao and she seized the opportunity to kill him, Qian Xunji had not touched any other woman. In the Clear Sky Sect Mountains, after Qian Xunji had crippled Tang Chen, he had such a great opportunity but did not drag her back, nor did he take action against her to settle the score for being killed by her in the past life. It was evident that in Qian Xunji's heart, he likely still held some lingering feelings for her that he had not let go of. Having experienced life in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, the Clear Sky Sect, and Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong missed the days spent in Spirit Hall, where as the Holy Maiden, she was obeyed by all, free and unfettered, and adored by thousands. Thank you, Father. Tang Hao sincerely accepted the two legacy spirit bones and stored them in his spirit tool. He then asked, Father, can I enter Slaughter City together with Donger for training? Tang Hao had already learned about the past life from Tang Xiao and was determined to warm Bibi Dong's heart and move her. What was the best way to build a relationship? Naturally, it was through shared hardships. Chapter 81. Sect Master Tang Zhen must keep a close eye on Bibi Dong. Slaughter City not only has the legacy of the Asura god, but also the legacy of the Rakshasa god. Donger passed through Slaughter City by her own ability in her past life and obtained the Rakshasa god's legacy. Surely, Donger will be able to do it again in this life. Tang Hao turned his head to look at Bibi Dong gently, his eyes filled with tenderness and doting, wishing to give the best to his beloved. Bibi Dong looked at Tang Hao, seeing no trace of falsehood in his eyes, much like the gaze she once held for Yu Shaogang. Seeing how Tang Hao was so considerate of her, even knowing about her past life, yet still willing to help her become the Rakshasa god, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for her previous desire to leave and return to Spirit Hall to become the Holy Maiden. Sect Master Tang Zhen immediately refused. No. Why, Father? Sect Master Tang Gen paused, organized his thoughts, and said, Howard, do you not understand what kind of place Slaughter City is? I admit that Bibi Dong did indeed pass through Slaughter City in her past life, but does she possess the cultivation of her past life in this one? She is only 12 years old now. The trials of Slaughter City are divided into 100 matches in the Hell Slaughter Arena, and the attacks of the Fallen Ones in Slaughter City. Compared to Hell Road, these are just minor scenes. Father has told you before, the true trial of Slaughter City is not the 100 matches in the Hell Slaughter Arena, nor the attacks of those fallen ones, and certainly not the spirit beasts that inhabit Hell Road, but the scorching, evil, and violent aura that permeates the end of Hell Road. Even if a spirit master passes through all the obstacles ahead and has a sufficiently firm willpower, without enough mental force, upon reaching the end of Hell Road, they will only be affected by the evil and violent aura contained within, go mad, and ultimately be buried in Hell Road. Bibi Dong is still too young, and our Clear Sky sect does not have a spirit bone for the head to enhance her mental force. If she goes to Slaughter City with you, passes 100 matches in the Hell Slaughter Arena, and enters Hell Road, she will not be able to cooperate with you to pass through Hell Road, and instead, she will become a burden to you. Sect Master Tang Gen was surprised that Tang Hao still liked Bibi Dong so much even after knowing about her past life. He could only say that it was in the blood of the Tang family members to be infatuated lovers, so he said these words somewhat tactfully. The reality was that because Bibi Dong had betrayed Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, her credibility in Sect Master Tang Gen's eyes was completely negative. Sect Master Tang Gen could not possibly cultivate Bibi Dong with all his might, on the contrary, he had to suppress her at every turn. Bo Saishi, Yin, and Bibi Dong, these were women capable of bearing geniuses with the potential to become gods. Bo Saishi and Yin had both been snatched away by Qian Xunji, so the Clear Sky sect had to keep a close watch on Bibi Dong. If Bibi Dong were to grow up and rebel against the Clear Sky sect again, running away just as she had done with Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, then Sect Master Tang Gen would, as Tang Xiao had said, be angered to death. As for Tang Hao, because he was a Tang family member loyal to the Clear Sky sect, they could take a gamble for the sake of the Clear Sky sect's rise. But with Bibi Dong, not even the slightest bit of luck could be entertained, she had to be strictly guarded and closely watched. Helping Bibi Dong become the Rakshasa god was even more impossible. Without the Asura god position, and with the Sea god position also out of reach, the Rakshasa god position should naturally be fully reserved for Tang Hao to inherit. Bibi Dong could just find a god position of a lower level than the Rakshasa god, one that ensured her strength would definitely be below Tang Hao's, leaving no possibility of her rebelling against Tang Hao. I understand, father. Tang Hao did not hear the underlying meaning in Sect Master Tang Gen's words. Instead, he sighed, thinking that due to the Clear Sky sect's plight and the fate of his grandfather, Tang Chen, he had been far too impulsive and had not considered so much, actually placing Bibi Dong in such a dangerous situation. Sunset Forest, Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. 5.5 years had passed. The Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, which had been hollowed out by Qian Xunji, had already sprouted lush plants. In just a little more time, these plants would grow into heaven and earth treasures that even the upper 3 sects in the Spirit Master's world would find hard to obtain despite spending a fortune. 10 blue silver kings with cultivation levels ranging from 30,000 to 85,000 years came to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well under the coercion of Qian Xunji. Feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations within the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, the blue silver kings all transmitted feelings of excitement. Yin looked at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, a touch of nostalgia appearing in her eyes. After all, she had lived by the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well for more than 4 years. Blue-silver grass is a neutral plant. It must be planted on the bank at the intersection of the cold and hot springs of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, the place where the heat and cold are most balanced. In the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, such a place was only 1 square meter in size. However, this condition only applied to blue-silver grass with very low age. The roots under the soil were dozens of times longer than the stems above the soil. After the blue-silver emperor gradually grew to tens of thousands of years, the roots under the soil would likely cover the entire Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. You may each find a place to take root. Qian Xunji turned his head and said indifferently to the 10 blue-silver kings. He was not worried at all that the 10 blue-silver kings would have the ability to over-absorb the energy in the ice and fire yin-yang well, causing the other heaven and earth treasures in this area to develop poorly. Let alone 10 blue-silver kings, even if the number of blue-silver kings increased by 100 times, it would be impossible to absorb it all. 10,000 years later, Tang San planted a large area of Bai Lin 7 absolute flowers, using the poisonous mist released by them to seal the entire ice and fire yin-yang well. The Bai Lin 7 absolute flowers were still planted in the soil outside the valley, yet the ice and fire yin-yang well was still able to provide the nourishment needed for the growth of the Bai Lin 7 absolute flowers, which showed that the energy in the ice and fire yin-yang well was indeed inexhaustible and unfailing. The group of blue-silver kings each found a spot and began to take root. Blue-silver king. Qian Xunji threw the yearning heartbroken red, which neither Bo Saishi nor Ah Yin could recognize as their master, in front of the blue-silver king and informed it of the use of the yearning heartbroken red. According to Douluo Tu Tang Ya, the blue-silver king could actually have become a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor instantly if it were willing to kill Ah Yin and devour her blue-silver emperor bloodline, but the blue-silver king did not do so, remaining 100% loyal to Ah Yin. Not only that, even when Tang San came to the blue-silver forest, wanting to awaken the blue-silver emperor for the second time, the blue-silver king did not harbor any thoughts of harming Tang San, but instead personally helped Tang San awaken the blue-silver emperor for the second time, assisting Tang San in the birth of his blue-silver emperor's innate spirit ring. Ah Yin was one thing. For a race, whether animal or plant, it was impossible to harbor any thoughts of harming or usurping power against an emperor who chose to transform into human form for the sake of her subjects. However, for Tang San, the blue-silver king was still 100% loyal and extremely respectful. This made Qian Xunji somewhat suspicious of whether the blue-silver king had developed some other thoughts towards Ah Yin. In the Douluo universe, there was nothing more difficult to shake and harder to make someone loyal to oneself than a simp or someone with a romantic obsession. Chapter 82. Qian Xunji. All of you, bear children for me. Listening to Qian Xunji's account, the blue-silver king's aged face, formed by twisted vines, fell slightly silent and asked, Empress, is what this human says true? It is true. Ah Yin was stunned and asked with some disbelief, Little Blue, you. Empress, this subordinate is not clear about what kind of feelings I have for you. You have sheltered this subordinate for many years and watched over the growth of the blue-silver grass in the blue-silver forest. This subordinate only knows that I must protect you at all costs, and also protect the child who possesses your bloodline. The blue-silver king's body trembled, and several drops of crystal-clear blue liquid filled with life force emerged. These blue liquids contained the blue-silver king's life force, which was equivalent to the blood shed by a plant-type spirit beast like the blue-silver grass. The blue blood landed on the yearning heartbroken red. Unlike with Ah Yin and Bo Saishi, the yearning heartbroken red did not even shake in the slightest this time, but it had already quietly left the Wuju stone, fallen, and landed on the soil. While Ah Yin was dazed, her eyes were filled with shock. She had not expected that her most loyal subordinate actually loved her. Qian Xunji's face showed no reaction. The blue-silver emperor had stayed in the blue-silver forest for countless thousands of years. After transforming and coming to the human world, in the span of 3 years, she had fallen in love with Tang Hao and was with him. No, that's not right. It should be said that in less than 3 years, she had fallen in love with Tang Hao. However, because of Tang Xiao, and discovering that Tang Xiao also loved her, she had remained silent out of fear of hurting Tang Xiao. The blue-silver king and the blue-silver emperor had spent countless thousands of years together, both being blue-silver grass. What was so strange about falling in love? Qian Xunji said, indifferently, since the yearning heartbroken red has recognized its master, blue-silver emperor, consume it. 3 days later, Qian Xunji returned to Spirit Hall with Ah Yin. Qian Dalu and Bo Saishi, being the first to sense Qian Xunji's aura, both spread their mental force out. Qian Dalu's expression was slightly stunned, because with his cultivation level of a level 99 limit Douluo, he was unable to sense the spirit beast aura on the blue-silver emperor. The spirit beast aura released by the blue-silver emperor seemed to have been concealed by something unknown. You will definitely regret this. Qian Dalu said this with a heavy chest. He knew that qian xunji covering the spirit beast aura for that blue-silver emperor was intended for after Bo Saishi gave birth to the Qian family's descendant. If Bo Saishi, like Bibi Dong, resented his grandson, in order to prevent his grandson from following the same path as Xiaoshui, he planned to have that blue-silver emperor act as a godmother to take care of his grandson. But things can only be hidden for a moment, not a lifetime. When his grandson turns 6 and has his spirit awakening, with his twin spirits, the seraphim and the sea god, everything will come to light. Bo Saixi's body tensed subconsciously as if in a conditioned reflex, her gluteal muscles tightening. Her gaze quickly fell upon Yin, and a look of confusion appeared in her eyes. She discovered that compared to a week ago, Yin had grown by more than a year. The 1.3-meter tall little radish appearance had already reached 1.5 meters, her buttocks had become rounder and more perky, and even her chest had begun to develop, showing some size. Did she go and inject hormones or something? The king of immortal herbs, the yearning heartbroken red, according to Tang San, if consumed by the 31st rank spirit elder Zuqing, could raise her level by 10. After Yin, with her 19th rank spirit master cultivation, consumed it, her cultivation had already entered the realm of a 33rd rank spirit elder. The yearning heartbroken red's enhancement to the physical body is extremely terrifying. Xiaowu consumed the yearning heartbroken red, combined with the blood-nourishing medicinal herb, the crystal blood dragon ginseng, and in terms of physical strength, she had already surpassed Tang San, who had a 100,000-year spirit ring as his 6th spirit ring and was bolstered by 4 spirit bones, 2 of which were 100,000-year spirit bones. Relying on the enhancement after consuming the yearning heartbroken red, the 2nd spirit ring that Yin condensed herself was a 1,000-year spirit ring, and her 3rd spirit ring was naturally also a 1,000-year spirit ring. Having absorbed 2,000-year spirit rings, and under the boost of the 1,000-year spirit rings hormones, Yin naturally grew up all at once. In the next period of time, Yin would likely continue to develop rapidly, soon growing into a young woman entering her physiological period. After returning to the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Qian Xunji told Yin to go stay wherever it was cool, and then headed to the enshrinement hall to prepare for a meeting. Because Feather Douluo, Thousand Jun Douluo, and Demon Douluo had not yet reached the 96th level and could not step into the enshrinement hall, Qian Xunji held the meeting at the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Supreme Pontiff Palace, Conference Room. Seated from top to bottom were Qian Xunji, the 4 high priests excluding Qian Dalu, Gold Crocodile Douluo, Sword Douluo, Green Phoenix Douluo, and Lion Douluo, and then the 3 titled Douluo elders, Feather Douluo, Thousand Jun Douluo, and Demon Douluo. In front of so many big figures, the Grand Elder who ranked first in the Elder Palace, Feather Douluo, who was already over 70 years old but still had the appearance of a child and was a playful old urchin, also restrained his emotions and dared not act presumptuously. Thousand Jun Douluo and Demon Douluo also looked with awe at the 2 high priests, Gold Crocodile Douluo and Sword Douluo. Green Phoenix Douluo and Lion Douluo had once been colleagues living in the Elder Palace, but because their cultivation had surpassed level 95, Green Phoenix Douluo and Lion Douluo had been promoted to the enshrinement hall. Gold Crocodile Douluo and Sword Douluo had never lived in the same palace. With the powerful strength of 98th level Super Douluos, they were both spectators to the huge commotion caused by the sparring between Qian Xunji and Sword Lord Chen. That kind of terrifying power that could tear through space, even if the brothers joined forces and used their combined technique, they might not be opponents. Honorable high priests and elders, the meeting convened today is to discuss only one item, which concerns the legacy of the Spirit Hall. The legacy of the Spirit Hall. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, confused. Nowadays, the Spirit Hall could be said to be full of talent and growing stronger by the day. Because Qian Xunji had crippled the Clear Sky sect, countless families and sects, including the lower 4 sects, wanted to join the Spirit Hall, but they had all been rejected by Qian Xunji. The Spirit Hall could now be said to be at the peak of its strength. Qian Xunji was in his prime, what need was there to worry about any legacy? Even Gold Crocodile Douluo, who was a person of rebirth, did not quite understand what Qian Xunji meant. Qian Xunji said, "I will not hide it from you all. I was quite lucky and obtained a divinity legacy. The blood sword-shaped pattern branded on my forehead is the mark. Divinity. So this was not just a legend." Sword Douluo, Green Phoenix Douluo, and Lion Douluo had already entered the enshrinement hall and could often see the angel statue, so they were not surprised. Feather Douluo, Thousand Jun Douluo, and Demon Douluo were all amazed. They finally understood how Qian Xunji could reach the 98th level and defeat Tang Chen. At just over 40 years old, this was something even the high priest could not do. The energy of divinity is unimaginable. It is because of the protection of the god ancestor that the spirit hall has been able to remain strong and prosperous. The Bo Saishi that Thousand Jun Elder and Demon Elder encountered in Vast Sea City is also a level 99 limit Douluo powerhouse, just like the high priest, and her strength is on par with the high priest. Chapter 83. Achieving Divinity First, Leading Others to Achieve Divinity. Bo Saishi was able to reach such a level of cultivation because, as the high priest of the sea god, she received the residual shade of the sea god. Her cultivation rose 4 levels consecutively from a level 95 titled Douluo, reaching a level 99 limit Douluo. Once these words were spoken, everyone except Gold Crocodile Douluo was extremely shocked. Relying on the blessing of a divinity to jump 4 levels from 95 to reach a level 99 limit Douluo, the peak realm for a spirit master, was simply too easy. It was as if their cultivation was riding a rocket, rising as naturally as eating and drinking. For spirit masters like them, who honestly toiled, explored, gained insights, and poured their heart and blood into their cultivation, it felt as if their own efforts were not worth mentioning. At the same time, the titled Douluo's present gained a clearer understanding once again of the immense energy a divinity possessed. There are gains and there are losses. My father and Bo Saishi reached a level 99 limit Douluo under the residual shade of a divinity. Correspondingly, they both lost the possibility of achieving divinity, and they also need to be subject to certain constraints. Qian Xunji continued, to achieve divinity, apart from possessing top-tier talent, opportunity and luck are both indispensable. And everyone knows that a person's talent is determined by their innate spirit power at the time of their awakening at age 6. Innate spirit power is linked to the quality of the spirit. The higher the quality of the spirit, the higher the ceiling for innate spirit power. Everyone here possesses top-tier spirits and top-tier talent in the spirit master's world. If you were to reproduce, the probability of the offspring having excellent talent would be extremely high. Having said this, no matter how inexperienced or foolish they were, everyone present knew what Qian Xunji wanted to do. He was planning to make them breed. Breeding was the sort of thing done only by families with low strength, those on the verge of destruction, or those forced into it. They, however, were titled Douluos. With the pride of titled Douluos, they couldn't help but frown, but out of respect for Qian Xunji's dignity and strength, no one dared to speak. Seeing the stiff atmosphere, Gold Crocodile Douluo spoke up, Supreme Pontiff, many of the high priests and elders present already have descendants. Gold Crocodile Douluo, Sword Douluo, Lion Douluo, qian, and Demon Douluo all had descendants, but the talent of their descendants was not particularly excellent. In an era, there are only 1 or 2 people with full innate spirit power. While it is true that a child can inherit their parents' talent, this is not a 100% probability. Tang Chen being able to father sect master Tang Zhen is one example. I am aware of that, so the choice is in your hands. You are all advanced in age and have missed the best time for cultivation. As long as you are willing to reproduce, from the moment the child is born, I will invest a large amount of resources to cultivate them vigorously, giving their talent the possibility of inheriting a god position. As he finished speaking, the spirit tool in Qian Xunji's hand lit up. An extremely rich and fragrant medicinal scent filled the entire conference room, and the somewhat dim room lit up as if several light bulbs had been installed. All the titled Douluos present were shocked, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as they gazed at the pile of medicinal herbs. Century-old ginseng, century-old fleeceflower root, century-old lingzi, all sorts of medicinal herbs that were hard to find in the continent for a high price, many of which they couldn't even name, were so abundant here with Qian Xunji that they were piled up like a small mound, looking like miscellaneous items. These medicinal herbs were naturally dug up from the ice and fire yin-yang well 5.5 years ago and had been kept in his secret cultivation chamber. To prevent these titled Douluos from asking too many boring questions, what Qian Xunji brought out were still the relatively insignificant types that grew in the ice and fire yin-yang well. Like the 10,000-year ginseng king, snow lotus, 9-rank purple ganoderma, and a host of other precious top-tier heaven and earth treasures that had not yet reached the level of an immortal herb were still in his storage spirit tool. The immortal herbs, as well as the earth dragon gold melon, fragrant Qiluo immortal herb, Qiluo tulip, and a host of other immortal herbs that he had absolutely no use for, were also still stored in his storage spirit tool. Your Supreme Pontiff, is what you said true? While everyone was still in a daze, the first to react and ask this was Feather Douluo. Feather Douluo's voice trembled, his eyes burning with fervor. His outlook on life was to cultivate until his potential was exhausted, and then just enjoy life. Therefore, he had not yet married or had children. Yet now, someone was telling him that as long as he reproduced, someone would surely cultivate his offspring into a divinity. Once his offspring reached a divinity, wouldn't he be able to directly lie his way to a level 99 limit Douluo? What kind of dream-like scenario was this? The group of titled Douluos also came to their senses. They had previously felt displeased about Qian Xunji asking them to breed because they hadn't realized that Qian Xunji intended to cultivate all their offspring into divinities, or, to be more precise, they hadn't dared to think it. After all, in a certain sense, Spirit Hall was ultimately a sect established by the Qian family. The Qian family would not suppress geniuses who joined the sect like other sects did, because the Qian family possessed a level 99 limit Douluo. The divine rank angel martial soul, coupled with the angelic domain, was enough to suppress all spirit masters. If Spirit Hall had a genius who also had the potential of a limit Douluo but did not pledge loyalty to Spirit Hall and the Qian family, they would inevitably be suppressed or even eradicated like in other sects. Qian Xunji nodded. This is natural. There is only one opportunity. Each of you only has one slot. Just have one. Don't have too many, I can't cultivate them all. This old man will go find a wife and reproduce immediately. The group of titled Douluos felt their blood surging. At this moment, in the face of the opportunity to achieve divinity, the dignity of a titled Douluo was all bullshit. Achieving divinity first leads to others achieving divinity. Achieving divinity later leads to a breakthrough to limit Douluo. Even Sword Lord Chen, who was currently single-mindedly exploring the path of the sword and had the highest moral standing, was preparing to immediately fly away from Spirit Hall on his sword, to have his son, Chen Xin, who had been single for over 70 years, marry as soon as possible so he could hold a grandchild. If Chen Xin was still single-mindedly focused only on the sword and not interested in reproducing, he would personally knock Chen Xin out and forcibly have someone lock Chen Xin in a secret room. This time, it was not just about the continuation of the Chen family line, it was about the opportunity to achieve divinity and an even more profound path of the sword. It was enough to make Sword Lord Chen spare no effort. Supreme Pontiff, if we only have one child, reproducing with a female spirit master who does not have outstanding talent will likely lead to the offspring not only having poor talent but also an impure bloodline. Even if you cultivate such a child with all your might, I'm afraid it will be of no use. Where would Spirit Hall find so many female spirit masters with outstanding talent? The oldest person present, Gold Crocodile Douluo, said with concern, pouring a bucket of cold water on everyone present. The more powerful the spirit, the higher the requirements for the mother. It was precisely because his mother's talent was lacking that Qian Xunji had been born with an impure bloodline, causing his talent to be at the bottom level in the Qian family's history. His mother had also been drained by the six-winged angel martial soul and had passed away just after giving birth to Qian Xunji. The ratio of male to female spirit masters in the spirit masters world was 10 to 1. For some unknown reason, not only were there 10 times as many male spirit masters as female spirit masters, but their quality was also far higher than that of female spirit masters. The ratio of male to female spirit masters at the same realm was also roughly 10 to 1. The people present were high in cultivation and advanced in age, so the probability of reproducing was greatly reduced. If they wanted to reproduce, they would certainly need more female spirit masters with outstanding talent. Even as the #1 spirit master force on the continent, Spirit Hall probably couldn't find that many female spirit masters. In this way, it was very possible that everyone would end up fighting over this, and Spirit Hall would inevitably descend into chaos. Qian Xunji raised his eyebrows slightly and quickly thought of a solution. There are many female spirit masters with outstanding talent on Sea God Island. I will tell Bo Saishi to have those female spirit masters marry into our spirit hall. Chapter 84. The Snow Emperor. The assessments on Sea God Island are divided into 5 levels: gold, red, black, purple, yellow, and white. Bai Chenxiang, at less than 20 years old, and coming from the resource-starved Speed clan where they could barely afford a meal, was able to reach the rank of spirit ancestor solely through meditation. This talent surpassed that of most participants in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament, without a doubt. According to Bai He, Bai Chenxiang had the potential to become the first titled Douluo of the Speed clan. Clearly, her talent was far superior to that of Bai He's elder sister, who had given birth to 3 potential prodigies, Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Tang Yuehua. Yet, the assessment Bai Chenxiang received from the sea god was merely a yellow level 1. Later, she only managed to get it upgraded to a purple level assessment by riding on the coattails of the Shrek 7 Devils and demonstrating excellent willpower while climbing the sea god's staircase. The number of female spirit masters on Sea God Island receiving a purple level assessment shouldn't be too low. Even if the ratio of male to female spirit masters on the island was 10 to 1, just as it was on the mainland, there were already 10 spirit masters dressed in purple living in the Seahorse City Lord's mansion. By that calculation, Sea God Island could easily find at least 7 more, or if not, at least yellow level 1s. The scenery of the north was one of 1,000-mile ice and 10,000-mile snowdrifts. The biting cold wind cut like a knife, and before one's eyes lay a vast expanse of white, devoid of any vegetation, covered in a silver shroud. The temperature here was simply not one that an ordinary person could survive in. This region was the far north, one of the 3 forbidden lands of the Douluo continent. Qian Xunji had amicably discussed the matter of a marriage alliance between the female spirit masters of Sea God Island and Spirit Hall with Bo Saishi. As for the process of this discussion, and how Bo Saishi was ultimately forced to come to Spirit Hall and obediently enter the secret chamber, it was not much different from other such affairs. After making Bo Saishi write a letter to Sea God Island and thoroughly sating himself, Qian Xunji arrived at the far north. After only a month of hard work, Bo Saishi had not yet conceived. There was no rush to inherit the Asura God divinity, but for the 8th test of the Asura God, completing the Asura God set, he still lacked the head spirit bone and the torso spirit bone. He had to prepare opportunities for the future geniuses of Spirit Hall, and set his targets early. The vicious beasts of the far north were, without a doubt, the best targets. Ice and water were inseparable. A spirit ring with the ice attribute was perfectly suited for the sea god martial soul. Qian Xunji planned to negotiate with the vicious beasts of the far north. Once Bo Saishi gave birth to his offspring and the child's spirit awakened, the spirit ring would be sacrificed to the child's sea god martial soul, while he would absorb the spirit bones to perfect his Asura God set. Apart from perfecting the Asura God set, there was also the method of condensing a soul core. A soul core could increase a spirit master's spirit power reserves, circulation, and endurance. During the era of the first Douluo, Dugu Bo and Chen Shin boasted endlessly, claiming that a difference of 1 rank was a world of difference, and that after rank 95, every breakthrough was a qualitative change, causing the spirit to evolve, and that the gap in strength could not be bridged simply by spirit rings and spirit bones. Yet, when they encountered the protagonist group and the Tang clan members, these words were treated like waste paper and tossed into the trash bin early on. It wasn't until the era of the second Douluo that the words of Dugubo and Chen Xin were truly verified. Long Xiaoyao faced the full-force attacks of Dubusi and Xuanzi without any pressure. Yi Qishui single-handedly challenged the Sun Moon Empire's National Guardian Soul Guidance Legion, a whole group of rank 9 level soul engineers. A half-crippled Mu-En fought DTN to a 4-6 split. In the end, Huo Yuhao brought a pile of heaven-defying configurations to fight DTN to a 5.5 to 4.5 split, and only won because of the Guanyin tier. Such a huge difference must be due to the soul core. Although a soul core might not directly increase a spirit master's strength, it could increase their spirit power reserves, and how could that not increase the spirit master's overall spirit power? As a spirit master's spirit power reserve increases, it means their spirit power becomes more refined. Releasing a spirit ability with refined spirit power versus releasing it with unstable spirit power, the difference in power is clearly not on the same level. Qian Xunji flew towards the core area of the far north. The temperature continued to drop, and the breath from his nose and mouth instantly froze into tiny ice crystals. The biting cold wind gradually felt like needles, and the gale blowing in the sky was enough to injure even a Spirit Emperor-level Spirit Master if caught unprepared. This was still only the inner circle of the far north, the living area for 10,000-year spirit beasts. If Qian Xunji still possessed his original six-winged angel martial soul, he might have felt a bit uncomfortable and suppressed while venturing deeper into the far north. However, now that he was a slaughter angel and had absorbed the Ice Dragon King spirit bone, and tempered his body with the blazing apricot delicate and the octagonal mysterious ice grass, this bit of cold could not affect him at all. Boom! Just as he was about to enter the core area of the far north, a significant disturbance came from below, with surges of extremely cold spirit power and flashes of ice-green light. Qian Xunji looked down. There were scorpions of similar size, composed of ice and emerald green colors. Their two front pincers were covered in strange, diamond-like hexagonal protrusions. Most striking were their crystal yellow eyes, which gave people a jewel-like luster. Their emerald green segmented tails were raised high, inlaid with diamond particles, and the tips flashed with a silver-white mirror-like luster. These scorpions were hunting, surrounding and intercepting chubby, round silkworms that were several times larger than them, and far greater in number. Those silkworms were far inferior to these ice emerald scorpions in both strength and movement speed. The only thing they were relatively strong in was their mental force. Upon detecting the approaching ice emerald scorpions, they would send out signals and scatter to flee. A particular silkworm was unlucky. Once caught by the scorpion swarm, it was finished. The scorpion swarm didn't even bother to end the silkworm's life. After catching it, they began to use their two pincers to tear off the silkworm's flesh bit by bit, eating it alive just like that. It was a scene from nature played out for Qian Xunji. What would happen to an unarmed human in the wild if they were targeted and caught by a black bear? You couldn't outrun it, you couldn't defeat it, you couldn't escape death, and you couldn't even die quickly. Being eaten alive by a black bear was like enduring a slow execution by slicing. This world shouldn't be about lineage theory, it should be about race theory. Only within the same race does lineage theory apply. Qian Xunji watched the silkworm being preyed upon by the scorpion swarm. This silkworm's cultivation was actually not low. Compared to the scorpions below, many had higher cultivation, but the combat power of the two was completely on different levels. This was undoubtedly because the racial level of the ice jade scorpion was far above that of the ice silkworm. No matter how hard an ice silkworm cultivated, its strength at the same rank could never surpass an ice jade scorpion. It could only serve as food for the ice jade scorpion. Roar! After maintaining a sufficient distance, Qian Xunji emitted a shrill cry containing powerful fluctuations of spirit power. He didn't think the Snow Empress would be interested in a polite conversation. Chapter 85. Ice, I am the Dominator. The shrill scream spread, and the gale and snow between heaven and earth were shaken away. The weak spirit beasts of the far north, feeling the immense and terrifying spirit power contained in the scream, all prostrated themselves. The rulers of the far north, sensing the unfamiliar fluctuation of spirit power in the scream, all frowned and rushed towards Qian Xunji's location. As spirit beasts nurtured by the far north, the rulers of the far north considered it their home, and they would not allow anyone to threaten or destroy it. Qian Xunji stood quietly on a snowy mountain range, closing his eyes to rest, waiting for the Snow Empress to arrive. The snowflakes above his head were automatically deflected by an unknown force before they could even land on him, falling to the ground instead. Not long after, the howling wind in Qian Xunji's ears stopped, and the heavy snow falling from the sky also ceased. However, the temperature in this area did not rise at all. Instead, it plummeted rapidly. The astonishingly low temperature was such that no spirit Douluo would dare to linger for long. Qian Xunji opened his eyes and looked into the distance, where the vast expanse of white snowy peaks had turned crystal blue, releasing waves of pure ice attribute heaven and earth spiritual qi, as if welcoming someone's arrival. The crystal blue area spread towards Qian Xunji. When the snowy peak beneath his feet also turned crystal blue, a terrifying aura that seemed capable of freezing everything enveloped him. A figure appeared before him, perfect to the extreme, without a single flaw, a figure whose appearance and temperament made even Bo Saishi pale slightly in comparison. A pair of sky-blue eyes, ethereal and transparent, seemed capable of seeing through everything in the world, filled with indifference and scrutiny. A head of snow-white hair hung down to her feet behind her, and her slender, delicate body was flawless. A simple white dress, without any decoration, only made her appear all the more noble and stunning. She was meticulous, like a plum blossom in the winter snow, outstanding and proud, defying the frost. It was the ruler of the far north, the Snow Empress. "Human, what have you come to the far north for?" The Snow Empress's voice was crisp and melodious, yet extremely cold. As a spirit beast, she had no affection for humans. Qian Xunji's scream was undoubtedly a provocation to the far north. She did not immediately move to kill him only because she was concerned about his strength and the damage a battle between them would cause to the far north. The frozen forest was the gateway to the far north. The frozen forest was a place of trials in the Douluo continent, second only to Slaughter City. The spirit masters there were accustomed to living on the edge, killing spirit beasts indiscriminately to earn rewards. Backstabbing, double dealing, and killing to seize treasures were all common occurrences. In the original story, when Oscar obtained a head spirit bone, the spirit masters who hunted the mirror image beast with him, except for a spirit saint named Hayot whom he had saved, immediately prepared to start a battle royale, first eliminating Oscar and the strongest, Hayot, and then pocketing that head spirit bone. It is believed that no normal person could possibly feel any affection for that group of spirit masters. Therefore, in the eyes of the Snow Empress, and indeed all the spirit beasts of the far north, humans were the very embodiment of greed, shamelessness, cunning, insignificance, and wretchedness. Qian Xunji said indifferently, "To make a deal with you." A cold smile curled on the Snow Empress's lips. "How rare to see. You, a human, actually come to seek a deal with this Empress. Ruler of the far north, you should know that whether it is us humans or you spirit beasts, we are all striving in one direction, to become a divinity. However, it is difficult for you spirit beasts to become a divinity. You need to cultivate your cultivation to 1,000,000 years, and furthermore, survive a lightning tribulation that is like the end of the world. I happen to have an opportunity here. I have obtained a divinity legacy and am currently at the final stage, lacking only 2 spirit bones to complete the final conditions." Before Qian Xunji could finish speaking, the Snow Empress narrowed her eyes, and a shocking killing intent erupted from her body. The temperature in this area plummeted again, and substances in the air with lower freezing points, such as carbon dioxide, froze into ice. "You want this Empress's spirit bone?" Qian Xunji replied, "That's right. I need your spirit bone to complete the test. My deal is this: when my child is born and awakens her spirit at 6 years old, I hope you will sacrifice yourself to her, becoming her spirit ring and spirit bone to help me complete the divine rank test. After I become a divinity, I will resurrect you, allowing you to become human." "Hey, despicable human, do you think this Empress would believe your words? Since you dare to come to the far north and want to obtain a spirit beast's spirit bone, then you shall die here." The ice blue light around the Snow Empress lit up, and the fierce gales and the heavy snow that had been falling before descended again, with an intensity more than 10 times greater than before. This was the Snow Empress's innate domain, Emperor Cold Heaven, Snow Dance Radiant Sun. Ice particles gathered, forming ice cones in the blink of an eye. They appeared out of thin air, as if by prior agreement, and all attacked Qian Xunji together, their numbers seemingly endless. Extreme freezing domain. Qian Xunji's Ice Dragon King left arm spirit bone lit up. One of the 4 spirit abilities granted by the divine rank spirit bone, an area of effect spirit ability of extreme ice similar to the gravity swamp, was released. Normally, ice and fire merging, these are 2 completely opposite energies, would release tremendous energy once they come into contact. It would be like taking a bowl out of a cold cellar, or pouring hot water on a car window covered in a layer of ice. The bowl or the glass window would shatter. However, the ice and fire yin-yang well, the spring water formed by the energy released when the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings died, maintained a strangely balanced and stable state, without dissolving each other. It is sufficient to see that the Ice Dragon King's mastery of the ice attribute had reached the absolute peak level of the Douluo plane. Compared to the Ice Dragon King's mastery of ice attribute energy, the Snow Empress formed from the purest ice attribute energy of the far north, was still far behind. The extreme freezing domain spread, completely enveloping the Snow Empress's domain. The Snow Empress, whose expression had not lost its composure for who knows how many years, experienced a massive emotional fluctuation for the first time. She felt that she, the ruler of the far north, the Snow Empress with the most superior bloodline and the deepest mastery of ice elements, had had her domain swallowed and controlled by her opponent. The ice attribute energy of the far north that she commanded was also abruptly cut off and used by her opponent. How could this be possible? Ice, I am the dominator. Qian Xunji pointed a finger. Within the extreme freezing domain, those ice cones that had originally been manipulated by the Snow Empress to attack him all turned and attacked the Snow Empress instead, and the hardness and power of the ice cones were even greater than before. Pure ice blue light gathered in her right hand. The Snow Empress was about to condense her ice attribute spirit power to unleash the Emperor Sword, one of her 3 supreme techniques, but as soon as her spirit power was released, before it could even be compressed, it was seized by the extreme freezing domain. Chapter 86. The Frugal Qian Xunji. I have already said it, I am the dominator of ice. With a wave of Qian Xunji's hand, the ice attribute energy released by the Snow Empress's Emperor Sword, which had not yet been compressed into a solid form, attached itself to the ice cones. The power of these ice cones became terrifying. Even an ordinary titled Douluo would be left dead or crippled if struck by one. The Snow Empress's dark eyebrows furrowed tightly. She stopped releasing her own spirit power and instead channeled it into her fists and feet. With a strike of her slender, jade-like hand, she shattered the ice cones one by one. Amidst the sky full of ice shards, a violent, bloodthirsty, and terrifying killing intent erupted before her. A ghastly, blood-colored sword chi that tore through space itself slashed toward her, and a thick aura of death instantly enveloped the Snow Empress. It could not be resisted. Unable to use the Emperor Sword, and with the environmental boost of the far north and her domain ability, Emperor Cold Sky, stripped away by Qian Xunji's extreme freezing domain, the Snow Empress hurriedly dodged the blood-colored sword chi. The hem of her white dress and a few strands of her white hair were severed by the sword chi. Crack! There was no explosive sound of blunt objects colliding, only a crisp tearing sound. Behind the Snow Empress, a small hill was split in two by the blood-colored sword chi. The cross-section was incredibly smooth, as if it wasn't a hill that had been cut, but a sheet of white paper. The Snow Empress caught a glimpse of her severed hair and dress from the corner of her eye. Because she realized this was happening in the far north, a towering rage surged in her heart. However, her face revealed more solemnity and apprehension, because the human race before her actually had the ability to threaten her life, something that even DTN, the #1 spirit beast in the world who possessed the Dragon Clan bloodline, could not do. The strength of the human race's spirit masters had actually expanded to this point. The Snow Empress stared fixedly at Qian Xunji, revealing a solemnity she had never shown even when battling DTN. She saw 9 spirit rings appear beneath Qian Xunji's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red, and 3 pairs of blood-colored wings sprouted from his back. He held a massive blood-colored sword. The sword chi from just a moment ago must have been unleashed by this giant sword. With a flap of his 3 pairs of blood-colored wings, Qian Xunji rushed toward her like a blood-colored meteor, his speed not in the slightest inferior to her when flying at full capacity. He raised his arm, lifting the massive blood-colored sword high, and struck toward her with it. Qian Xunji was not using the blade of the Asura demon sword, but the flat of the blade, preparing to reason with the Snow Empress, just as he had done with Bo Saishi. The Snow Empress's arrogance and disdain for everything stemmed from the powerful cultivation talent brought by her high-level bloodline, her cultivation speed, and the formidable strength gained through day and night rigorous training. It was like the ice jade scorpion treating the heavenly silkworm as prey, racial suppression. But in front of the human race, the Snow Empress's racial advantage was just like the heavenly silkworm facing the ice jade scorpion, nothing more than a dish to be served. Facing the incoming massive blood-colored sword, the Snow Empress, as the master of the far north, did not retreat in fear, for she had her own pride. She raised her right arm. Her originally snow-white, delicate left hand became even more jade-like and lustrous, as white as snow, as if it had been carved from a piece of mud and fat jade. This was the last of the Snow Empress's 3 self-created ultimate techniques, Great Cold No Snow. It was her most lethal attack, with the temperature in her palm approaching absolute zero. Even if DTN were caught off guard and took this blow with his physical body, he would suffer heavy injuries. In the previous exchange, Emperor Cold Sky and the Emperor Sword had lost their effect. The Snow Empress understood that Qian Xunji's left arm spirit bone must have come from a top-tier ice attribute spirit beast that far surpassed even her. The opponent's mastery of the ice attribute was even greater than her own. Since energy-based ice attribute attacks were ineffective, she could only use physical attacks. Seeing the Snow Empress unleash Great Cold No Snow, the always cautious Qian Xunji withdrew his extreme freezing domain just as he was about to collide with her palm, switching to use the gravity swamp, releasing 10 times the gravity. The ice-white force field transformed into an earthy yellow. The gravity of the gravity swamp posed no restriction on the Snow Empress at all. Wherever her left hand passed, the earthy yellow light was torn to shreds like paper, the air froze, and the raging blizzard suddenly halted in an indescribable manner. A 100,000-year spirit ability provided by the Titan giant ape, which wasn't even a vicious beast, naturally could not cause any impact on the Snow Empress when she was attacking with full force. Qian Xunji waited until the moment before colliding with the Snow Empress to withdraw the extreme freezing domain and unleash the gravity swamp because he was worried the Snow Empress would seize the opportunity to use Emperor Cold Sky. In front of Emperor Cold Sky, the gravity swamp would only be completely swallowed, just as Emperor Cold Sky had been swallowed by the extreme freezing domain earlier. With the weight of the divine artifact, which even a limit Douluo would find difficult to withstand, combined with the 10 times gravity, even if it only acted for 0.1 seconds, a limit Douluo could not block it unless they were attacking with full force. Boom! The Asura demon sword collided with Great Cold No Snow with a loud bang. An energy storm centered on their collision point spread out for a diameter of over 1,000 meters. All plants, soil, and rocks completely vanished, and every snowflake disappeared from this world. The temperature in this area rose significantly. A white figure flew backward. This figure was naturally the Snow Empress. Just like Bo Saishi before her, the Snow Empress's body streaked across the sky for 1,000 meters and slammed into a snow peak behind her. Even the solid ice in the inner region of the far north could not stop her body from sinking in. It wasn't until she had sunk in for a full 20 meters that her body finally stabilized. A spray of snow erupted, and the snow peak trembled slightly. Where the Snow Empress's body had passed, a trail of blue liquid was left in the sky. These blue liquids were exposed to the air but were not frozen by the low temperature. The blue liquid contained astonishing energy fluctuations, and its temperature was far lower than the surrounding environment. These blue liquids were the blood shed by the Snow Empress. Being able to resolve the Snow Empress in one move was, of course, the best choice for Qian Xunji. The cohesion of the spirit beasts in the far north was far superior even to the Stardow Great Forest. Within the entire group of spirit beasts in the far north, the Snow Empress had far too many die-hard loyalists. Facing a beast tide in the far north, Qian Xunji was not afraid, but these were all resources: gold mines, silver mines, mineral mines. Was he the type of person to waste food? Look at the soft bones rabbit Xiao Wu and the Titan giant ape. Why hadn't he let gold crocodile Douluo kill the beasts to take their bones and waste their spirit rings? Qian Xunji took out a small jade bottle and collected all the blood shed by the Snow Empress. As a product formed by the condensation of the purest ice attribute energy absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, although the Snow Empress had a human appearance, she was essentially a block of ice. These blue liquids were equivalent to a high-purity compressed product of ice attribute energy, and their value was countless times higher than the blood of Tang Chen, who was also a limit Douluo. 1,000 milliliters would probably be comparable to an octagonal mysterious ice grass. Of course, it could not be wasted. Having collected all the blue liquid without wasting a single drop, Qian Xunji arrived in front of the snow peak where the Snow Empress had crashed. He could sense that the Snow Empress was desperately absorbing the ice attribute energy of the far north to recover from the injuries she had sustained. Chapter 87. Become a Human, Snow Empress. Qian Xunji gripped the Asura demon sword and arrived at the snow peak where Snow Empress had crashed. With a wave of his hand, the accumulated snow exploded, and in that instant, Snow Empress darted out at full speed. Her eyes were split with rage, teeth gnashing. Her left arm gripped a longsword compressed and solidified from the snow, and she attacked once more, looking like she was desperate to fight Qian Xunji to the death. Having just been swatted away by the Asura demon sword, Qian Xunji launched another attack within a few short breaths. In such a short time, it was naturally impossible for Snow Empress to recover from her injuries. Snow Empress's right arm hung limply, the sleeve of her right arm had long since burst open. The torn fabric extended all the way to a spot an inch to the right of her neck, revealing her entire arm, which was as white as mud and fat jade. Blue blood flowed down her arm, exposing a delicate white shoulder and collarbone that were indistinguishable from a human's. If not for the experience of nearly smashing Bo Saishi to death with a single sword strike earlier, which caused Qian Xunji to control his strength a bit, Snow Empress's entire right arm would likely have exploded just like the fabric of her sleeve. As for whether Snow Empress might die from severe internal injuries caused by this immense shock force, Qian Xunji was unsure, because Snow Empress was a piece of ice. Aside from her exterior, the physical structure beneath her skin should be different from a normal living being. Are you unconvinced? Then I'll keep beating you. Qian Xunji once again unleashed the extreme freezing domain, devouring Snow Empress's Emperor's cold sky to prevent her from absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual qi of the far north to recover her injuries and replenish her internal consumption. Snow Empress was worthy of being the Snow Empress. Even though she was heavily injured, that longsword formed merely from compressed snow, reinforced by her own spirit power, would mean death for any titled Douluo below level 98, even if they defended with all their might. However, in Qian Xunji's eyes, the power was still insignificant. He swung the Asura demon sword again, pressing the blade down instead of smashing it. As the Asura demon sword collided with the snow sword, the force of over 100,000 kilograms easily overwhelmed the snow sword in Snow Empress's hand. Her left arm, which had been thrusting straight toward Qian Xunji's throat, quickly bent into a bow shape. Snow Empress's face was incredibly ferocious, her eyes bloodshot, her silver teeth nearly shattering as she tried with all her might to resist the Asura demon sword pressing down, its razor-sharp blade drawing close to her snow-white neck. From a distance, the two appeared to be testing their strength. But soon, Qian Xunji stepped forward, and with his free hand, he suddenly threw a straight punch. With one of Snow Empress's arms crippled, her control over ice and snow was completely broken. Unable to fend off the punch with only one hand, the straight blow landed squarely in her abdomen. A look of extreme pain appeared on Snow Empress's exquisite and moving face, her mouth involuntarily opening wide enough to fit a baby-sized fist. Bang! Qian Xunji swung his arm, striking the side of Snow Empress's face, and sent her flying once more. Her body slid over 100 meters along the ground, crashing into another snow peak. The snow peak was immediately smashed into a circular depression, but it was quickly buried by the falling snow. Snow Empress landed on her knees, pressing her hands against the ground as she retched. A few more drops of ice blue blood flowed from her mouth. Her sky-blue eyes stared fixedly at Qian Xunji. If looks could kill, Qian Xunji would have been killed thousands of times over. Are you behaving a bit better now? Don't look at me like that. Isn't that the lifestyle of your spirit beast clan? Before you became the ruler of the far north, for those of you born powerful, with strong bloodlines and superior cultivation speeds, didn't you treat those spirit beasts with inferior bloodlines the same way? Why is it that when you are treated this way by a human from a race with even greater advantages, you can't accept it? You can't be so double-standard as a beast. You wave flags and shout when relying on your own bloodline and racial advantages, but when others do the same, you break down and can't accept it. I hit you, I want to kill you, you deserve it, your clan is lowly, but if you dare to resist, if you dare to lay a hand on me, you are courting death. The double-standard queen of the far north is undoubtedly the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion. She hunted the heavenly silkworm, treating it as prey, and in the beginning, she looked down on, despised, loathed, and disdained the Skydream Ice Worm, wanting to eat and kill it. Yet, when the spirit bone dropped by an Ice Jade Scorpion appeared at the Star Luo auction house, she was immediately furious, declaring that the damned humans dared to kill her kin. It seems Snow Empress is not a bit inferior to the Ice Empress either. At the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, she took things by force, relying entirely on her strength to rob the gelatinous essence of the blazing apricot delicate, as well as the Qiluo heart of the fragrant Qiluo immortal grade. Vicious beast, both you spirit beasts and we humans aim to achieve divinity. Your talent and bloodline are already among the top tier within the spirit beast clan, but how many tens of thousands of years did it take you to cultivate to your current strength? And we humans only need a few decades. In terms of race, the Snow Empress you are so proud and arrogant about is, in front of us humans, just like the ice worm in the eyes of the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, nothing more than a dish. With such an opportunity, such a good chance to improve, and the possibility of becoming a human. I really don't understand why you would refuse. Lagging behind means getting beaten. Just as in Douluo Dalu 3 and IV, with the appearance of the spirit pagoda, the issue of spirit rings was solved. Once they were no longer needed, the lower-end creatures of the spirit beast clan became like monkeys in a zoo before the human race, kept for human appreciation, amusement, and experimentation. To change this, one can only progress. The Stardo Great Forest was also almost leveled by humans. Snow Empress wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said with a look of disdain, "Human, do you think I would believe your nonsense? That ice attribute spirit bone on your left arm must have been obtained by using underhanded methods to trick that powerful ice attribute spirit beast out of her spirit bone. I will never believe your nonsense. You can forget about obtaining my spirit ring or spirit bone." Snow Empress stood up abruptly, her body erupting with a wave of spirit power far exceeding her peak state, incredibly astonishing. Ice blue light was released from within her body, and her right arm, which, in human terms, had suffered a comminuted fracture, began to move healthily. In this instant, the blizzard suddenly paused in an indescribable manner. At this moment, it seemed as if time and space had all stopped, every snowflake solidified in the air, and all the cold winds went still in an instant. Snow Empress was preparing to commit suicide. If a spirit beast wants to drop a spirit ring, it must be killed by a spirit master. If a spirit beast chooses to commit suicide, not only will there be no spirit bone, but the spirit ring will not appear either. Is that so? As the dignified ruler of the far north, you would choose to commit suicide just like that? Do you not care about the safety of the far north? Do you think that if you die, what the outcome will be for the spirit beasts of the far north when they face me? As qian, Xunji spoke, a hint of speechlessness emerged in his heart. Still have to resort to this method. But it really is effective. Chapter 88. Abducting the Snow Empress. Upon hearing these words from Qian Xunji, the Snow Empress felt her heart completely consumed by rage. Humans were indeed a species that was greedy, shameless, cunning, insignificant, and pathetic. As spirit beasts living in the frozen forests, they faced the constant threat of being hunted by human spirit masters. These spirit masters would slaughter them to obtain spirit bones, not even sparing their corpses. The bones and fur of spirit beasts were crafted into exquisite ornaments or clothing, and their flesh was used to satisfy gluttonous appetites. If the far north were left without her protection, the consequences of Qian Xunji taking action against the spirit beasts of the far north, her subjects, hardly needed to be imagined. Just as the Snow Empress prepared to stall for time, waiting for the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion and the Titan Snow Devil King to arrive so that the three great kings of the far north and the various spirit beast lords could deal with Qian Xunji, a bloody light ignited before her. A crimson domain suddenly expanded, enveloping her. Qian Xunji's Asura domain erupted. His mental force concentrated instantly, and the blood-colored sword-shaped mark on his forehead suddenly flared. Intense red light descended from above, bathing his body. Qian Xunji's eyes widened, his gaze locked onto the Snow Empress. His pupils were completely stained red, and the condensed slaughter god domain wrapped around his body in an instant. White and red light, carrying terrifying killing intent, merged into the golden light erupting from his eyes. The instant Qian Xunji unleashed that gaze, the Snow Empress felt as though her very essence could no longer leave her body, and the air around her seemed to have been sucked dry. Asura domain evolved skill. Asura demon light. Sensing the massive and eerie mental force fluctuations, the Snow Empress gathered her mental force within her sea of consciousness, resisting with all her might. Before becoming the ruler of the far north, she had experienced long periods of slaughter, which had long since honed her rich combat experience. Spirit beasts like the ice silkworm, which possessed mental attributes and were the lowest tier of spirit beasts in the far north, were essentially standard fodder for all high-level spirit beasts in the region. However, even though the Snow Empress defended in time, she was, after all, a spirit beast. Facing a mental impact carrying Asura divine power, the mental fortress constructed by her profound mental force was brutally pierced by the overbearing Asura divine power. The Snow Empress felt as if her brain had been struck by a heavy hammer, it went blank. Her mental force suffered severe trauma, blood leaked from her 7 orifices, and she collapsed in front of Qian Xunji. Qian Xunji used a suction force to lift the Snow Empress and flew toward the ice and fire yin-yang well. He knew clearly that if he did not explain the origin of the left arm spirit bone, the Snow Empress would never accept his deal, believing instead that he had obtained that spirit bone through deceitful means by tricking a spirit beast. If, upon reaching the ice and fire yin-yang well, Qian Xunji demonstrated his sincerity and the Snow Empress still chose to refuse, he would have no choice but to completely shatter her sea of consciousness, erase her consciousness, and return her to her original state, a cold jade marrow that had been cultivating for over 600,000 years. Judging by the immortal herbs at the ice and fire yin-yang well, any heaven and earth treasure could develop its own intelligence once it reached a certain quality. He would simply raise a new one, treat Spirit Hall as its home, and create a new Snow Empress. Snow Empress, Sister Snow Empress, Mother, boom. 3 massive spirit beast auras erupted in the core area of the far north, not too far from this location. The dark, oppressive clouds in the sky were suddenly stained with 3 colors: snowy white, emerald green, and pitch black. These formed 3 distinct sections, with the largest section being emerald green, the second being pitch black, and the third being snowy white. This also represented the ranking of the strength of the 3 top-tier spirit beasts rushing to this location. These 3 top-tier spirit beasts were the Snow Empress's loyal best friend, sycophant, and adopted son, the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, the Titan Snow Devil King, and the Ice Bear King. Sensing the Snow Empress's aura fading and moving rapidly toward the outskirts of the far north, the 3 beasts, guessing that she had been taken away by a human spirit master, immediately gave chase at full speed. Resounding beast roars, carrying thick mental force fluctuations, echoed throughout the entire far north. Due to Qian Xunji's sonic roar and the commotion from the battle with the Snow Empress, thousands of spirit beasts that had been fleeing in terror in the distance actually changed direction. Upon spotting Qian Xunji's figure, they desperately pursued him, hoping to rescue the Empress of the far north. This showed just how terrifying the cohesion of the spirit beasts in the far north truly was. In terms of speed in the sky, even the Snow Empress could not compare to Qian Xunji, let alone these spirit beasts whose strength was far inferior to hers. Qian Xunji had no intention of wasting more time in the far north. If he could convince the Snow Empress, he could essentially pick and choose any spirit beast from the far north. Just like in Douluo Dalu 2, with the Snow Empress's persuasion, the Ice Bear King had also become Huo Yuhao's spirit soul. Sunset Forest, Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. On the soft soil, the various plants remained sparse, but the 10 blue-silver kings that had been transplanted under Qian Xunji's coercion were growing extremely vigorously on the bank where the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well converged. The massive blue-silver king occupied several dozen square meters, with each blade of grass measuring 2 feet wide. The clear golden patterns shimmered under the sunlight. Visually, that immense blue-silver king appeared to be the center of this valley. In just half a month, the blue-silver king appeared to have grown slightly larger in size. The Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well could seemingly be called a blue-silver paradise. The 10 blue-silver kings released countless blue specks of light containing pure life force, which entered the Snow Empress's body. Under the treatment of the blue-silver kings, acting on Qian Xunji's orders, the Snow Empress, whose sea of consciousness had been severely damaged, regained consciousness. "Where is this? Was it you who saved me?" The Snow Empress looked at the surrounding blue-silver kings, which were continuously releasing blue specks of light that merged into her body. She had never left the far north in her entire life. The low temperatures of the far north were such that even the extremely tenacious blue-silver grass could not grow there. "I was the one who ordered them to treat you, Snow Empress." Because her mental force had suffered heavy damage, her perception was severely diminished. Hearing the familiar voice from behind, the Snow Empress first reacted like a cat with its fur standing on end, then instantly transformed into a beast about to hunt, glaring fixedly at Qian Xunji. "How do you know my name? This is not the far north. What have you done to my subjects?" Qian Xunji replied calmly. "What could I have done? Didn't I say I came to make a deal with you? Aren't you suspicious of the origin of the ice attribute spirit bone on my left arm? It is right here. 2 top-tier powerhouses of your spirit beast clan are buried here, and it was from here that I obtained that spirit bone. From this spring, the cold spring section, you should be able to feel an aura similar to that released by the spirit ability of that left arm bone." Right. Following Qian Xunji's gaze, the Snow Empress's pupils shifted toward the spring of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. She carefully examined the fire spring, which emitted an incomparably scorching aura, and the cold spring, where not a hint of blue could be found. Her eyes filled with extreme shock. Chapter 89. Becoming a divinity, how do you compare to the deep-sea demon whale king? The Emperor Sword of the Snow Empress was compressed from highly pure and concentrated ice attribute energy. Pure ice blue radiance gathered in her right hand, and the deep blue brilliance traced a fan-shaped arc of light in the air. The blue light became restrained, shifting from deep blue to light blue, then to pale blue, and finally appearing white as it transformed into a long sword. The level of ice attribute energy within this milky white, frigid spring water was definitely superior to the compressed ice attribute energy she could condense in her Emperor Sword state. However, logically speaking, when two such opposite energies collided, it should trigger a cataclysmic explosion. It was fundamentally impossible for them to remain balanced and in a state of non-aggression. Could it be that the pinnacle of ice is also a form of flame? Qian Xunji continued, that blood-colored greatsword used against you earlier is the exclusive divine artifact I obtained after receiving a divine trial, passing the assessment, gaining recognition, and inheriting a god position. Snow Empress, I have already told you much of what you need to know, and I have shown you this excellent place to cultivate. You must have seen my sincerity. I can give you time to consider, and I will not restrict your freedom. You may return to the far north immediately. Although you are injured, even if all the titled Douluo within the Heaven Do Empire were to attack together, I am afraid they would not be your match. Within 2 years, I need your answer. Continuing as a spirit beast has no future. Only by becoming a human will you have the opportunity to step toward a higher realm and seek eternal life. Qian Xunji did not intend to let the Snow Empress stay at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well for long. If the Blue-Silver King told the Snow Empress why they grew here, and she again assumed he used deceptive means against spirit beasts to obtain spirit bones, he would have no choice but to draw his sword. By what right do you think this Empress cannot independently cultivate and break through to become a divine beast? The Snow Empress asked coldly. If she were not forced into a corner, she would never compromise. Just as in the second Douluo story, because the condensation of the yin and yang complementary twin spirit cores failed, damaging her origin, and with no hope of surviving the 700,000-year Great Tribulation, she had to assume a human form. How do you think you compare to that 999,999-year-old deep-sea demon whale king in the ocean? As the peak spirit beasts of your respective domains, you should know each other, right? The Snow Empress naturally knew the deep-sea demon whale king. She was friends with the mermaid princess of the Ice Sea. The mermaid clan worshipped the sea god, and the deep-sea demon whale king was the invincible beast of the ocean, described by the mermaid princess as an evil spirit beast that dared to contend against the sea god. How could she not know of it? The bloodline of the deep-sea demon whale king might be inferior to yours, but even if it is, it wouldn't be by much. It reached 999,999 years of cultivation countless millennia ago, only one step away from becoming a divinity, and it even contended against the sea god. It witnessed the power of a true divinity 20,000 years ago. To take that step, it spent countless millennia accumulating strength and completed the process of turning into a dragon, with 99% of its body having entered the realm of a divinity. With so much accumulation, yet it still could not, or dared not, take that step. Do you think you can do it? Sometimes, choices are more important than hard work. If, after this Empress sacrifices herself, you are unwilling to resurrect me as a human, what then? After a long silence, the Snow Empress questioned him. Having experienced Qian Xunji's explanation, she admitted it made a lot of sense. If it couldn't break through the million-year mark even after reaching 999,999 years for countless millennia, then the difficulties she would face trying to break through were indeed unimaginable. Having fully turned into a dragon and advanced further, the deep-sea demon whale king's bloodline level would not be inferior to the Snow Empress, not to mention that 99% of the deep-sea demon whale king had entered a divine body, both its physical form and accumulation should be superior to hers. Not to mention the million-year Great Tribulation, she wasn't even confident she could survive the 700,000-year Great Tribulation. She had to condense the yin and yang complementary twin spirit cores, but she had no confidence in succeeding at that either. Seeing the Snow Empress waver, Qian Xunji smiled faintly and said, "You can rest assured about that. I am asking you to sacrifice yourself to my child. If you want to sacrifice to my child, you can only perform a soul sacrifice." If I violate the terms of the transaction, with your soul inside, it would be very simple to instantly kill a child who has just started on the path of a spirit master. After I achieve divinity, I will also have the ability to obliterate your soul within the spirit ring. However, given your potential and talent, after you are resurrected as a human, if you find a god position legacy, it will not be difficult to also become a divinity. Why would my organization turn away a genius like you? By what right do you think I would join your organization? The Snow Empress asked again. A sacrifice was equivalent to entrusting one's life to another. She cherished her life dearly and was naturally extremely cautious when it came to matters of life. A look of disdain appeared in Qian Xunji's eyes. Snow Empress, can you stop asking such brainless questions? After you become a human, you will have to obtain your spirit rings by hunting spirit beasts. For a 9-ring titled Douluo, you must kill at least 9 spirit beasts. For those spirit beasts that have assumed human form, they need to hunt spirit beasts to obtain their 7th, 8th, and 9th spirit rings, which is only 1/3 of what you would need. Regardless, it is hunting spirit beasts. From the moment a spirit beast assumes human form, unless they were once close to others, other top-tier spirit beasts will basically no longer regard you as one of their own, especially someone like you whose body has completely transformed into a human, and who won't drop spirit rings or spirit bones when killed. Perhaps the far north might still accept you, but what about other spirit beast forests? Will the top spirit beast overlords of other spirit beast forests allow you, a spirit beast that has become a human, to continue serving as the lord of the spirit beasts of the far north? Lend this place to this empress for a while. The Snow Empress gazed intensely at the milky white spring water. If she could figure out the ice attribute energy of the milky white spring water, her strength could definitely advance further. Even if she hadn't finished condensing the yin and yang complementary twin spirit cores, she would have no problem facing the 700,000-year Great Tribulation, and there would be no need to make a dangerous deal and entrust her life into the hands of a human. Lacking sufficient strength, the Snow Empress prepared to pull a fast one, an empty-handed white wolf scheme, a honey trap. No, once I resurrect you as a human, this place can indeed serve as your place to cultivate. You shouldn't have any more questions, right? Then leave here now and return to your far north. Within 2 years, if you come to Spirit Hall, it means you agree to the transaction. If more than 2 years pass, it means you have chosen to refuse, and I will have no choice but to bring slaughter to your far north and seize the spirit bones I am missing. Qian Xunji did not see through the Snow Empress's thoughts. He had always held the initiative in this kind of transaction. He was not begging the Snow Empress for anything, so he would not give her any opportunity to take advantage of him. Half a year after Qian Xunji's trip to the far north ended, the 7 Great Sects re-election meeting was held. Chapter 90. Winds and Clouds Rising. The sect competition was held in Spirit City. Compared to the capitals of the 2 great empires, Spirit City was much smaller, not even 1/10 the area of those capitals, but compared to Heaven Do City and Star Luo City, Spirit City was even more luxurious. With its ancient, simple city and peaceful streets, being there caused a sense of heartfelt respect to arise spontaneously in the hearts of spirit masters. Every 7 Great Sects re-election meeting was a grand event in the Spirit Masters world, far surpassing the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament. The Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament featured only young geniuses, whereas the 7 Great Sects re-election meeting required titled Douluo powerhouses to take the field to fight for a ranking for their respective sects. The sect that won the title of one of the upper 3 sects could not only have their title Douluo's spirit engraved on the Supreme Pontiff's token, but Spirit Hall would also carve reliefs on the remaining 3 walls of Spirit City. As the time for the sect competition drew closer, the entire Douluo continent Spirit Masters world was surging with activity. Clear Sky Sect. Sect Master Tang Zhen sat on the Sect Master's throne, with the 6 Clear Sky Elders in their respective seats. As for Tang Chen, he remained in a vegetative state, quietly waiting for his lifespan to completely ebb away. Although the 6 Clear Sky Elders had already learned about future events, it was still more than 40 years before Tang San would ascend to the secluded Clear Sky sect. Even if they cultivated desperately, using 1 day as 3, none of them had yet broken through to become a titled Douluo. The meeting had just begun, and before Sect Master Tang Zhen could speak, Tang Lai stomped his feet and cursed. The 7 Great Sects re-election meeting is held every 30 years. 30 years haven't even passed yet, and Spirit Hall is already convening it. That beast Qian Xunji, he really doesn't intend to let our Clear Sky sect off. He's preparing to make a move against the title of number 1 sect under heaven that our Clear Sky sect occupies. Since we won't give Spirit Hall an excuse to attack, he intends to slowly boil the frog in warm water to weaken our Clear Sky sect. Seventh brother, control your temper. What we need to consider now is how our Clear Sky sect can maintain the number 1 position in this 7 great sects re-election meeting. Sect Master Tang Zhen sighed and said, Shower is currently undergoing the Sea God's trials on Sea God Island, and Howard is in Slaughter City. To maintain the Clear Sky sect's title as the number 1 under heaven in this 7 great sects re-election meeting, we can only rely on us old fellows. According to what Tang Xiao had described, in the 7 great sects re-election meeting of that world, he had failed in cultivating the great Sumeru hammer. After a round of fierce fighting, the hidden injuries in his body flared up, and he was unable to continue fighting against the 7 treasure-glazed tile school's sword Douluo. Therefore, Tang Xiao had fought in his place, using a bet to force sword Douluo to suppress his cultivation level before they exchanged blows. As a result, Tang Xiao was 1 move short and lost to sword Douluo. Afterward, Tang Hao jumped out to make a bet, using his status as the successor to the Clear Sky Douluo title and the reputation of the number 1 tool spirit under heaven as the stakes, ultimately turning the tide and successfully defeating Sword Douluo, preserving the Clear Sky sect status as the number 1 sect under heaven. This time, although Sword Douluo had not joined the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, and the 7 treasure-glazed tile school only had Bone Douluo as a title Douluo, it was certain that old dragon Yu Yuanjun would definitely go all out against him at this meeting. Because of Bibi Dong, in the 7 great sects re-election meeting, the challenge rules for the upper 3 sects were that the second of the upper 3 sects would initiate the challenge first. If they lost, their position would remain unchanged. If they won, they would temporarily become the new first sect. Afterward, the third of the upper 3 sects would initiate a challenge against the first. This rule seemed somewhat unfair because to become the number 1 sect under heaven, one had to face a wheel war against the titled Douluo of the other 2 upper 3 sects. However, it was precisely because of this challenge rule that the gold content of the number 1 sect under heaven and the number 1 sect in the Spirit Masters world was established. Afterward, the 2 defeated sects would fight each other again, with the winner becoming the 2nd sect under heaven, and the loser landing at the bottom of the upper 3 sects. Currently, the 2nd of the upper 3 sects was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the 7 treasure-glazed tile school was the 3rd. Titled Douluo with top-tier spirit quality like Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, who were not at all inferior to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and possessed top-tier strength, were not easy to recruit every time. In that world, Sect Master Tang Zhen had defeated Yu Yuanjun. This time, he was still confident in defeating Yu Yuanjun. However, after defeating Yu Yuanjun, not to mention the consumption of spirit power, his failure in cultivating the Great Sumeru Hammer meant that his internal hidden injuries would definitely flare up. In this state, how could he deal with Bone Douluo? The elders fell silent, not knowing how to preserve the Clear Sky sect's status as the number 1 sect under heaven. Could they make a bet? Just kidding, why would Bone Douluo bet with them? They were all of the same generation. Even if Bone Douluo were willing to bet and suppressed his cultivation to the same realm, would they be a match for Bone Douluo? Titled Douluo not only had more powerful spirit power usage and higher purity of spirit power than Spirit Douluo, but their mental force was also several times that of a Spirit Douluo, which meant that Titled Douluo held a strong fundamental advantage over Spirit Douluo. Tang Xiao was invincible among his peers in the Clear Sky sect, had mastered the Clear Sky 9 absolutes with extreme precision, possessed the blessing of the sect's heirloom spirit bone, and was in the prime of his physical and mental state, yet he was no match for Sword Douluo, let alone them, these old men. How about we let Great Uncle Tang Chen take action? The 3rd elder spoke up. Currently, Sect Master Tang Zhen's cultivation was only level 94, and the strongest person in the Clear Sky sect was still Tang Chen, whose limbs were broken and whose cultivation had fallen to level 79, and furthermore, Tang Chen could still perform the ring explosion to unleash even greater power. Sect Master Tang Zhen refused immediately. No, father has already become like this. Don't make him work hard anymore. Moreover, with father in this state, if we let him participate in the 7 great sects re-election meeting, even if we won the competition, where would the Clear Sky sect's face be? Tang Chen was now a disabled person in his twilight years, and a spirit saint at that. If a spirit saint led the sect to become the number one sect under heaven, wouldn't the Clear Sky sect be mocked for having no successors? The gold content of the 7 great sects re-election meeting would be completely dragged down, and in the eyes of those ignorant spirit masters, it would become a joke. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Xunji, in the 7 great sects re-election meeting of the previous life, I agreed to a bet with that old fellow Tang Zhen, which caused our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to miss out on the title of number 1 sect under heaven. That was within our grasp. This time, leave it to me. I won't fall for the tricks of that Tang clan bunch. Even without that old sword guy, this old bag of bones, will win back the number 1 sect under heaven for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to make up for the regrets of the previous life. Bone Douluo was full of confidence. In the battles of the upper 3 sects, there was a 1-hour rest period after each match, which was certainly not enough for a titled Douluo who had consumed a huge amount of spirit power to recover. After Sect Master Tang Zhen and Yu Yuanzheng were both injured, it would be time for him, Ji Yurong, to beat the underdog and stand out from the crowd.